what a day we had here in Bucharest at FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. Plenty of ups and downs, so let's have a look at all the action before we jump into day 2.
Found space here, and Neymar opens the account here in Bucharest. The first goal on stream. Stokes back inside, and that's how cruel the game can be.
Houston will take the victory in one of the best opening Swiss rounds we've seen.
In game number 1 for MoAuba, you save it. There's the finesse, and it's him. One-on-one up against the keeper. Eusebio hill-to-hill, gets round him, and runs it straight into the back of the net.
What a goal that is, almost out of nowhere. Chance taken. MsDossary has been knocking on the door. Lionel Messi, left foot, oh, fortune favours him in the biggest possible way. And MsDossary will come out with the victory, but that really was a tactical battle. Just a few seconds left. Carlos Alberto into Neymar, and that is going to be the final whistle. And Forest Jamie, you can see the relief on his face. 2-0 down after the first leg, manages to score.
Eusebio, ball roll round the goalie! And you feel like that really is the nail in the coffin for Joey. Back to, that's the mistake! Look at the reaction from him. Spider-Corn could only just look over and glance. He wants another goal to celebrate. He'll get another goal to celebrate.
The ball given away, and that's probably the game given away for Greek Freak as well. Oh no, he can finish this one off, and that's game over.
Fnatic Tekkz, 1-0 up and a perfect start.
Boy, we are in for a game here. 3 goals in the first 15 minutes for Filza, who was down by 3 goals in this game. Has a chance to win it here! The comeback is complete for Filza. Might have pulled off a miracle here in Bucharest.
Welcome everyone to FUT Champions Cup Stage 2 here in Bucharest, Romania. I'm Jimmy Conrad, and I am very excited to be here with you, of course, and some of my wonderful friends, Rachel Stringer and Mike LaBelle, amongst many others, as we bring you all the action from day 2, the knockout rounds, the start of them, here in Bucharest, like I mentioned. I mean, unbelievable scenes yesterday. Day 1 was probably the best day 1 I've ever been at for a major. So many incredible storylines, so many good games, good matches, anything that stood out for you. And let's pretend that some of the viewers didn't get to see all of day 1.
Yeah, Jimmy, I mean, it was so great yesterday, but I guess the one that I'm gonna pick is Stefano Pina going out. Remember from 2018, he was a PS4 champion of the world. He came runner-up to MsDossary on the cross-console final.
So a big player in the scene.
He was a winner last year as well, won an LQE, so he's someone that we kind of expected to come out, first tournament, and do something special. Did he do that?
No.
No. He lost every single game he played yesterday, so actually that only meant he got 3 games in Swiss, went out, going home, see you later, has to come back and show what he's made of.
And this is after signing with a new club, Lille, as well. So maybe some extra pressure there? I'm not so sure. I mean, he has too much experience maybe to feel that pressure, but the first time he's ever been grouped in his career.
Yeah, first time, but I think maybe he should go and talk to a player like MoAuba, who was world champion in the summer. You know, he was terrible. I'm going to say he was terrible 2 weeks ago. You know, he wasn't where he would have liked to have been, especially coming back from being a world champion. Didn't go too well for him, but this time out, he went 3-0 straight away, lost the final 2 games. But I just had a quick word with him. He was like, well, yeah, I signed for a new club, Focus Clan. He said, you know, I've got to kind of prove to them that I'm worthy of being signed. So I was like, pressure's on, Rachel. I was like, okay, well, hope you go well today. So got Gabry first up, and he's feeling pretty confident. He didn't want to talk too much because he was like, Don't put the pressure on.
Sure.
And so I left him be.
Okay, and then Mike, how about you? Any top stories from yesterday that really stood out?
Remind me not to get on Rachel's bad side.
Terrible! Sorry!
Album. Peter's my
games.
guy. He's over here like, he went 0-3. He's not performing up to a certain place.
I like
he signed
it.
to a new club.
She's just stating the facts.
I
like
You're
it.
bringing
I
this
like it.
negativity to my guys.
I was being like,
Some
shock
negativity here.
factor. Rachel's brought the shock factor.
Okay. So we always like to talk about the guys that are struggling and then also the big winners. But let's talk about some guys that faced adversity and maybe surprises, where we had both the finalists from 2 weeks ago with Filza and Fnatic Tekkz, both starting 1 and 2 and battling back in different fashion. We saw Tekkz looking very Tekkz-esque, very dominant in his final group games throughout the Swiss stage. And then we saw the Oostin versus Filza might be the matchup or the best game to rewatch top to bottom from this weekend thus far. I know we're only into the second day, but that one's going to last. The comeback, the back and forth. I had lots of people hitting me up saying, are you watching this? I was like, I'm at the event.
Right.
Yes.
Of course I'm
The
watching.
answer is yes, I'm watching it. Oostin throwing away a 3-goal spread. It was the only prediction that I got wrong. And I don't even feel like I got that one wrong because
come
Oostin,
on.
You got it wrong.
he was ahead.
Well.
He was ahead by 3. It was on Oostin.
But you still got it wrong.
The point is, winners that have that pedigree figure out a way to get the job done. And now they've moved on to day number 2 and they get a reset.
Now, do you feel like that reset is going to help them? Maybe all the players, right?
I think it usually does. Like we've seen that kind of time and time again. And I guess none other than last time when I think I said about yesterday, Rafsu didn't have the greatest start to Swiss and then came back and kind of defeated other people that he didn't defeat. Megabit was one of those guys. So yeah, had a much better second day.
Okay. Well, one of the things I think is going to be a much better second day. I've got some information on Twitch drops. Some Twitch information. Make sure you link your EA and Twitch account. It starts there. But we have some live viewership rewards. Because if you haven't already done so, like I said, you got to link those EA and Twitch accounts, and you have a chance to win a mid-icon Zambrata, Manuel Neuer inform, rare mixed player packs, rare player packs. So to recap, these items will be dropped at different times throughout today to a selection of live viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account. So make sure you make that happen. But that's not all, everybody. In addition to being eligible for daily live viewership rewards, all live viewers with a linked EA and a Twitch account are guaranteed to receive a number of FIFA Global Series Club items, including new limited edition kits, tifos, stadium dressing, and much more. And finally, all live viewers with a linked account who participate in the Twitch extension in the trivia or pick'em features, didn't speak very good English there, trivia, on both Saturday and Sunday, will receive an untradeable gold player pack by Monday. So yeah, there's a lot of information for you guys, but we're trying to reward you for being loyal followers. Another incredible day of action here on Saturday for day 2 of the knockout rounds. So yeah, make sure you link your EA and Twitch account. I think that's where it starts. All right. So there were some other top stories. Go ahead.
Did you say stadium dressing?
I did.
I've never heard that terminology. Well, what does that entail? What all do we get included in a stadium
there's like
dressing?
ranch dressing.
I mean, it
and
is
there's
around lunchtime right now. I'm just telling you guys.
I'm kind of hungry right now.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm still on the stadium dressing. I'm going to use that.
So one thing we didn't discuss that I think needs to be brought up is the fact that MsDossary went 5-0 yesterday. He didn't lose a game. Now, if you guys don't know, he has won the last 2 years, the second major of the last 2 years. And this is the second major of the season. Do you think that bodes well for him?
I went to try and talk to him this morning, but he was kind of like locked in. And I tried to get a few words from his coach, Levinken, who again is a man of very few words. I'm not being nasty here, I'm just saying. He's not a man of very few words. But what I actually got from Levinken was that it's motivating him more to be back. He was like, I love being a coach, and it's great that Desiree is doing well. I said, what are you adding? He said, not much, I'm just telling him that keep scoring goals. And he said, yeah, his goal now is to be back for FUT Champions Cup 3. So he's like, Desiree doing well is helping him as well. So let's see if Lev can come back in a couple of weeks' time. But Desiree, I mean, back to being the king of Bucharest so far.
All right, let's take a look at today's schedule so you guys know what's coming up. Kickoffs are going to be coming up very, very soon. We're in the pre-show right now. And then it's going to be PS4 and Xbox round of 16. All those games will be being played at the same time. If the game that we show as our feature match isn't the one that you want to watch, you can go to watchfifaglobalseries.com and pick any one that you want that's playing. And then, as you can see there, it plays out. We have 2 quarterfinals PS4, then Xbox, and then you guys kind of emerge there at the end of the show. But now let's get into, well, the playoff bracket. Just to catch up, everybody, if you didn't see it yet online, PS4 is going to be first. And there's some tasty matchups here. Some very good ones that I like. Hashtag Harry versus Filza is one that jumps out for me. Gravesen Stokes. Anything for you guys?
I mean, I talked about it yesterday, but JRE Lion and Roma Dami, I think is going to be a classic matchup.
Yeah, that is very good.
Tuga and Yago. Basically, it's all about the bottom corners. Bottom left corner, bottom right corner, those opening matchups, you're not going to want to miss them.
All
Jimmy,
right.
you just said Harry for Filzer, and Wes, the hashtag team manager, was just saying, well, those two guys have faced each other 3 times in the last 2 weeks, and we know which way it's gone for Filzer.
Wow. We'll see if Harry can bounce back from there. And here is Xbox side of things. MsDossary taking on Jambo. Yeah, it could be a long day for Jambo, potentially. Sammy's been a big surprise. He's taken down a couple scalps so far in this tournament. He takes on EnRaZic, so that top bracket. And then MsDossary, obviously he has a nice history with EnRaZic, so that would be a good game to see. Any other ones for you guys?
I think Jamie must feel very unlucky to have had his best performance really in a Swiss stage and get rewarded with playing Fnatic Tekkz.
And then Jamie and Lyrics, his teammate, potentially, if they win, they've got really hard draws. Obviously, you just said he's got Tekkz, and Lyrics has got Sakul. They could meet, and then where does FUT was Dan, he's the manager. Where does he go with loyalty?
Did you see
it's
the
so
meme?
tough.
Did you see the
I
meme on
did,
Twitter? Have you seen it?
Yeah.
It's good. It's
a
good
one.
material.
We might actually show it a little bit
I hope
later
there's
for
a
you guys.
graphic we can show on screen.
Well, I got some good news for you guys. I know the matchup of the day, the featured match, Gravesen versus Stokes. That is going to be our featured match for this one. Gravesen went 4-1 yesterday, quietly playing very well. He's an excellent player, Mike.
Yeah, and I talked to him before the event, and he said before any of the games got started, I'm feeling really confident. He played a few warm-up games. He said this fits everything that I'm doing right now. Myself and JRE Lion, obviously both Spanish competitors, partners, been training together.
Right.
And they both say that they feel really comfortable going into this event. This is going to be a game that includes goals. This is not going to be a low-scoring affair. We know Stokes gets forward, and I consider Gravesen more of a balanced player. He's good defending and good going forward, not necessarily going to all-out attack or all-out defending. We see a lot of people that are passive or very aggressive. He's kind of somewhere in between. But I'm expecting this to be a classic as well.
All right, well, we've talked about the man himself, Gravesen, that is. Let's hear from him right now. Check this out.
At this tournament, I'm not afraid someone. I'm more afraid at what I can do. Like, I think if I play at my 100% level, I know I can beat anyone out there. I've done it, and I can do it now. So I think it's more about fight with myself rather than playing with other players. But I think Maestro would be like the biggest opponent I can face here. At FUT Champions Cup Stage 1, Yago surprised me a lot. He's a friend of mine, and I think he's a really strong player, but I didn't think he was going to be a top 2 level. And then, I don't know, maybe Lucas Rep, the Brazilian guy. He was really, really strong. He beat Nicolas, one of the best players in the world, for me the best PS4 player. So it has to be the South Americans, Lucas Rep and Yago. I think the best offensive player in the world in PS4 has to be Ustun, Future FC Ustun. The best defensive player in the world has to be Tuga. I think he's stronger online than he is at LAN events, but at LAN events he's really, really strong, and I think he can be a top 4 level player here. I think a player that works really fine out of his position is Vieira. I saw Lyrics, the Xbox guy, playing with him as a defender, and I tried to play with him as a defender, and he's a beast, so I gotta go with Vieira. I think the most passionate pro player is Yago. Like, I think he really loves the game. He really loves this environment, so I think Yago, the Argentinian guy. And my most important quality is my mental aspect. I think the tournament is really good for us, the Spanish player, and it has made us improve a lot, because 3 years ago, maybe 1 or 2 Spanish qualified for an event in the whole year. Now you have JRA, you have Andoni, you have Angelito, you have Zidane, you have me. I think there is like 6, 8 really strong players in Spain, and I think it's because of La Liga, because we have a regular tournament. We can play every month at a LAN event. You compete, you get better, and I think it's because La Liga, and I think they're doing a really, really good job.
So pretty good insight from Gravesen about what he likes, other players that he likes. What I found interesting was that he saw something that Lyrics did in stage 1 with getting Vieira and putting him back as a center back, and now it seems to be a trend that everybody's seeming to follow because it's working to great effect. It must be cool to be a trendsetter. Not to say that Gravesen is, but for lyrics and to be in the pro scene and be like, I really like that idea, and then how you implement that, and then how you figure out a way to then have success when everybody's trying to do the same types of things.
That's the word, they're having success with doing that, because I was just speaking to Dr. Nightwatch, who is coaching lyrics, and I was like, oh, Joey took your team as well, and he's gone out. And Dr. Nightwatch was like, well, you know, you have to be a good player as well to implement on a team. Not saying that Joey's not, but he was like,
you're just taking all sorts of shots today.
I'm just saying what
happened last night, Rachel?
She was just regurgitating what Dr. Nightwatch said.
Would you just let
I'm
me
sure
leave?
that he did not want that clip.
Wow.
Do you want me to leave?
No,
I got just 5 degrees hotter.
Maybe it's because none of us slept last night because there was a party going on in the hotel. There was a party going on in the hotel. That's why we're like a little bit later. There we go.
Too much information.
Do some backtracking. Do what you got to do here.
I know, I'm not backtracking. You can if you want.
The point is, you want to have a competitive advantage.
Right.
This is a competition at the end of the day. Everybody here has enough, they have enough friends.
Yeah.
So you're just trying to figure out what is a way that I can put myself in a better position from the meta, from the squad building, that's going to suit my play style best. And that's something that we always compliment Fnatic Tekkz at doing, especially last year. Every event, he seems like he was one step ahead of the competition in terms of reinventing himself or understanding a meta or adding something new into his gameplay, because you can watch everything back. Therefore, people start to say, okay, this is what worked, I'm going to do this. And you have to then almost take that into consideration and make that adjustment.
And Tekkz is one of the best in the world at that. So give me a quick prediction, Gravesen versus Stokes. Who do you like? Mike, I'm starting with you.
I think Stokes is going to get the upset. I think Stokes is going to get the upset. Gravesen had an amazing day one. Love the guy, but I think this is going to, I think Stokes is going to make this happen.
Rachel?
I'm going with Mike. I'd say Stokes is underdog, but I think, yeah, Stokes is going to do it.
I'm going with Gravesen.
Oh.
Viva España. And now it's time to bring in our casters that have been calling this, Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley. Hey guys, what's up? How are you? Good to see your faces.
Sorry, mate, just catching up on my sleep from last night.
Me too, Rich. Me too.
Hello, Jimmy. How are we doing? Good afternoon, obviously, for day 2 of the competition. Really excited to get into this game. Obviously, our first time of actually getting to see Gravesen and Stokes in the Global Series this year. Both made it into the knockouts, and for me, it should be a really exciting game.
Yeah, it should be a good one, so we look forward to hearing your call.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And yeah, you caught up on your sleep now, mate?
I'm feeling ready. I'm feeling refreshed. That little 5 minutes, just there.
Couldn't be serious. I was trying to hold it together there. But yeah, welcome back, guys. Welcome to day 2 of the FUT Champions Cup here in Bucharest, Romania. And yeah, it's really going to be an exciting game. We're waiting for, obviously, both players to get this one underway. Round of 16, we're going to be covering all of the matchups. And this is the first time we've really seen Gravesen and we've really seen Stokes in action. Gravesen, virtual La Liga winner last year. Crazy amount of money, like 40,000 euros was up for grabs there, and you saw the emotion pour out of him. But also, I think the thing that's really benefited him this year, this early on in the competitive year, is being able to play in the national team. They played against Norway, they played against Portugal, obviously representing Spain and playing with the likes of JRA Lion, you know, all those guys. It's really helped him and brought him ready for this first tournament.
Yeah, 100%. I think as well, you're looking at Stokes, what he's actually offering you as a pro player. Unbelievable attacking play, and you saw him against Houston. Really, really solid performance.
Yeah, it was a really solid performance indeed. And looking at their runs, of course, in this tournament, a fantastic run from both players as well. Gravesen won 4 games in a row. Round 1, he won against Fiddle. Round 2, he played up against Adamu, obviously the USA player. Lost in the waves of Maestro. Was 4-0 in his games until he came up against, of course, Clash Crazy in round 5, and he won there, and that was how he looked coming into today. But we are going to get this one underway. We will try and give you coverage of every single round of 16 matchup that is taking place in the tournament right now. But Stokes, though, new team for the FIFA 20 season. It's not a bad roster as well, is it? I think it's Neo.
Himself, Gorilla on the Xbox as well, and then you got Zach Moore as the coach. He was with him at the grand final alongside Bullock. And out of the Swiss stages into this round of 16, as you said, Brandon, all round of 16 games currently taking place. Some will be staggered, so we'll be able to bring you coverage of some of those games. One of the special matches is FUT Jamie versus Fnatic Tekkz, so we'll be jumping to that game after this match has finalised.
Here we go. It's going to be our first attack of this game. It's Zambrotta. Probably out of position, out in right back, just driving down that right-hand side to try and get something moving for him. It will be Gravesen from left to right in his DUX kit. Obviously, it is part of FIFA 20 Ultimate Team now as part of those that kit pack that a number of you guys were able to pick up from watching at the last FUT Champions Cup. And of course, you can actually win it again by tuning in over the 3 days in stage 2. Back in Bucharest again, of course. Will we find a new winner tomorrow? We will find that winner and crown maybe a new champion. Tekkz is still in the competition, though, after quite a rocky Swiss format yesterday. But these two, it's our first time we've been able to really watch them in the FIFA 20 Global Series. Of course, only the second major of the year, but the interesting thing that I think is a great talking point, Richard, is that Stokes has moved over to PlayStation.
Just about to say that, yeah, he's moved from Xbox to PlayStation. Mainly, you'd probably say for the qualifying as well. Yeah, it was about... On the Xbox, there's a lot of good UK, Europe players on Xbox, as there is on PlayStation, but I think also the Club World Cup benefit as well with the Xbox and PlayStation. Gorilla playing on Xbox, and now you can have Stokes on the PS4.
Yeah, exactly that. I spoke to Stokes a little bit earlier, and he said that he was able to join that team, obviously, with Neo. I think it's a partner club alongside Stark Esports. A little bit like Focus Clan. We saw, obviously, them launch, and they've got the likes of Stylo, Sakul, and, of course, the world champion, MoAuba. On the other side of that, we've got Gorilla, an ex-world champion, and Stokes. Zatmore coach at the moment. First attack of the game, and the first goal as well. Fantastic finish from Neymar. And Gravesen getting things moving within the first half. Fantastic performance in day 1 of the competition yesterday, and still seems on fire in day number 2.
Worked the space very, very effectively on the edge of the box. Opened up with Neymar on that left foot. Some players decide to stick with Neymar, others deciding to go for the icons, but he's such a well-rounded player. He's Neymar. He's quick. He's got unbelievable ball control, dribbling, composure inside the box, also offering you the 5-star weak foot. He is sort of Cruyff-esque in the way that he plays. Very similar stats.
Well, if there was any nerves brewing over the last 12 hours, where he's been preparing for his first knockout match in the FIFA 20 Global Series, those nerves would be brushed aside now. 20 minutes in, he scored his first goal.
You see that the way that he's playing right now as well. Pretty free-flowing in the attacking third. Neymar, Messi, all involved for him, and as more Team of the Week players get involved and get integrated into the FUT system and the ecosystem of Ultimate Team, those players will start to feature in player squads. In form Messi, in form Mbappe coming off the bench, in form Ronaldo as a substitute as well. And when Team of the Year rolls round, these teams will be completely different from what we're seeing right now.
I think it's great as well. We're seeing two, you could say, veterans in the competitive FIFA scene as well, playing at their best for another season ahead. We saw the rebirth, we should say, of Tom Stokes last year. Was a playoff champion.
Yep.
Let's not forget that on Xbox. Was able to play at the E-World Cup Grand Final, his first one.
And top 8 as well.
Yeah, made top 8. Really good first year for him. You know, we say first year, we've really seen him back competing at the high level.
I think you were always looking at FIFA esports and thought, I could do that, but a lot of players look at it and they don't actually apply themselves. I think FIFA 19, it suited the way that Stokes wanted to play. And he just burst onto the scene in the first couple of weeks of FIFA 19. You knew that
he was there at the West Ham Esports Cup, Richard.
West Ham Esports Cup. He made the first 2 events in the first 2 qualifying months. He very, very quickly asserted himself as one of the top UK players. And if it wasn't for Tekkz last year, he would have won more majors.
Cut back inside. Sabio just trying to get Messi on the ball. And I have to agree with you there, Richard. I feel like it really was his year last year, Tom Stokes.
And he kept running to Tekkz on Xbox.
If we had to look back on the year and recap maybe with some of the best performers or breakout performance of the year, he'd certainly be in the conversation.
He would definitely top 10 players from last year, 100%. I'd probably put him in the same sort of bracket as maybe Stefano Pina. I think you can't put him in the same bracket as Nicholas, MsDossary, or Tekkz. But that one underneath, with Pina, with MoAuba, consistent players, and one time throughout the year, won a big tournament.
Chance for 2, maybe for Gravesen. Back to goal, and he's done so well with Neymar. I think Tom Stokes is asking questions about how he's been able to squeeze that one in the near post, pass to Stegen. The ball just got zipped into the box. It was quite a heavy touch originally with the right foot of Neymar. And you can see the passion outpour from Gravesen. It's 2-0 up. He's 2 to the good. And he's honestly the only one that's been really creating chances in this game.
Yeah, really, really sort of interesting shot at the near post there. He backed himself and smashed it home with Neymar. And I'll tell you what, Neymar has been his magic man so far in this first 45 minutes. Stokes not to register a shot on target yet.
He's looked so impressive as well, Gravesen. Carrying over that form from last year as well.
He could be in again here as well. Look at Neymar at the back post, peeling away. He's got acres of room.
He's tried to force it instead to Eusebio. And
I think that was the ball that they were actually aiming for. I think that's where he wanted that ball to go through to Neymar. But I think maybe a tactical change is needed here for Stokes, because it's Neymar coming off of that left-hand side where he's getting the room in behind. I'm not sure what formation Stokes is playing at this stage.
At half-time, as the referee does bring that first half to a close. 2-0 though to Gravesen from Ducks Gaming. The Spaniard does lead 2 goals to nil. There is still a second leg as well, and you know, you ask why he's leading. Look at the stats: 2 shots. Obviously, 1 hit the post, hence why the first shot wasn't registered on target. But the ball went in the back of the net, not once but twice in that first half. Something needs to change here for Stokes, and you're asking questions of Zach Moore now. Zach Moore, give him some sort of pep talk to really get him going in this second half. He only dropped 1 game, Gravesen, yesterday, and it was in round 5 against Clash Crazy. Who was fantastic at the last cup, and you know, went all the way to the console final in that on the PlayStation. So he did very, very well. Here we go then into the second half. Can there be a response? We have still got a second leg to come.
It just seems as though Stokes is a slow starter right now. We saw him in the first game on the stream yesterday in the Swiss rounds, and he did suffer a defeat to the hands of Houston.
First game as well, wasn't it? 7-6.
Right, first game on, 2-0 down inside the first 45 minutes, and not really, we're not seeing the same Stokes that we saw yesterday in that first match against Houston. Houston plays a way as well where he does let you play FIFA, he does let you play attacking, expansive football, because he will attack as well. Gravesen right now, he's just silencing him. That's good pressure though.
He has won the ball back. R9 quite deep though. Needs an option in Neymar. Can he just peel off in front of him? He's been so impressive on the other side of the pitch for Gravesen, involved in both of his goals. Neymar will pick up the ball. A few ball rolls to try and open up some sort of space. Pull it though. 3 players on him. Can't really go anywhere. There's Neymar dropping the shoulder. Shot comes in and just wide of the left-hand post.
And that right there is probably the difference between a 92 Neymar, and if Neymar was to get a team of the season, a team of the year throughout the rest of the FIFA 20 Global Series, that goes in. I think that's why you see the teams change so much. When prime icons are released, a prime Cruyff, that probably goes in right there.
It's just that, what, that +3, that +4 on the stat.
On the finishing,
it depends what statistic it is. Yeah, obviously there's so many of them. It really does make the difference in those kind of match-winning situations, or those big match moments where you need to score a goal to bring you back into a game. We saw a number of them yesterday, including Cristiano Ronaldo, still, you know, popping up and showing exactly what he's all about. Great little fake shot around the corner from Cruyff. Ball roll. Tried to play it back into R9. He's done so well to withheld that pressure from Gravesen. Now Gravesen can play straight out the back. Messi, lovely little flick onto the left-hand side. And Carlos Alberto, a staple in at right back. So about 95% of pros in this tournament. He's able to switch it all the way across.
It's nice to see, look, FIFA 20, it's brought us the new icons, and those icons have come straight into people's teams. Carlos Alberto, Zambrotta, your fullbacks.
Like Zidane in there as well, who a lot of players are choosing to trust over Vieira. See, Hullit's not moving anywhere.
I'm sure down the line, potentially maybe even when Prime Icon moments are released, moments Dag Leash potentially might come into players' teams, especially on the bench.
Zambrotta happy to interchange with Vieira, and that's been a common factor all weekend long, seeing the likes of Zambrotta getting involved in attacks. Carlos Alberto as well. It really just overloads the flanks, and Ter Stegen had to come out, he had to be brave there. He's done well to clear that one. Actually going to keep in. Yes, he is. Johan Cruyff able to drive now on this right-hand side.
I think he's actually playing Ter Stegen on 7 chemistry as well in goal, with Virgil van Dijk at centre-back. Stokes.
He has been the goalkeeper of choice for a number of pros as well. So quite a lot of Yashin in stage 1. So just under 2 weeks ago in the exact same location where we are right now. We know the story there though. It was with a Filza Tekkz cross-console final. Both those two still in the tournament, but did not have the easiest of Swiss runs.
I think that's the winning mentality though, isn't it? The championship mentality of both the players. They played poor yesterday and they still made it through today too.
Doesn't matter how they got it done. They just ensured they did get through and they got the wins that they needed. They got the 3 wins on the board. See Tekkz playing all the way to a round 5 in a must-win matchup. Just 10 minutes left in this game. Gravesen will actually get one more chance. A good chance, potentially. He's done so well there with Messi, just to bring him in from the right-hand side. He's schooled Zambrotta. I think Neymar dropped back as well to try and help. R9 so dangerous in these areas. Can go on his left, can go on his right. We know he's got that 5-star weak foot. Van Dijk does so well, though. And we still have to say it, we haven't seen a shot from Tom Stokes.
Yeah, he's not really even been getting the ball into his attacking players, into his strikers. A lot of pro players will say, just getting the ball into your strikers, you might not get a shot out of it, but it's promising, you're making good strides. This is a good opportunity.
Can you find Hullet on the edge of the box? Cruyff tried to find the pass, forced it in the end. Hullet still able to sweep it up. Has to make something work here. A little scoop turn from Neymar. Again, there when you run straight into Van Dijk, it's never going to be easy to try and just pass by him.
And right now, Stokes is needing a massive second leg with 3 minutes left. Gravesen's going to probably get the last chance in this matchup here in the round of 16.
Added time to follow, probably of about 2 minutes. And Gravesen looking on fire at the moment. Has not put a foot wrong in this matchup. You can see the maturity as well. He's been around FIFA esports for a very long time. Part of that Spanish community as well, which has thrived over the recent years with the likes of Andoni coming into play. JRA Lion. Gravesen, one of the first around though. There we go. 2-0 win for him. 2-0 advantage as well to take into the second leg for him. And this is where it's important because Zach Moore, you know, he's been employed as a coach for Team Neo. He needs to get something changed for Stokes because he didn't create a chance. It's as simple as that, Rich. He didn't have a shot on target.
This is where he earns his money right now, does Zach Moore, because that man on your screen right there, Ducks Gaming's Gravesen, is in pole position to be setting up a tie in the quarterfinals, either against #Harry or Wolves for Filza. Interesting stat you were telling me just before we went live, Brandon, about the returning players from 2 weeks ago. Out of the 32 players that we've got in the knockouts right now, only 6 on PlayStation, I believe that's correct, and 8 on Xbox. Sort of shows you how in 2 weeks there's been quite a bit of a change in
There really has been, yeah,
the way that people are playing. But that's 14 players who have made the knockouts, and only 20 players were at the event. You said there were 40 new players at this event.
24 on top, so 40 plus 24, 64. So yes, so as you said, that's 10 players that return to this event that have played poorly. Spider Kong, Lucas Rep.
So more players have made the knockouts than gone out.
Yeah.
Which shows, I said it a little bit earlier in the broadcast yesterday, and we were doing a bit of preview, that in 2 weeks' time, not a lot's going to change. these players who made the knockouts, the majority of them have
Should
made
make the knockouts again, yeah.
And they have, yeah.
I think it's great as well that we've seen that influx of new players as well for the season that need to get points, and it's really going to be great for the Global Series rankings as well that we've got some new faces such as both of these two players in there playing very well too. If they can start knocking points off the likes of Filza, who's top of the pack at the moment on the PlayStation, on the top of the ranking. If Tekkz surprisingly doesn't make it through to day 3, that's going to change things up as well, Richard, because people are going to be taking points off each other, and that top 10, that top 16, the top 32, which is going to keep on moving round, and it's great to see this early onto the season.
Well, I've got a little bit of time in between the legs. Is there anybody that you want to highlight as someone who's maybe you've been surprised with how well they've performed? For me, I said it on the couch. I said GT Omega, Mark Marley. When he was 2-2, I thought that he would get through to the knockouts, and he has succeeded in that. He's taking on Mol Nagalo right now.
I think for me, Richard, there's two players. I mean, we have to talk about FUT with Jamie. 3-0 in Swiss, then obviously dropped a game, then won a game, finished 4-1. We speak about all the time. He come all the way over from Australia, had to acclimatise himself to the jet lag. A lot of these players, it's something that no one really looks at. Also, I have to say Sammy Lummy. I know we're stuck on the Xbox at the moment, but Sammy Lummy, until his 5th game, Richard, he conceded 1 goal. Until his 5th game, his 5th round of Swiss. He did lose 5-1 in that game, but he beat Tekkz. The only game he lost before that was on a penalty shootout after 2 legs and 0-0. The man doesn't concede goals, and he's looked really, really impressive. He's in the knockouts, as you said, Richard, coming up a little bit later, up against EnRaZic, which is going to be a huge test for him. We'll talk about the PlayStation players when we do move over to PlayStation, because there's been a number of names there that have really surprised us too. Stokes. Nearly opening up his first chance of the game. As he said, though, both these players, their debut for the competitive year. I know it's only 2 cups into it out of 6, but it's good to get points going on that tally early on the leaderboard. The worst thing that can happen here will be Gravesen to score again. It'll be 3-0 up on aggregate, and Stokes will really be in a difficult place. Obviously, Stokes kicking from left to right in that blue strip. I think it's the Valencia away kit. Obviously, Neo's kit not in the game as of yet.
Play that on the right-hand side of your screen, Megabit. I don't think we've talked about him enough in this tournament as well so far. He's quietly going about his business, performing extremely well.
I think that suits players sometimes when they're not being spoken about. Some players prefer it. They can just get their head down. They can play the thief they know they can. Gravesen in possession. Messi back to Hullet. Still in possession, Eusebio back to Messi, and just like that.
He's absolutely loving that near post.
It's working for him every single time.
Little ball played into Messi. Smashed it in at that near post. That brings us 3-0 up for Gravesen. You see a little game update there. We'll be jumping to that game very shortly indeed. Fnatic Tekkz leading against FUT with Jamie 1-0.
And it's a similar story as well, Richard, that Gravesen scored within the first 20 minutes. Once again, he did it in the first leg, he's done it in the second leg. Now he's 3-0 up on aggregate. As you said, scores from other games. Tekkz 1-0 up at this moment in time. Up against FUT with Jamie. Matchmaking not being too fair to him. Stokes now has to score this one. Surely with you save,
Yashin.
That's why Yashin's in there for Gravesen. Not many players back him. But that Russian icon who wears a cap normally is able to pull out a huge save. Unfortunately, not on that occasion though. Stokes needed that, the first chance we've seen in over 100 minutes of in-game FIFA time. Who else would it be than R9 to get him back into this matchup?
He's been absolutely loving that little scoop turn straight into the shot. Tried it in the first leg with Neymar a couple of times, and there, just short corner, fisting to R9, scoop turn shot straight away. Rifling it into the bottom left corner there, and that's exactly what he needed. Did Tom Stokes to bring that deficit a little bit closer to turning around right now.
Messi with a little dink into R9. Stegen nearly in no man's land and was nearly stitched up there. We've had R9 and Eusebio just running at him, looking for a deflection. You feel like that goal might have sparked a comeback or some confidence for Tom Stokes. Seems like he's just moving with a bit more intent in and around the box of Gravesen. Another shot on target.
You saw that shake of the head there. Pretty disappointed with how that attack turned out, because it was a nice little move as well. You know, moving through the gears, and I think Neymar just took a little bit of a bad touch and already sort of fired up the shot input.
Possession changes hands once again. Stokes will come forward.
Looking a lot more comfortable now with Stokes as well. I feel like goal got the blood flowing a little bit now. Got the confidence on the rise.
Watch out towards the back post. Cruyff is there. That we're going to see across. He's going to try and play it in. Just force that ball with Vieira, and unfortunately paid the price as well. And losing possession. Gravesen, though, so good in these areas, can just get himself out of the next thing you know, Messi's through, and Messi will pick up the ball. Neymar, watch out at the back post. You've got Eusebio as well, just hovering around that penalty area. Messi still in possession, went for the cross. It's still going to fall back to the feet of the Argentine. Alberto Vieira. Who's going to take that shot or goal? He's going to be patient with it. It's just going to latch onto Eusebio. Ball back to Eusebio again. Huge save from Ter Stegen, cleared away.
So scrappy inside the box there. Looked as though the ball was just bouncing around like a pinball machine. You didn't know if he tackled it. You didn't know if it were bouncing back towards Gravesen's attacking players. Big save from Ter Stegen. And then even when the save had happened, you didn't know where it was going to rebound to the ball.
Still not dealt with either, Richard. You can see another score update. Tundra, MsDossary up against West Ham Jambu. 0-0 in that game. Jambu, really impressive performance from him. Went 0-2, Richard. Had to win every single matchup after that to stay in the tournament. And that's exactly what he did, all the way to round 5 in the end. And massive performance for him so far. Non-stop attack. Gravesen surely with Messi once again. Just tucking in that near post.
Everything at the near post is turning into goal right now for Gravesen. Lovely little interplay between Messi and R9. Messi on his right foot as well.
Not many players back it.
Having the confidence to be able to shoot with Messi at that near post.
Probably has been the MVP across these two legs for Gravesen alongside Neymar. Both wingers been simply fantastic for him.
And then one who was lucky enough to pack that in-form Messi or get him in your player picks. Unfortunately not for me. But unbelievable player.
Yeah,
only going to get better throughout the year as well.
Wouldn't have been a bad little steal from your weekend league rewards.
Got to think he's going to be in team of the year, so you're probably looking at a 98, 99 Messi then as well. And it's quite crazy to think that last year Messi wasn't really involved at all until team of the year, when he got that huge physical jumping heading accuracy boost. His heading was such a pivotal part of FIFA 19. Whereas this year, I think the smaller, agile players are going to be a threat.
And that is why, naturally, a lot of people have been backing Messi over the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo. There's still a few Cristiano Ronaldo fans out there who can't replace, you know, some of his stats, how good he is in the air, in the attacking third. Those big match moments we were talking about yesterday, Richard, where Ronaldo was popping up and scoring goals. Added time of just 2 minutes. It's a 3-goal advantage still to Gravesen. In this matchup, a little lofted ball into R9. Referee will blow up for half-time. Unfortunately, though, hasn't really changed the scoreline for him. He looks so comfortable. And on that note, Richard, we are going to jump over to another game now. FUT Lyrics against Focus Sakul. We are going to join it in a very controversial moment in which Sakul has given away a penalty. This is going to be a penalty, though, that falls to Lyrics, and it could be a chance for him to have an emphatic turnaround. He was clearly 2-0 down in this game, coming into it, scores it as well of R9 in the right bottom corner. He looks like he's been practicing them at home.
Yeah, I was actually out in the players area after, I think Lyrics went to a penalty shootout with Crafty, if memory serves me correct. I know he was in a penalty shootout and he was just practicing his penalties in the skill games arena, alongside with Nightwatch, his coach, who is behind him for this event. And they were just talking about whether to green it, whether to just go low and hard into the corners, and you can see that the words of wisdom from Ivan there paying off for him, taking the lead.
30 minutes left. Lyrics, an incredible turnaround. He was clearly 1-0 down after leg number 1. We are speaking about the console finalist here.
And just a little look around the grounds at some of the results, Brandon, because I've got a few shocks for you.
Go on.
We were talking about Megabit. He's currently 3-0 down to NSE Vinny. Some of the latest updates here. Diogo and Aicardo currently 1 apiece. And Mark Marley Monlagabo 1-all on the Xbox.
Some really tight games coming over from the Xbox. Have a little dink into the box there, R9, trying to get on to the end of that one. And then some PlayStation scores.
Yep, your number 1 seed, Crazy Clash Gamer. 2-0 up against Gregadomu. You got Maestro currently 2-1 up as well. And Hashtag Harry looking to get a bit of revenge against Fafilza, 1-0 up.
Always a chance to get some revenge in this matchup. Sakul tried to cut it back into R9. Fantastic stayed from the German. Into Stegen. There's a chance to break away for Eusebio, though. He's just trying to wait on that last man. Looks like Roberto Carlos might be backed as well. Isn't it left back for Sakul? I want to get some confirmation on that. If the ball goes over to him, it looks like Roberto Carlos to me, though. And Zambrotta in at right back. Obviously, we know the big change for Lyrics' team. Spoke to Jimmy Conrad about it on the build-up to this tournament. Happy to back Vieira in its centre-back. Some players have tried to follow suit on that. Some players have not agreed with, you know, playing him out of position like that. They've tried him and they've said, you know, I just don't feel like he works in that area for me.
And you saw Vieira there at centre-back just bullying the attacking player. 90 aggression, 90 interceptions, 89 strength, 88 Vieira. He's off here at centre-half.
Lovely little flick on into Neymar. Unfortunately, too heavy for him. And Cruyff will try and peel away on the left-hand side. Speaking of Sakul, though, Richard, he was involved in FUT Champions Cup Stage 1. But he actually crashed out in this exact same position, if memory serves me correct, round of 16.
Yep, that is correct. And pretty tough game for him as well, for Sakul. Did go up to Tekkz.
Yeah, not the easiest games.
3 goals to 1.
And the other man on your screen, in Lyrics, went all the way to the console final in which he had to play against Tekkz, a fellow UK player. A fantastic run through the round of 16 and onwards.
Yeah, beating Rafsu and Dulla Mike on his way to that console final.
Well, here's a mistake he's made, though, Richard. He's probably going to have to pay for this. Carlos.
What a tackle.
In no man's land there. From his usual position at left back, Laurent Blanc had to time that one well, and I love that he's gone for the icon duo at the back of Laurent Blanc and Vieira.
See a little bit of aggravation there from Lyrics as he passes the ball into Sakul's hands for another attack here on goal.
You see him tracking the run as well with Vieira. Of Johan Cruyff. R9 can be so deadly in and around the box. Eusebio looking for a little bounce. Him to lock on to. This is calm, though. Very composed from Lyrics. He was used to doing this. He's been in knockout matches before, Richard, as well.
You see a team press coming out from Sakul as well. Look at those black shirts starting to swarm up the pitch. And that's what happens. The press pays effect for him. He's bringing on the attacking changes as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see CR7 come on as well, the big game player for the big moment.
So he's gone for Zambrotta at right back. I know you were telling me about his weak foot yesterday. Is that simply why, do you think? Or
so what he's doing there, he's using the 86 Zambrotta, which actually comes out of packs as a right back. He's the 86 Zambrotta, then you've got the 87 Zambrotta over at left back. So he's got a couple of different items, the 86 and the 87.
So you can see the other right back that a number of players have been backing in. Carlos Alberto just sitting on the bench for him. 7 minutes left. Lyrics with a very small advantage in this game. He'll be looking to go the full way this time after losing that very tightly contested console final. A match that was worth $15,000 for him. If he won that, he would have been in a final up against Fafilza. was funny as well. I was looking at his Twitter today. He said, "I've had dreams of scoring winning goals at E-World Cup finals.
They're not dreams anymore.
They are simply not dreams anymore for him," which is massive for him to say as well. This early on into the season, he's got a bit of
confidence.
He's got a fantastic kind of aura around him.
Swagger. He's got a swagger. He's got a confidence. He's feeling himself right now. However, Sakul, he's got 3 minutes left to save his tournament.
He might actually get a chance as well. Once again, Vieira, take a bow. Fantastic defending. Zidane was off. He was offside by a mile, though. Off his switcher play. Out to Pele, who's near enough fresh as well. Get the ball out to him. He'll win that running race. Again to Vieira on this time. Goalie's off his line. He wants to rush the shot. He's not going to fall into that trap, though. Toys to go one way, goes the other. Possession will change hands. This will be the last chance of the game for Sakul. 1 minute left. He just rushed it, didn't he? Tried to find Neymar. And I think this is with Lyrics' 2 win now. And really his to throw away as well. Sakul knows it's game over. There's the celebration from Lyrics. And Lyrics will move on once again to the next stage of the tournament. Into the quarterfinals he will go. And he's still looking to top up what he did in stage 1, Rich. He wants to go that one step further.
And if the score from Tekkz remains the same and Tekkz does beat Jamie, we're going to have a console final rematch in the quarterfinals.
We are
between
indeed.
Lyrics and Tekkz.
Tekkz up against Jamie at the moment in that round of 16 game. We'll give you updates on it. But another game we've jumped over to. The current E-World Cup champion in MoAuba up against Gabry, the Italian player. He made it through Swiss yesterday. Went about his business quite quietly, and he's in a very tightly contested match where there's only been 1 goal in it. You wonder what they're playing for. You can see that exactly on your screen. Winning this game could literally earn you $2,500.
You see MoAuba here with 5 minutes left to see this game out. Gabry, all-out attack, team pressing. Eusebio, what's that running side?
Watch out for Messi. Messi's just going to wait for the run. Tries to just score the keeper. That's a very dangerous pass from Laurent Blanc.
He was so adamant on passing the ball back and sort of scoring the sweaty goal. I think that's cost him. As soon as he went past the goalkeeper, he could have shot. The shot opened up.
I'm speaking to Mo's coach today as well, saying, you know, I think Mo's playing well, and he said, I don't even think we've seen the best version of Mo yet. We saw a very different version of MoAuba that went out in Swiss, back at stage 1, came into stage 2 and played really well, and we saw a completely different attacking MoAuba that was scoring goals. He was free-flowing in his movements, and he's about to go through to a quarter-final.
It's crazy to think that 2 weeks ago, MoAuba wasn't even playing today. He was out. He was probably still waking up. He was still in bed. And now he's about to secure himself into a quarter-final.
Yeah, certainly backing up those performances from last year. Was one of the most consistent players as part of the Global Series, from the first event to the E-World Cup final where he lifted that trophy. Picked himself up and moved to the Focus clan at the beginning of this season as well. Unfortunately, his teammate, though, Sakul, out the tournament. Just lost that game to Lyrics that we just left. Lyrics is through, as we know. We'll keep you updated of other scores as well from around the other round of 16 knockout matches. No second chances in knockout football, as we've seen already. Eusebio once again.
It's game over.
No idea where he wanted to go, and that'll be full-time. MoAuba moves through to the quarterfinals. And as you said, Richard, what 10 days can do in competitive FIFA from a man that crashed out in Swiss and really did look defeated, didn't know how he wanted to play this game, comes back with a new plan, a new mindset, and now he's in the quarterfinals.
The next game that we're going to be going to, Fnatic Tekkz versus FUT Jamie. Let's see how this game is shaping up right now. We'll be jumping into that any second, and it's currently 2-0 to Tekkz. Quite a little bit of time for Jamie to try and turn this game around.
Yeah, there's a long time left in this matchup. I know when Jamie saw his match for today, he was a little bit worried, saying, could I have not had anyone else other than Tekkz? Obviously, Tekkz only going 3-2 in Swiss would have changed the seeding. Jamie went 4-1 in Swiss, only dropping 1 game. Tekkz had a rocky road yesterday when it came to groups. Not once, but twice he was an elimination matchup. Round 4, he was 1-2. Beat Joey in that game. And had to go to a final round in which he played against Alexander. Won that 4-0, Richard. Does not concede many goals, does this man?
It's almost like you annoyed Tekkz by beating him, by putting him in an elimination matchup. Because then, since then, the Joey game and then the Alexander game, he's looked pretty good, I have to say. And Jamie, obviously he'll be sort of frustrated that this is the matchup that he's got, but to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And right now, Tekkz is the man.
He has got plenty of time still, Jamie, if he does want to try and turn this one round. He did lose the first leg, 1-0. And halfway into this leg, he is 1-0 down as well. So 2-0 on aggregate. He does trail in this matchup.
So stats at halftime as well. 1 shot, 0 on target. You see a slight change of the custom tactics and instructions here. Come back on defence on all 3 cams and come back on defence for his striker as well. You know what sort of game plan that Tekkz is going to be playing right now. Kylian Mbappe in form as well, brought on for Garincha at right mid.
Yeah, Garincha being part of his plans, you would say, from stage 1. Part of the team that did win him the $50,000 and got his name on a trophy once again, that FUT Champions Cup, that he continues to keep on winning.
Just want to see another little
update.
Little update around the grounds.
Any big talking points, that Mark Miley game, you can see him on your screen now with GT Omega. Is there an update on how he is getting on? I know he's playing against Morna Garbo. We left it when it was 1-1.
I can give you an update for that. Still currently 1-1. Gabrielle and Dylan Mike currently 5-3 to Gabrielle.
Wow, Dylan Mike, as we said.
And
fantastic
MsDossary
run for him.
Currently 2-0 up against Jambo. EnRaZic putting the sword to Sami Lumni. 5-0 up.
Wow.
He's Razek.
Obviously, EnRaZic still a free agent as well. I'd probably go out and say on a limb, Richard, that one of the most consistent players at a FUT Champions Cup is EnRaZic. Will always get to the knockouts.
No matter what game.
And always gets far. He got to the quarterfinals in the stage 1.
What game, whether it's FIFA 18, 19 or 20, he always seems to make the last day.
Corner to come in from Jamie. Messi did very well there to get that round to Pele. Maldini stands strong. And Allison in goal for Tekkz. Obviously a big Liverpool fan as well.
I was speaking to Kojo, who manager of Tekkz with Fnatic and also has links with Roma as well. And we were talking about Dami, actually, and he was telling me that Dami has never not made it out of a group stage in any tournament he's played in. He's always made the knockouts. So maybe that's just the Kojo effect.
Well, if there is a Kojo effect, obviously
it's working.
He told us that stat yesterday that Tekkz lost his first game in 26 legs of FIFA. Obviously, as we said, he did lose 2 games in Swiss yesterday, but still made it through. I mean, it wouldn't be Tekkz if he didn't make it into the knockouts. Drag back, there's R9. He still nearly got past Zambrotta as well. This attack is not dealt with. Vieira into Mbappe. He's only just been subbed on. Drag back straight into danger again. Jamie able to just pick up possession. Still trailing by 2-0 though. He hasn't got much time left.
And now you're in the situation, you're playing against Tekkz. You saw that he's going to try and see this game out. He's going to try and keep hold of the ball. It's something that he's unbelievable at. Do you go constant pressure? Do you go team press and know that there's going to be holes for arguably one of the most delicate FIFA players and creative FIFA players to exploit? Or do you stay the way that you are and hope that chances just fall for you? That's the discussion that Jamie and Bill have had at half-time there.
Also as well, let's not forget when we were commentating on Tekkz's game yesterday was 4-0 up against Alexander in the first game. Second leg was 0-0.
Just saw it out.
Sees out games. When he needs to, he will see out the matchup. Here's R9 now. Vieira into Hullet, Eusebio. Again, just over-rushing it, keeping it too quick. Going to fall back to Eusebio again. And Allison, obviously being backed by Jamie in goal as well. The difference is, Tekkz's Allison not conceded a goal yet.
You see the comeback on defence in full effect here for Tekkz with his 3 cams on his striker.
He'll be able to keep the ball between those two centre midfielders every single time. Vieira and Hullet. You might as well call them best mates in the FIFA scene. There's a selection of pros that will always back them, even with the temptations of Zidane in there. R9 just toying with Vieira, who's in at centre-back, both Footwiz players, obviously Lyrics as well.
He's done very well to keep hold of the ball there, R9. Set up another attack, you recycle.
Ball roll again and again. Not fall into the trap though is Jamie. 20 minutes left, has to get the ball forward. It's a big switcher play on if he wants to find it. Eusebio simply just can't find that ball to Messi, and
frustrating right now. You saw the offside trap. He's got acres of room.
There's a risk when you play it into R9. And unfortunately, it looks like it will be the end of the road for the Australian. A fantastic day one yesterday. Unfortunately, let's just say his matchmaker wasn't too kind to him and put him up next to, or his seeding, I should say, put him up next to Tekkz in the round of 16, but you're never going to get an easy game.
Do you know what it is as well? With someone like Tekkz, you very similar to sort of Man United in their heyday, Liverpool right now, Man City right now. You have to play him on a bad day, and yesterday was Tekkz's bad day. In my opinion, he's only going to get better from here on out. So if you can find Tekkz on a bad day, like yesterday, where he is going to lose a couple of games, his shooting and his finishing might not be as clinical as it usually is. If you get Tekkz on a day where he's feeling confident, like he does right now, and he looks pretty motivated to win, he keeps on playing this narrative that he's not that bothered about it, but then Dan Gaskin asked him in the interview, so it's fine if you just go out in the round of 16? And he was like, no, we'll try and win. We'll try and win. I think he's motivated. He does want to win. And the thought of an MsDossary semi-final, I think that's the thing that is sort of piquing his interest right now.
Well, they would have matched, sorry. If Dossary won his games, they would have matched in a semi-final at stage one of the First FUT Champions Cup. It's a game that, I mean, the FIFA esports world want to see. Unfortunately, they couldn't see it at the last FUT Champions Cup. I'm sure we will see it at one point during the season. We saw it at the FUT Champions Cup 6 last year at Gfinity in London, where it was a crazy game, had all the talking points back then, who was the GOAT when it came to competitive FIFA. I'm sure one of them two want to get a win on each other early on in the FIFA 20 season. Referee plays on that. Done well to get down the byline, but there's always an answer, it seems, at the back for Tekkz. Maldini being the answer that time.
And that pass right there, just falling away for Jamie. And
Eusebio is going to get the leftovers from Maldini there. Or Blanc, I should say. Just watch that time just tick down, 3-0. Unfortunately, I just don't think there's any way back for him. Someone that is so good defensively, he knows exactly what to do. He doesn't need to go forward. He doesn't need another goal. Just see out that matchup and get himself into the next stage of the knockouts. We said this yesterday, Richard. Any FIFA player will say, forget about day one. Day two is different. You're in the knockouts. And simply anything can happen. R9 just toying there with Carlos Alberto.
We're watching Tekkz having a little warm-up session. Do you know how we were warming up? Playing FUT Champions. Playing Weekend League. Very relaxed. And you can see right now he's going to be moving on to set up a tie with Footwiz Lyrics, Jamie's teammate. Seems as though whenever Tekkz and Footwiz match up in Bucharest, Tekkz has had their number. Going all the way back to the LQE in May last year, the cross-console final between Footwiz Tom, now #Tom, and Tekkz. Tekkz won last weekend, 2 weekends ago I should say. Footwiz Lyrics and Tekkz in the console final. Tekkz won. Jamie now. Tekkz is going to be victorious. Lyrics has got a chance to end this nightmare for Footwiz in the quarterfinals.
Well, you
what
saw
a game
him.
that's going to be.
You saw him looking at the match, didn't you? All week long coming into this tournament. those big match moments and talking about why Vieira is his choice in a centre-back because of how quick he was to move. And they did have a little bit of banter. I'm sure Tekkz said, don't cry about it. But what a quarter-final. This is going to set up, Richard. Tekkz against Lyrics, a console final that we saw at the last FUT Champions Cup, and that is full time. Fnatic Tekkz will move on to the next stage of the tournament, into the last 8 on his console, Richard Buckley. Unfortunately, it's the end of the road. 4 FUT with Jamie, but an important number of FUT champions, sorry, a number of points of Global Series ranking points that he has collected here in Bucharest to take back to Sydney with him. And also, you know, he's got other opportunities this year with the E-League. I'm sure he'll be involved with Adelaide. And there you go. The commiserations from everybody at Team FUTWiz. We're not done yet, though, are we, Richard? We've got another game to jump to. Icaro looks like he's just scored a goal against Diogo from Sporting Club de Portugal, the Portuguese youngster. We don't know the context of this goal, though. We are going to see the score
112th
now.
minute.
Oh, wow. Okay. There's something I know about Icaro. I've not seen him much in the world of competitive FIFA. He loves drama.
And we're in for a penalty shootout right now in the round of 16. Diogo and Icaro.
I'm sure Diogo will be thinking to himself, not deja vu as well, because he went out in the round of 16 in stage 1 of the FUT Champions Cup.
In a penalty shootout.
Against Dull and Mike.
Yep.
Always has a great day 1, does Diogo. Really strong day 1, gets his 3 wins on the board. Icaro, though, knocked out Spider Kong yesterday. Went to extra time, not once but twice, was scoring last-minute goals. Is that a goal of Cristiano Ronaldo that he scored yesterday?
The header. Crazy, crazy goals. You see some of the results coming in there. Now on the right-hand side of your screen, hashtag Harry.
Wow.
4-1 against Verfilze. Gravesen ended 6-1 against Stokes.
Also, Richard, that means that Wolves Verfilze will crash out in the round of 16. Top of the pack at the moment.
Tuga beating Yago.
And Yago, another console finalist on PlayStation. Looks like he could be out of the competition. 2-1 down. EnRaZic just breezing past Sammy Lumi. There will be one more attack in this game for Diogo. And we are...
Good corner. It's corner.
We are nearly going into a penalty shootout. Referee does give a corner. This is Diogo's last chance of the game. And we are going to be going to a penalty shootout. Once again, it really is deja vu for Diogo. Can he settle those nerves, though? And breeze into a quarter-final, the furthest he'll ever go in a FUT Champions Cup.
Diogo, right now, he will have deja vu. It's going to be Icaro stepping up to their spot first with Mbappe. Straight down the middle. What a save to Stegen. Eusebio moving up. Down the middle. Advantage Diogo.
Yeah, fantastic start from the Portuguese man. Icaro steps up with Zidane. Will score. Quite a soft penalty as well. Just tucked into the right bottom corner. Van Dijk, second in line for penalties, apparently, for Diogo. Can it be 2 out of 2? It will be.
Great penalty as well. It's all about the substitutions. If you bring a sub on, they take the first penalties. As Neymar stepping up for R10 Icaro. Great save from Diogo, and he's in the driving seat right now. Johan Cruyff steps up to the spot. Straight down the middle. This is getting tight.
Didn't seem that powerful as well. CR7. You'd put your house on him to score. Steps up for Icaro. No. You'd probably lose your house. Neymar.
This is it.
To win it. And scores! He will be going through to a quarter-final. You can see what it means to that Portuguese community that are here in Bucharest. Tuga's got the job done. Diogo's got the job done as well. And you can see an XC World Cup champion in your screen there as well. Coaching Diogo through it. Handshakes between both players. I mean, Icaro was on the right side of a lot of late drama yesterday, wasn't he? In extra time wins, 90th minute goals. Unfortunately, of course, it was all changed in this one. A penalty shootout win for Diogo. It's not deja vu. He moves into a quarter-final. We're not done yet, though. Roma Dami against JRA Lion. We're in the second leg. 52 minutes on the clock. We've still got a long time left in this game.
Yeah, crazy penalty shootout there, right there. Seemed though Stokes was saving everything with his legs. Everything. He'd dive and he'd just get a knee on it, or he'd get any sort of body part to see it out.
I think you said a great fact, Richard. Dami always makes it out of the group stages. FUT Champions Cup, whether it's just leaving in the round of 16, he won't want to leave in the round of 16 today. Also on the other side, I'm sure Gravesen will be behind Gabry line, fellow Spaniard. Can he push him onto a big performance? See rocking away Spanish jersey from left to right in this second half. The score is 1-1. You can see the prize split as well.
Pretty awful pass there from Dami. He went to do a driven pass and just drove it straight out of play, giving Gabry line another chance to come forward here. Maldini,
very brave.
Ever so reliable at the back though.
Happy to play into Yashin as well. Still a long time left in this game. I don't think we will be calling extra time just yet.
Spent quite a bit of time with Dami, travelling through airports, or whether that's I was with him at the Draft Story Cup when I was flying home as well, and something just feels different this year. I feel as though he really wants to assert himself. I remember talking 2 years ago. He said he's a little bit of a star in Poland, but he wants to make it on the global stage. Roma have given him that opportunity. He's taken it with both hands, but yet to really seize a major trophy has Dami. This year wanted to break that spell.
This could be his perfect opportunity to do it. It's his first outing for his team. Shot comes in, fired, saved away once again by Yashin. He's repping one of the new kits as well from AS Roma that's been put into the game for the year ahead. Corner to come in, headed away, nearly headed out for another corner by Gabry line. Messi just does enough just to flick it up and give it to R9. There's loads of space for Neymar on the left-hand side. He'll play to Zambros, then probably out to Neymar. Probably go via Rudhulit first.
See, defensively there, Dami sort of offered him the gap with Neymar and sort of enticed him into passing it, and then just as he was going to play it, surrounded the ball very, very quickly, forcing Gabry line to recycle, go backwards, go sideways.
Messi, great feet from him. A few step overs in there, a ball roll will win him a corner, and we will be going into a pause. This was cued by Gabry line, who will have this corner to come up very shortly as well. Looking a 4-4-2 at the moment. Is it time for fresh legs for him? He's got the likes of Mbappe, Eusebio, and CR7 on the bench if he needs them.
Yeah, I think it could be Zidane potentially coming on as a central midfielder for him. Eusebio going to be the man out wide.
I think what's fantastic, though, about this tournament, Richard, if you just take a minute to look at this Xbox leaderboard, Spider-Kong out, FIFA Ficho not at this event, Rafsu not at this event, Phil SKS out in Swiss, you got Dagacho out, or not in this tournament, sorry, Pro Hunter out. You've only got Rajek, Lyrics, and Tekkz left. Dula Mike, as we know, was on the verge of crashing out of the tournament. So there will be movement in that top 10, which really does excite me. Depending on how everybody does finish, and also on the PlayStation, Richard.
Top 2 gone.
The man that's top, especially, has gone out in the round of 16. Wolves for Filza, out of the tournament. Yago, as you said, out of the tournament. Lucas Rep out in Swiss.
It's class crazy, looking to close the gap, really. He's been fantastic this tournament so far.
I'm sure that won't be the last of the movements we'll see throughout the year. Ronaldo, great trickery, one-on-one. Yashin just does enough there to parry that one away for a corner again.
Lovely elastico to get into the space as well inside the box for Gabry line.
Really impressive at the moment. You know what he's waiting for? Is he trying to trigger a run? He'll trigger that run to the edge of the box for R9. The ball actually fall back to him. He's done so well there. Don't get me wrong, he got fortunate as well. It was Van Dijk that found himself one-on-one against the goalkeeper. He tried to get a shot through, but didn't work out for him. Here we go. We've got some full-time scores, Richard, on the round of 16. You said it perfectly. Clash Crazy, the Italian. You know, other than Principe, other than the likes of Dagnolf, we haven't really seen an Italian player, you know, step up for the nation and really put on a show on the international stage this year. He's doing exactly that. Jambu out the tournament, Desire will go through. Nicholas Rajet will stay in. And we will be having a fantastic quarter-final of FUT Lyrics against Fnatic Tekkz.
We got Desire versus Razek as well as a quarter-final. Megabit, 5-1 loss.
Megabit crashes out the tournament. Again in the round of 16, it really is deja vu for the German.
Double Mike, on your bike.
You can make it rhyme all day long, Richard, but he's out the tournament as well. Really nice from Dami. Unfortunately, there was no end product. We are 4 minutes away from an extra time period. Mark Miley, end of the road for him. Molnar Garbo, what a fantastic tournament it has been for the Hungarian. Went out in Swiss, it's stage 1. He's obviously learned a few things, and now he's in the quarterfinal.
And I'll tell you what, that right-hand side on the Xbox bracket is wide open. Diogo, NSC Vinny, Molnar Garbo, and Gabriel R10. 2 of those will be getting an auto-qualifying spot for FUT Champions Cup 3.
And also it means, Richard, that potentially we could have some more South American dominance. Again, at another FUT Champions Cup. There was 11 Brazilians here. And it's good to see more of them obviously push through into the quarterfinal stages. That is 2 legs of FIFA done. And there is still nothing to separate these 2 players. It will be 30 more minutes of extra time coming up.
Crazy, crazy tournament we've had so far. Jimmy was saying yesterday, maybe one of the most exciting Swiss stages that we've had. The shocks have continued. It's been upset galore on the right-hand side of the bracket. On the left-hand side, you say all the favourites have gone through. Tekkz, Lyrics, Razek, and Dasari. No disrespect to their opponents.
I always say this, Richard, and I'll say it again and again. Like, there's only a handful of players that you could put your money on every tournament that are going to go far in a knockout. They are going to get through Swiss. It doesn't matter what record they get, they will get through. EnRaZic, MsDossary, Tekkz, Lyrics. Those are the players you just know are going to make it through. And on the PlayStation, I mean, I can't really describe who is that at the moment because, you know, I haven't really seen enough from it. One of the players I will say, though, is Clash Crazy. He's been really, really impressive.
Hashtag Harry, 4-1 victory as well into a quarterfinal. Gravesen, 6-1.
Diogo, though, you can see him on your screen. Really, really tough game for him. Went to a penalty shootout once again. This could also go to a penalty shootout as well. Chance to save Yashin. Pulled that away with his left hand. Dami, corner to come in, front post flick on was there. Yashin was out of his goal as well to get something on it. Speaking of which, though, Richard, Maestro going about his business quietly as well. Was in the top 5 on the Global Series rankings all year long. Was a top 4 finisher as well at the E-World Cup final. Part of that conversation of a player that will guarantee you knockout football. Dami, back to goal! And nearly squeezes that one in.
Rustling the side net in there was Dami. And this game right now on a knife edge.
Pele have a chance to drive. Done so well there just to flick it up over his head. Pulls out Carlos Alberto. CR7 will pull out the air. It goes as far as Eusebio. It's in the air. Lucky enough, Yashin will collect it from the air and remove the danger from the attack.
Safe hands from Yashin there. End-to-end FIFA this in the final game here in the round of 16.
Really could go any way. Both players attacking relentlessly. Nearly at that half-time interval in extra time as well. Both players have had chances. The best chance really coming from Dami. Not once, but twice. Had to pull out 2 fantastic saves from Yashin. Can we see another chance for him? Drag back. The ball just didn't roll the way it wanted to. You save it back inside. Maybe it will. And Dami will put himself in front on the stroke of half-time and extra time. R9, the man that will put him into the lead. Will that be enough, though, to take him through to the quarterfinals?
A huge goal. They love a little bit of dribbling skill inside the box here from R9 to set it up. You thought the pass was too heavy originally, but nice little fake shot inside the box to rebalance yourself, fire it back, low-driven pass into R9. And on the stroke of half-time, in extra time, it is Dami taking a 1-goal lead, 15 minutes to see this game out. You see the stats there, 57% of the possession as well. Double the shots and shots on target for him. And this change needed for JRA line 3-4-2-1. 15 minutes to save your tournament.
Yeah, it really is simple as that, Richard. You've got 15 minutes left. It's not going to be an easy 15 minutes, though, for Dami. I'm sure we'll be looking at comparing, what formation that his opponent will be playing. He'll see he's got 3 at the back and everything will be thrown forward for him. So he needs to hold back and try and see this match out. It's not going to be easy for him. There will be gaps, though, that will appear at the back for JRA Lion. It's just if he can exploit those areas and just hold out for this one. I honestly don't see Dami looking to keep the ball here. We'll probably be looking for another goal just to close this game out.
One more goal would seal the deal here for Dami. He lost that first leg 1-0. Here now winning 2-0. A very tight.
What a great second leg it's been
But
as
not
well,
a cagey
Richard.
game, has it? It's been pretty end-to-end from what we've seen. Chances at both ends for the Spaniard.
Sort of that ultra offensive. All attack. Throwing everything forward. It's now or never. 15 minutes left in this second half of extra time interval. Trailing by a goal, 2-1 down. If he scores early on as well, this could really change things up. Carlos Alberto is going to fall through. Huge save, not once but twice by Yashin.
Still not cleared.
Just get rid of the ball. Dami just gives it away again.
He had nowhere to go. We were penned in.
The press is so high, so relentless from JRA Lion. Trying to feed a mistake out from Dami. Alberto just couldn't get anything on that with his right foot. Yashin collects that one and just jumps on it. Snatches the ball. And this is where he really will be tested.
The gaps, the cracks appearing.
Seven minutes left. Not just into the quarterfinals, $2,500 in your pocket. To jump up once again in the prize pot, you get those Global Series ranking points behind you as well.
So risky switching the play.
For a 30-yard ball from right back to left back, there was someone in the way though. He must know that JRA Lion is gone into a 3-4-2-1. Last attack of the game. And he will win a corner. I'm sure he'll be playing short as well. We don't want to waste possession. He's Sabio over it. Cristiano Ronaldo in the box. Hullit's in the box. You can see him changing play. He's going to play towards the edge of the box for R9. Could be sitting. You can just see R9 on the edge. Is he going to find him? There he is. Here he goes. Zidane wins the aerial battle though, Richard, and you have to say that'll probably be game over. There's so much space for Pele to drive into. So one-on-one running race up against Zambrotta. Really well there. To play back, expect to switch onto the other side as well. Exactly that.
Oh, it's gone out.
Again, gives away possession. I'm sure he's not making this easy for any of his teammates. I know Zelonius is behind him, coaching him too. Now or never for the Spaniard. R9 into Pele. Can he find a way through? Is there a gap? Into Cristiano Ronaldo. Fantastic tackle from Vieira. And that will be full time. Dami moves on into the quarterfinals. And what a fantastic weekend this really could be for not just Fnatic, but for AS Roma as well.
I'll tell you what a round of 16 that we've just seen there. We've seen shock upsets, we've seen late drown, we've seen extra time, we've seen penalty shootouts, we've seen dominant performances.
You can see that's what it means to them as well, the Spaniard community.
And it sets up an unbelievable top 8 on the Xbox and the PlayStation 4 that we're going to be going through the remainder of today. What a set of games.
We know there's going to be movement as well, which is really exciting. There's going to be a lot of movement on the Global Series rankings on both consoles, respectively, with big names falling out. I think the biggest one for me, Richard, for Filza, falling out in the round of 16. The person that was in the cross-console final, Megabit out of the tournament as well, Yago out of the tournament. So many big names falling out. And honestly, this really could go anywhere, this tournament.
Yeah, it's up for grabs. It's anyone's taking right now. That's your round of 16 wrapped up. Back to Jimmy and the guys on the couch to break it all down.
Thank you, Brandon and Rich. Amazing games so far in the round of 16. Some shocking results. We're going to get to all of that. I'm going to bring in Mike and Rachel. What have we just seen? Day one, I was like, can they best it? Can day two be even better? And I think we're seeing some results that may be proving that that's the case.
Well, firstly, I'm just going to say, I was looking at the Masters. You know, we're obviously talking about the Masters. Top 4 from FUT Champions Cup 1, qualifying automatically here. Only 3 left out of the 8. So on the PS4 side of things, only Crazy is left in it. On the Xbox,
undefeated today.
Undefeated still.
Undefeated.
Xbox side of things, you still have Tekkz and Lyrics, but no Spider-Kong, and we just lost Dull and Mike. So kind of...
And
I know where you're going with that.
And we're going to lose either Tekkz
or Lyrics because they're facing each other in the next round.
So technically, there's only 2 that are going to progress.
So
I can't get enough of this.
They got top 4 last time, and there's only 3 left out of the 8. That says something, doesn't it?
And this Masters thing is interesting to me. I don't know if you guys know the rule or not, but if you finish in top 4 on either console, you automatically qualify for the next major. And I wonder if you qualified after doing well in the first major, what that means to maybe being sharp, because I think the guys that are grinding in the weekend league kind of come in with a little bit more edge. They played more games. But if you kind of get that pass, you don't have to do the grind so much.
I don't know.
No, you're not buying what I'm selling?
Look, once you get to not have to play in a qualifier, you want to continue that theme.
I'm sure it's quite addicting.
I think that's in the back of your head as a motivator.
I'm just talking about form, though, because we have these guys that are dropping off.
Well, it doesn't mean they're not playing. I'm just saying, and I think if anything, they're maybe even more motivated because they've had a taste of being able to sit out. Being able to say, hey, I didn't have to play a qualifier. You guys had to play a qualifier. I didn't have to deal with that sweat, that stress. Not in my life.
The stress. They're still grinding, like Mike says. There's just no stress particularly. Okay. That's what Stokes was saying. He wanted that. But
I understand your argument. I get your logic. I hear your logic.
There's logic there, right? That's all. I just want some logic there. All right, let's get to the game. Gravesen versus Stokes. That was our featured match. Let's take a look at the highlights because we've seen a lot of games in between when that one started and finished, and all the other games in between and all these results. So many games going on at once. Gravesen got off to a great start, Mike.
Gravesen was perfect in this match. Myself and Rachel definitely made the wrong call going with Stokes. Jimmy, you were correct.
I was correct. Viva España.
I don't think I've seen anyone neutralize Stokes offensively. Like Stokes, I don't know if he had a shot in the first leg. Not even a single shot or a single opportunity really in the first leg to get himself back into this. And I just haven't seen that happen at all. So you got to give a lot of credit to the game plan that Gravesen brought. Very good with possession, extremely clinical, and you've seen it with the overlapping runs. Every time he had a chance, he converted. Put a lot of pressure on Stokes.
Yeah, it did, and I wonder what Stokes takes away from this now, Mike, because this was his first major of the season.
That Gravesen is really good.
That's amazing. Dynamite analysis, as always, from Mike Lavelle. But here we see Stokes get back into it, hits the side netting. Maybe there's a glimmer of hope coming into leg 2, but then Gravesen does what he does best. Good running off the ball there, and that one pretty much finished it.
I'm telling you, if you watch this back, Gravesen didn't miss any chances. Every time he got anything near the box, he converted it.
Yeah, that's going to be important for him moving forward as he goes into the quarterfinals. Got to have a little sweat. I love some sweat. I never apologize for sweat.
What was Stokes doing really badly? Obviously his defense, or just couldn't match up with Gravesen this time out?
Gravesen did a wonderful job with being patient, and it made it where Stokes felt like he had to rush to make this comeback happen. And it kind of played right into Gravesen's tactic and maybe his game plan for Stokes in particular. I just really impressed, and it makes sense. Gravesen's had a great tournament up to this point.
Quietly too.
Yeah, we haven't really been talking about Gravesen that much, especially considering that he won virtual E-Liga, or E-La Liga, excuse me, last year, and he looked very impressive in that. And the Spanish community, I feel like there's been a little more buzz this year in terms of them putting together almost a training regimen, so to speak, between each of the guys, saying when we go to events, we need to represent properly, accordingly. And there's a lot of really rich history with Spain being such a big nation in terms of their FIFA success. Obviously, with Alfonso Ramos being a multi-FIFA Interactive World Cup champion, that kind of built the community, sort of similar to Bruce Granick and what's happened with France.
Do you feel like there's a lot of that camaraderie between countries? We see it a lot. Now you're talking about Spain. We see it with Brazil. That gets brought up quite a bit. Any other countries that really stand out? Germany, perhaps?
I don't know if I see it as deeply rooted with Germany, maybe because they have so many players.
Yeah.
And same even with the UK. I'm not saying there's a disconnect, but I don't know if it's this love, like I would cry for you. Like I feel that vibe, that emotion.
Well, I'd
that
cry
type,
for you, Mike, if that makes
That's what I'm trying to say. Like I don't know, even in North
I'm
America,
not sure
I don't know
I
if
would
feel
though.
that.
Being British, no. Would I cry for you too?
Yeah, sure.
I've seen.
You guys internalize.
I've seen Yago cry for someone if he's not even in the game, you know, in terms of the emotion that he had from the Argentina end. And the same with Brazil, where everybody huddles around. They're there for every single turn left, turn right, every emotional moment. It's almost as if you have 5 or 6 coaches.
Yeah, Brazilians say, don't they? But you got the Brits, you got the Americans, the Aussies, they all kind of congregate and maybe they're just more friendly.
Maybe. Well, we
They
have
can
a
speak
special
the language.
We have a special treat, everybody. We have Gravesen right now with us. Congratulations, my friend, on a big win versus Stokes.
Thank you so much, Jimmy.
Yeah, what did you do different? Did you prepare any different for this knockout round game?
I watched the Stokes games last day in the hotel, and I think he's one of the best attackers here in Europe, maybe, in the qualifiers. He went from Xbox to PS4. I think Xbox is more kind of attacking gameplay, and I just concentrated with my coach on defense. I think I did a pretty good job. I think he didn't shot a single shot in the first game, so pretty happy.
Gravesen, this is obviously your first tournament, but you're only one game now away from getting one of those Masters spots. What would that mean?
Wow, that would mean playing no qualifiers, so I have to get it. Like top 4 is good, points for the playoffs are good as well, but man, qualifiers are draining.
And you said you researched for Stokes as an opposition. Now that you're heading into the next round, have you done any additional research? Are you going to watch games in between? Is it too last minute? What's going on heading into your next game?
Well, while I'm doing here my interview, my coach is watching the game against Fifilza. I know Harry is kind of a really good player. Like, some people sleep on Harry. Like, he's a really good player. Yeah, you know, he does some memes on Twitter and stuff, but he's a really, really strong player. So I think it's going to be a tough match. It's going to be decided by 1 or 2 goals, and I want that top 4 spot, man.
I think we all agree with you that Harry is kind of a walking meme, as it were. But you're right, he is a very talented player. Do you feel like people sleep on you as well, Gravesen?
Yeah, I think people sleep on Spanish players. Like, online and stuff, we are not that good. I think we are too much passionate, and we lose our focus. And servers, for instance, in Spain are not that good. But here on LAN, we always perform good. Like many years ago, Alfonso, Ralfitita performed really good. Now Andoni, JRA, Dani Aguilar, and I performed really good. And I think every time we got a chance to shine here, we do it.
Well, we wish you the best of luck in the next round against #Harry.
Thank you so much.
All right, Gravesen, un abrazo, my friend. Okay, so good performance. He seems quite confident that he's going to do the business. Do you think he can do it against Harry? Just a little preview looking forward.
Go ahead, Rachel.
No, you don't know predictions.
Don't look at me.
Let's just talk. I don't need predictions yet. Because that's a great game. I hope it's one of our featured matches.
Well, not that I should, but I guess Harry, like, never quite performed or hasn't done recently at this level, so...
But we haven't talked about him much. Maybe that's helping him? He's flying under the radar a bit?
I don't know. I think Harry would prefer to be up there and being talked about. Harry loves that, doesn't he?
He does like being talked about.
I don't think, that would bother him. He's not the kind of player who's going to shy away from the attention, is he? So, I don't know. It's going to be a bit of a different one because Harry hasn't gone that far in competitions recently. So, this is uncharted territory for him. But someone like Gravesen, he'll be watching, obviously, what he just did versus Stoke there and be a little bit worried. Obviously, if Brit, he just knocked out as well. So, Harry's probably going to pull his socks up on this one and hope that he got some sleep last night.
Well, it's like what Gravesen says. Sometimes Harry's antics overshadow his ability. Because he is amazing on the virtual pitch. And a lot of times we just think about the funny YouTube videos, the memes, the back and forth on Twitter, if he gets like a good gif out there. we often talk about that, and that's sometimes what you remember Harry for, or there's the energy that he brings at events. Sure. But at the end of the day, you want to get those results. And he qualifies with the best of them, but we rarely talk about Harry getting to that Final Four. On either platform. So this would be huge for him if he's able to get a win against Gravesen, and it saves him a qualifier. But the question you asked, can he do it? Can Gravesen beat Harry? Sure he can.
Yeah, of course.
You know what he's changed as well?
What?
His stance. He now plays like Tekkz. He kind of puts elbows on the table and plays really close. So I was like, is that all you changed? Yeah, I'm going to go. I'm going to go
here from Rachel.
I'm going to play like Tekkz. So there we go.
All right, let's take a look at the updated brackets. We're going to start with Xbox first. Who are our final 8 in the quarterfinals? Man, the left side is hot and heavy. You got MsDossary versus EnRaZic. That is unbelievable. And then Lyrics versus Tekkz. That's a rematch from the console final from stage 1. And then on the right side, I think it's wide open. Vinny might be my horse in this one if I had to go and just pick a name, but Diogo looks sharp. Molnar looks sharp. Gabriel looks very good. So I don't know how you guys are feeling, but this is a pretty tasty final 8.
If I was picking a favorite on the right end, Diogo's definitely that guy. If you talk to people, I mean, I said at the beginning of the
tournament. But Vinny just beat Megabit 5-1.
We saw Megabit.
That needs to be respected.
I'm not saying we should disrespect Vinny here. All right, that's not a quote from me.
Okay, I'm putting words in your mouth.
And then on the other end, it's everyone that we expected to win. So we've got every matchup that we thought might happen here, where you have the ex-Rogue, where you have EnRaZic up against MsDossary, and then you have the finals of the event two weeks ago, where you have FUT Lyrics versus Fnatic Tekkz. And that was a very close matchup, if you guys can recall.
Well, if we're looking at recent form, obviously in the Swiss, EnRaZic and MsDossary went up against each other. On that occasion, it was tight, but MsDossary obviously got the win because he's still undefeated. And then, like Mike just said, last time out 2 weeks ago, Tekkz did the business over Lyrics, but I don't know, Tekkz's form yesterday was questionable, but he seems
by his standards.
Back by his standards. He'll allow me to say that as well, sorry Tekkz. But yeah, I don't know. Can we go with current form? Probably.
Yeah, you can. I mean, that's why we're here. That's what it's all about.
You shouldn't go against Fnatic Tekkz.
Right.
Until he loses to somebody and he's eliminated from a tournament, you probably shouldn't go against him.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Tekkz because there's a tweet here from Jamie. Check this out. He put this out before their matchup.
Oh, yeah.
Which is, you can't defeat me. I know, but he can. Here's Lyrics. And then Jamie, unbelievable.
He had a lot of time on his hands, didn't he?
It was good.
Jamie should have been practicing, and he's making these funny memes up.
Well, it wasn't him. He just credited somebody else.
Oh, okay.
Still.
He's still.
Yeah.
Maybe he's spending too much time on Twitter.
That's true. All right, now let's take a look at the bracket for PS4 and see what the lovely names are for the final 8 on that side of things. Should be pretty interesting to catch you guys up. Updated stuff. We see Crazy up there, excuse me. He's undefeated. He's taking on Maestro. Hashtag Harry versus Gravesen. We've talked about that a little bit. And then we have Pauletto taking on MoAuba. Good performance here from Mo so far.
That's
and then
also a beat in Swiss.
Against Dami is a very good matchup. Tuga took down Yago 2-1. He hasn't scored many goals in this competition, Tuga. He's played 6 games. He's only scored 11 goals, but he gets the results when he needs them.
And the final 8 on the PlayStation end are all 8 big names. I mean, I guess you make an argument that Clash Crazy is kind of new to this year. We saw him compete again in the virtual La Liga last year, actually. But he wasn't one of those guys that was finishing at the top or anything along those lines. But we saw him perform 2 weeks ago. Incredible, undefeated this weekend thus far. Can somebody take him down? And then everybody else is a household name. We've seen them play in multiple tournaments, multiple events. We've seen them in top 4s, you name it.
Yeah, and like I just said there, Jim, sorry, Pauletto and MoAuba played in Swiss, and Pauletto got the better of MoAuba because he went 3 undefeated, didn't he? Then had a little bit of wobble. But again, can we go to what happened yesterday? Is Pauletto going to be...
wobble?
Yeah, you can have a wobble.
Okay, I don't need any more wobbles. I need a drum roll, please. Can I get a little drum roll, please? Yes, we have a Twitch drop, everybody. It is going down, our first Twitch drop of the day. And there it is. So make sure you have your EA and Twitch accounts linked because we've just dropped a Gianluca Zambrata mid icon to a selection of viewers. But if you guys missed out on that, not to worry, because in addition to being eligible for daily live viewership rewards, all live viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account are guaranteed to receive a number of FIFA Global Series Club items, including new limited edition kits, tifos, stadium dressing, and much, much more. And then finally, all live viewers with a linked account will participate in the Twitch extension, if you do that, in the trivia or pick'em features on both Saturday and Sunday. You're going to receive an untradeable gold player pack by Monday. So make sure you guys have that happen. Make that happen, excuse me. There's a lot of fun stuff happening for you guys that are watching. We love you guys.
And as a former defender, you got to appreciate Zambrata. He's premium quality.
I've seen some players using him here.
Highly recommended.
Highly recommended. What makes him special?
Some of the other left back options, I just don't feel that definite with in this year's installment, and I can count on him. He's good going out of the back, good chasing back, good with his feet. Everything you'd ask for pretty much for a fullback.
All right, appreciate that insight. All right, everyone, so the round of 16 is over, and what a round of games it was. But the quarterfinals, which has much more points and cash at stake, is coming up right after this. The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Turtle Beach, proud partners of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during the shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
Welcome to the FUT 20 Champions Cup Stage 1 here from beautiful Bucharest. 3-day tournament, 64 players, FIFA 20 is among us.
Big chance here for R9 though, and he's taken it, he's slotted it away. Here's Vieira, here's R9!
And we're ready for our cross-console finals.
Here's R9, beautiful from Tekkz! Fanatic Tekkz is your champion here in Bucharest.
Wrong? What's wrong with wrong? I mean, is that the wrong place for a pitch? Hey, eu gosto da scum. Alright, let's talk about wrong. Is that the wrong kit? Delicious? I see you. Everyone's gonna want them, trust me. That's the wrong way to play. Alright, pack it up. Do you remember when Sancho was wrong to leave? You're killing it over there, my guy. Wait, AJ?
Wrong sport!
Megan Rapinoe.
She's the wrong influence. Yeah, but I think she's okay with that. Sterling, they say he's the wrong size, he runs wrong, he's got the wrong tattoo. That's just noise, man. Wrong's working for you. Wrong? Yeah, because wrong's the new right. Wrong breaks new ground. Yeah, that's wrong.
Es ist das Derby im deutschen Fußball.
The FUT Champions Cup is brought to you by Adidas.
Welcome, Tuga. Access granted. Please proceed. put numbers on the boards.
Pace test recalibrated.
Whether rapping or I'm rapping, some rap or might reach back and relapse to rapping up the raw. Givenchy fitting like his gym clothes. 88 Jordan leaping from the free throw.
7 seconds. Exercise reboot in T minus 5 seconds. Exercise reboot in T minus 3 seconds. Commencing exercise.
25 smooth work like short. Hit Delaware twice, needed 25 more. I see flaw, cracks in your diamond. CB4, Blue Rhyme, Simple Simon. The sticker in the window, in case you wonder what it costs.
Nunca faria isto num jogo a sério. Isto é errado.
Wrong? What's wrong with wrong? I mean, is that the wrong place for a pitch?
Hey, eu gosto desse campo.
Alright, let's talk about wrong. Is that the wrong kit? Vinicius? I see you. Everyone's gonna want them, trust me. That's the wrong way to play. Alright, pack it up. Do you remember when Sancho was wrong to leave? You're killing it over there, my guy. Wait, AJ?
Wrong sport!
Megan Rapinoe.
She's the wrong influence. Yeah, but I think she's okay with that. Sterling? They say he's the wrong size, he runs wrong, he's got the wrong tattoo. That's just noise, man. Wrong's working for you. Wrong? Yeah, because wrong's the new right. Wrong breaks new ground. Yeah, that's wrong.
Here we go to the final day of the first major of the season. We only have 8 players left.
And now we're here in the cross-console final here in Bucharest. And it's going to be Joksam from Epsilon up against F2 Tekkz. He's safe on that right-hand side, oh my days!
What a header from Ronaldo.
F2 Tekkz, another huge win at the first EA major. You're one of the best FIFA players in the world at the moment.
Xbox Grand Finals. F2 Tekkz taking on MsDossary. Bullet whips this one in. Oh, yes, Sabio would have won it! Can you believe it? MsDossary dethrones F2 Tekkz.
Here we go, this is your grand final.
MsDossary from Saudi Arabia against Nicholas from Argentina.
Oh, lovely fake shot. Oh, and a lovely goal as well for the man on the away console. MsDossary once again. Congratulations to the Saudi Arabian.
Welcome to Bucharest. It is day 3, the final day of the third major of the FUT Champions Cup.
I'm going to make a brave prediction here, if I may, but I don't think a German's going to win.
He is playing at the top of his game. Well, here's Neymar then. Oh, that's just beautiful. That is beautiful.
2 German players in a cross-console final.
Will it be Dolomite or will it be Hasu?
To Vieira, to R9, one more goal and finish this.
The main man, the man of the moment, Dolomite, the first ever German player.
Our youngest ever FUT Cup champion.
Here we go, we're live in Atlanta, Georgia, the Peach State. It's the FUT 19 Champions Cup, and it's Tekkz, and it's Tuga. Some of the greatest players in the world of football do this move, but to see him do this 4 times.
Oh my goodness, I've honestly never seen a goal like that in competitive people.
That man on your screen, he is the special one. F2 Tekkz does it again. Look at the pace of Mbappe, then towards the back post. It's 3, just like that. Blink and you'll miss it.
I really mind what Dossary says. I'm by far the best player in the world. I beat him twice this year. He's beat me once, so I know best.
To Pele, back to Pele again to score and to deliver. He calls himself the king of the jungle and he could be the king of the Xbox here in London.
Using those two CDMs to try and find a ball in behind it. Eusebio has found that ball in behind. The shrug of the shoulders there from Maestro because he's realising he's up against the king of the jungle, and that is MsDossary.
3-time FUT Champions Cup winner, the reigning world champion, and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MsDossary.
I need to enjoy myself a lot more, so I think a lot of it will be getting back in a mental state to play the game as well as I can, and then hopefully when it comes to the bigger tournaments I can perform better. A lot of preparing for the new season is getting in your mind that you'll be better than last year. When I first started, I came on the scene, was really good, and then I had like an off period, and I managed to regain my form for the last season, and hopefully I can do it again this season.
Step 2, Tekkz. You've just made some history. Another huge win at the first EA Major.
Another goal I have is to win the first tournament, because ever since I've started playing, I've always won the first tournament. So if I can win again, that'd be 3 in a row, so yeah, that'd be sick.
To equalise this game, Ronaldo, it's in! The new kid on the block. Look at the passion there. Through to R9 on the finesse. Back-to-back champion. Who is stopping this man? Tekkz will be top of the Xbox leaderboard.
I'm hoping this year I can do better at the World Cup and enjoy myself a lot more, because last year I got in a cycle of I stopped enjoying myself, so this year I can hopefully go in, play and be me. I've always played football, I still do now. It's probably my favourite thing to do in life, is just play football with my mates. Anything that you're worrying about, just play football, mine's off it.
Yes guys, we are the F2 and today we're at the Parc des Princes, home of PSG, to run some spot checks.
We're here with EA Sports for the FIFA 20 player ratings.
This is not so much about the finishing, this is not a shooting drill, this is a speed and dribbling drill. So we're looking at the speed at which they can get through the course. You're against the clock.
Vamos.
Ready? Let's go!
Nice, Eddie, nice. Keep going. Sharp, I love that.
This is fast. Great first touch.
The finish.
Oh! Boom! Do you want to see the time?
What was it?
13.59. It's fast. Your speed of dribbling is one of the fastest in the world. We're grateful that you're here with us today. Go!
Nice, Angel. Keep going. Yeah, that's good. Excellent. 1, 2.
Good, good. Close control. Beautiful.
Quick shot, quick shot.
Yes! Well done.
That was fast, man. That was really fast. 13.44.
That's the quickest yet. These guys with a low centre of gravity seem to whip around them poles.
Go! Great feet through the ladder.
Yes. Good. 1, 2. Oh, good feet.
Great touch. Oh, great feet. And the finish.
Oh, lucky.
Oh, my goodness. That's the quickest yet.
12.22.
12.22.
I don't know if anyone who tries this is going to beat that.
Let it take over.
How do you feel? Feel good?
We already trained today, so if there's 1-2 seconds missing, it's because of the training.
Got his excuses in early. Let's do it.
Oh, nice, Julian.
That's fast.
That is fast. This is rapid.
When the beat start rocking, ain't nobody stopping us. Let it take.
Oh, wow. Whoa.
Oh my God, cut it! Guys, cut it!
I'll tell you what, you might have given Killian a problem. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. 11.82.
See you tomorrow.
I don't know if Killian would even beat that because it's about the sharp turns and everything. It's not just about raw straight line speed. How are you, bro?
I'm good, you?
This is fast.
This is the fastest yet.
Nice, Killian. Keep going, keep going.
Great feet.
Love that. And what's the finish? Yes! Oh my God! Yes, Killian!
11.05.
11.05. That.
That's good.
How'd you feel?
Feel proud.
Wow, wow, wow. I don't know about you guys, but I loved every single second of that. We witnessed some serious speed today.
Jez, we witnessed serious speed, agility, control, and some finishing off the chain. It was phenomenal.
My mind is blown. Guys, don't forget you can get involved in the conversation using the hashtag #FIFA Ratings.
Until next time, love, peace, and seconds.
Welcome back, everyone, to Bucharest, Romania for the first quarterfinal of day 2 here in FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. We got Maestro, we got Crazy, we got Jimmy Conrad, we got Rachel and Mike. How are you guys doing?
Are you the maestro or the crazy part of that?
Probably a little bit of both, if I'm being honest with you.
We're doing great, and they're in here now, which is
They
even
are.
better.
You
They're
feel
just
like that adds
behind us.
pressure. We're adding pressure to them right now. That's what I want to know. You guys feeling some heat? No? Same? No problem? No problem.
They
No
are.
problem.
Look at that. They're on
No
the stage
problem.
now.
So
They can definitely hear us.
This should be a great matchup to kick off the knockout rounds, or excuse me, the quarterfinals. We just got through the round of 16. I don't think they look too nervous. They feel pretty comfortable up there.
Well, these guys both got to this stage part also 2 weeks ago, so they're kind of prepared for it. But I remember Maestro actually, he had to wait till I think really late on the second day, and so it's quite different now. He can kind of 10 minutes break after round of 16, go straight in, fresh, momentum building. I think I prefer to go straight and get it out of the way than run away, sit down, watch other people's results. Mike?
Yeah, I want to get right into it after I've had a result. And a big reason they don't look nervous is Crazy hasn't lost a game, and Maestro expects to be here. Maestro's here to win tournaments.
So what's added to this now, that with the Masters, so the top 4 that finish on your console at an event qualify automatically for the next major. So this is a big deal. If they win this, they get that. They get that Masters trophy. They get that automatic qualification.
Yeah,
they
so
don't want to do the grind. They want to avoid the grind at all possible.
More points, more money, get an auto qualification.
Right.
So all of that is good. So this is a massive game.
What they're playing for right now.
Match.
There's a lot at stake right now.
And that's why we're saying that they don't look nervous. We're like, what's going on? These guys look real comfortable.
Yeah, they do. Now, as you mentioned, Crazy is undefeated. Do you think that gives him an advantage going into this one? I mean, he did beat MoAuba. He beat Gravesen. But Maestro has beaten Dami, Yimmy, Harry, but he did lose to Gravesen. So they do have one opponent that they shared, and Crazy did do the business against them, and Maestro did not.
Well, it seemed to have the edge last time out again. For Philza went all the way, being undefeated, went straight to the cross-console final. Crazy lost, so obviously Philza, I think it was the final, wasn't it? The PS4 final. So undefeated gives you confidence, absolutely.
I think it'd be a double-edged sword. Like sometimes if you're undefeated, you're thinking, okay, I haven't faced any adversity, right?
Right.
Up to that point, and then on the other end, you've maybe had that loss or whatnot, you can build from there.
Now, this is my favorite part of the show. I'm going to put them on the spot while the players are right behind us. Who do you got winning in this? Rachel, you go first.
Sorry, both of you. I'm going to go with undefeated Crazy.
Okay.
Interesting.
I respect that.
I said at the beginning
Maestro.
of the tournament. Yeah, I said at the beginning of the tournament that Maestro was the one to watch on the PlayStation, and
You're gonna stick with it.
I'm not going against that.
Cool. I'm not going to pick anybody. Let's bring in the casters, everyone. Mark and Dan, welcome, guys.
You're going to get away with this. You think you're getting away with this. Jimmy, give us your pick of who you think's going to win.
All right, fine. I'm going to go with Maestro. I've just known him longer than Crazy, so I'm going to go with a little bit of a loyalty play there.
All right, fair enough. I think we did quite a good job of getting that out of Jimmy. Is that the first time you managed to get a prediction in, or is it?
I mean, sometimes I jump in there every once in a while.
Fair enough. I'm excited for this one, though. You know, quarterfinals, we've got every player now on the main stage. This is where business really starts to ramp up because, of course, we've got those master spots on the line now. So all the players are going to be desperate to avoid those qualifiers and get through into those top 4.
Yeah, it should be really interesting to see who gets the first goal and what that means for the rest of the game. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And yes, we are into our quarterfinals now. Good morning, Dan. It's actually good afternoon, I should say. Very excited to get into our quarterfinals, of course. So what's your feelings on this game? Because this is quite an interesting matchup of characters and playstyles.
I'll be completely honest. We saw Clash Crazy last event, and he provided some, let's say, dull games of FIFA, where I was watching and it was hard to analyse because he plays a very slow, methodical style. However, he's approached this tournament very differently. He's scored a heck of a lot more goals than he has in the previous. He's got 20 goals so far in this tournament. He's scored more goals than Maestro has. Maestro, arguably one of the most attacking players that we've had in previous tournaments as well. So I think this is a different Clash Crazy. I think we have a chance for him to show us what he's made of against Maestro.
Do what you do best. Give us the records of the players through the Swiss and how they've got to this particular point in the competition, because Crazy was one of those players before this season. I love him now. He's just become my favourite player, by the way, just like that. But let's talk.
I feel like he's mocking me. This is my issue.
Wait, we both got glasses on.
How dare you? Well, Crazy went 5-0 in the Swiss. He took down Stefano Pina, Gabry, Turkey, MoAuba, Gravesen, and then he won in the round of 16 against Adamu. He won that one 3-1. Whereas Maestro, he went 3-0 in the Swiss and then lost the remaining 2 games, so he didn't get seeded that great. He lost to Gravesen, lost to JRA Lion, but as he said on the desk, Jimmy, he said he beat players like Dami and Yimmy. He beat Barina in the round of 16 3-2. Maestro is 16-16 in terms of goals scored and goals against. And that doesn't sound like the Maestro that we know from last season. I wonder whether he's just struggling a little bit with the current patch or the current meta, or maybe he just needs the right opponent to go against here.
And the reason that I asked you about those records is because Crazy was a name that we weren't talking about before this competitive season kicked off. But now, having found himself in the latter stages of back-to-back tournaments, maybe this is the time for us to start taking this young man seriously as we get into our PlayStation 4 quarterfinals between Crazy and Maestro.
And obviously, as you said, it's a chance to get into that top 4, into that semi-final spot. It is more important, I would say, than it was at the last event because we have yet to have the qualifiers for FUT Champions Cup Stage 3. And if you don't know, if you finish in those semi-final spots, you guarantee your place in the next FUT Champions Cup. So this is a huge game for both of these players.
It really does just put more on the line. Great introduction of this Raw. A big fan of it myself. Making sure that we have the best competitors, making it to every single event this year. And it's going to be Clash Crazy, maybe with the first opportunity, and oh my word! We almost had a flashback to last year there, and maybe that was a flashback that Maestro did not expect to see.
Flashback's one of those buzzwords where if you say it, everyone gets excited when they're watching the stream, so you've got to be careful with things like that. But yeah, you've got to keep an eye on situations. Does Maestro. Defensively, he has shown a few kind of blips in concentration where he does kind of throw things away and sometimes makes a couple of wayward passes. Something I've noticed since he started FIFA 20 though is Maestro is a lot more calm on the ball when he is getting into the final third. He doesn't try and rush an attack.
Well, here is Maestro in that final third, and as you say, being patient, looking for the space in behind. You can see the little run there from R9, but instead goes to Pele on the left foot! And that's a little bit of a gift there from Crazy. Moved that goalkeeper too early and made the finish very, very simple for Maestro. But having found himself in that position, Maestro takes the lead.
You know when you've got those those bull tamers who they wave the red flag, it was almost like that. He just shifted to one direction and offered the chance of a shot on goal there. And of course, Maestro was going to be taking that every day of the week. But as I said, he's very patient. He was just dribbling. He was slowly waiting, seeing where Crazy was going to be moving, left or right. Was he going to be trying to dive in with the defender? Which runs was he covering? And the patience paid off. He gains an early lead, and I think this is massive for him, especially if we consider the games that we did see Crazy in last week or 2 weeks ago, where he struggled to get goals in the games and people struggled to score against him. But his defensive record is pretty good in this tournament. He's only conceded 10 goals so far. This will be his 11th goal he's conceded. And across this many legs of FIFA, this will be his 7th match. Like, that's pretty good record for him.
Yeah, very impressive record, especially if you take into account the caliber of players like you were talking about. He's gone up against in the Swiss stage and in the round of 16 to get to this point. But now he's got his back against the wall. And looking back on that little replay there, I think even if he hadn't moved the goalkeeper, that was a Such an accurate strike on goal from Maestro. It might have caused him enough problems to actually have found the back of the net anyway, but the Frenchman does take the lead here. And having had a little bit of a slow start yesterday, like we mentioned, it's just going to raise that confidence level a little bit more.
And I would argue that Maestro hasn't faced any of the big players yet this tournament. I wouldn't say that Crazy is one of those big players either, although maybe we should start to say so, considering he went undefeated in the Swiss round. Of course, MsDossary did something similar on the Xbox as well. And maybe Crazy watched back some of that stuff from last week, and he said, well, you know what, they're all saying stuff. They're saying I'm not good enough. They're saying I'm playing boring. I'll show you what I'm made of. And we'll see how he gets back into this game.
And will be Crazy on the attack now, having gone behind fairly early on in this game. Fires that ball into Cristiano Ronaldo. That's a beautiful little reverse ball, and Crazy looks to find the equaliser. Van der Sar has to make the save, and does so as well into that front post, and Ruud Gullit. He got a piece of that, but just couldn't direct it towards goal.
Crazy's already had more shots on goal than the last time I commentated him, so this is a good sign. Something has definitely changed for him, whether it be just out to patch or play style or the person he's going up against. Maestro is usually a little bit more open and he's going to be attacking you as well. Although when Maestro does have a lead, he is very good at holding the ball, something that he kind of changed towards the end of FIFA 19. As I say that, he gives the ball away. It's always those little dink passes across the pitch that can go wayward at times.
You see Crazy here starting with two up top, Cristiano Ronaldo and R9, meaning those little interchanges of passes is something that Maestro is going to have to keep his eye on. But it's Crazy coming forward again, and Zidane has to make that interception. Because R9, we've seen, if he finds himself in those 1v1 positions against one centre-back, just keeping him from striking towards goal. That 5-star weak foot and those 5-star skills can combine to find that space to get a strike away. And here comes Crazy again. He's doing a good job of winning possession back in decent areas as well, as the ball just falls out of play on the far side. Now we can build another attack here.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's just because he's a goal down or whether it's a different play style, but he's certainly trying a more pressured approach. Defensive line is a lot higher than what we were used to seeing from him in the prior tournament. And Maestro just hasn't been able to get past it so far.
Yeah, it was two big saves already. Had to call upon his goalkeeper twice here, Maestro, to keep him in the game. Struck the post as well here, Crazy. So the fact that it is 1-0 to Maestro, that really was his only opportunity in this game so far, and he managed to take it effectively. But you have to say here, Dan, that Crazy is the player who's controlling the pace of this game.
Yeah, again, Maldini just stepping up and making that challenge on the halfway line. Van der Sar will cut that one out, but since that goal, Maestro really struggled to get into Crazy's half. Whatever he did change, whether it is the defensive line or whether it's just formation, it seems to be working for him. Just needs to make it count, needs to try and get a little bit more possession and maybe get a couple more shots away at goal just to put Maestro under pressure now.
Yeah, I think Maestro just slowing this down a little bit. It's a smart play from him as well, just finding his way into this game. Making sure that he's comfortable on the ball, but again, Crazy not allowing him to get into that final third without some pressure being applied. And Patrick Vieira twice there was that man who was putting pressure onto the man in possession of the ball, and now Maestro finally gets into Crazy's half. Now, can he make another opportunity? He goes out wide here to the fullback, Zambrotta.
And it's all well and good, though, Crazy keeping him out of his half and pressuring him and winning the ball back, but he has to make chances of his own. He has to actually show that he can compete with Maestro and get a couple of goals on the board. But he has done very well at stopping Maestro from doubling his lead, and that's definitely the first step of getting back into this game.
We've already seen not only of his performances on the pitch been incredibly effective here in Bucharest. You can see what a character is off of it as well. Obviously a bit of a joker himself, and always love to see the character of the players being brought out as well in these tournaments and competitions. I'm sure he'll gain a lot of fans through some of his antics if we see him keep getting deep into these tournaments.
Patrick Vieira lunging out of the centre-back position for Maestro as well. Quite a few players now at this tournament using that 88 rated Patrick Vieira at centre-back rather than the central defensive midfield position. Not only has it turned out that he's a fantastic defender, but it also opens up that slot in midfield so that then Zidane can come in And you can use some of the best players in the game. All three of them, Hullet, Zidane and Vieira available. Eusebio playing out on the right is interesting. I usually prefer him as that striker just because he is so good in front of goal. But again, hard really to take R9 out of that position.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many amazing foot items available to these players now. It's kind of always interesting to see how they try and work them in. And Patrick Vieira, I think lyrics, you have to give credit, kind of the pioneer of that position change. Patrick Vieira sliding into that position. But at half-time here, you can see Maestro, it was the only opportunity he had of the game completely. And as we say, it was a little bit of a defensive error, you could argue, for Crazy to move that goalkeeper too early to give him a clear strike at goal and the easiest way to break him down. And again, Crazy has been, in my opinion, the better player, the more creative player of the two.
I mean, at the same time, though, if he had moved the keeper and Maestro had gone that way, we would have been singing all his praises and saying how good it was to actually go for it. He took a risk. It didn't pay off. I mean, Maestro was probably through on goal anyway and should realistically have finished it. So I don't think Crazy will be too unhappy with how he has approached this first half. Just needs to create a couple more chances.
He's employing the 4-2-2 as well, so quite an aggressive formation from Clash's Crazy. As Cristiano Ronaldo inches his way towards goal, turns back, well read there by Maestro, just to put the pressure on there. Plenty of men behind the ball, as you would expect at this stage of the tournament. Fullbacks being brought into play as well, with Carlos Alberto creeping forward, and here is Patrick Vieira in a more familiar position. Nice little fancy pass there from Neymar. The heel to heel, the drag back, the little half drag back as well to try and buy a free kick, and it looks like he's managed to pull that off effectively.
It's a dangerous position with this free kick, but probably just going to be the layoff like we've seen throughout the majority of the tournament. A couple of players have been kind of dinking it up or flicking it up to the player.
R9 leaves it, Lionel Messi, he leaves it as well. Hullet now, out to Cristiano Ronaldo. Not enough venom in that shot, though, to beat Van der Sar. Comfortable save for the goalkeeper.
Might have worked in FIFA 19. Just being able to finesse that around the keeper. And honestly, when Cristiano Ronaldo's on the ball, I would rather just put my foot through it. Belt it as hard as I can, hope for maybe a rebound if it's not going to be going in. Maybe the keeper will just palm it out to one of those oncoming strikers. It's interesting to see Cristiano Ronaldo featuring, though. Hasn't really showed up too much for people, very much been a super sub rather than a starter.
Well, Pele now is driving at the defence of Crazy, just showed too much of it to Maldini there with that fake shot.
He was driving, Maldini was the traffic light, and he turned red.
Now Crazy can come forward again, still chasing this game, but as I say, I'm very impressed with what I've seen so far from the Italian. Again, twisting and turning here with Hullet, and there's that little injection of pace, and Patrick Vieira does make that challenge there for Maestro.
And you really have to when it's Cristiano Ronaldo on the ball. He does turn a little bit slower than previous iterations of FIFA, which is why I think a lot of people do prefer some of the smaller, quicker, nimbler players. But when Cristiano Ronaldo can bundle his way through, it's just the strength that he offers, the physicality, and the ability to just kind of put that ball in the back of the net with incredible shot power. Crazy still yet to find, well, a goal or a clear-cut chance, to be honest. But definitely does look the better player. He's completely dominated Maestro in terms of possession.
He's got a pause queued up as well, so maybe he's thinking about personnel changes. Little McGeady spin there to try and fool Maestro, but Maestro's seen that all before. He's read that book a million times. And again, we have the same ending. One here by Crazy once again. Finally sort of broken between that defensive midfield line and those centre-backs, but unfortunately just can't get away from the attentions here as Zinedine Zidane. R9 does well here to drop in and act as that target man here for Maestro.
And again, Crazy stepping up with Vieira. But then, as I say, that Vieira steps up on the other side for Maestro. One thing that Maestro has been great at is capitalising on people's mistakes. In the tournaments that we've seen him compete in as of late, he does play it in a style where he just waits and waits. He doesn't try and force anything. He is patient, and then he will pounce as soon as he sees that opportunity, that little bit of space, or a player slightly moved out of position, or a goalkeeper moved one way in the goal. However, Crazy hasn't really been making those mistakes since that goalkeeper movement, which I still don't think necessarily was a huge mistake. So if Crazy can play flawlessly and can start making some chances, there is no reason why he can't win this.
Well, again, it's Cristiano Ronaldo dropping deep here. R9, this is where it's dangerous, and you can see exactly why. Gets himself into that 1v1 situation with the centre-back, and the fact that he can turn either way, he's so deadly on either foot, means the tackle had to come in. A penalty here to Crazy, and an opportunity to tie this game up. R9 steps up, and he puts it away.
Easy as you like. Straight down the middle. And I mean, you could argue Crazy has deserved to get back into this game with really all the possession he's had, how impressively he's been winning the ball back high up the pitch as well, playing that very aggressive line. Half the times he's won the ball back, it's pretty much been on the halfway line. And Maestro hasn't really had an answer, and it's all well and good Maestro playing in the style of, okay, I'll wait for my opponent to make a mistake. If Crazy can continue this way of playing and he isn't making those mistakes defensively, Maestro is going to struggle.
He's been very quiet for Maestro, hasn't he?
He's not the attacking player that we've seen in previous tournaments, that's for sure. And you can see that from the goals scored. He's scored 16 so far. He's won one penalty shootout. He's lost another penalty shootout. So 2 games have gone all the way to extra time. So that's an extra 60 minutes of in-game time, and still has only scored 16 goals across 7 matches, which really does surprise me for Maestro.
So a well-worked opportunity to buy that penalty there, converted by the Italian Crazy. And as you were saying, Dan, you can't say it hasn't been undeserved so far. A game, a few chances, but as you say, control has firmly been in the hands of the Italian. And now Maestro finds himself all level once again. And I wonder if Maestro here is just going to play towards that second leg, or if he's going to get a little bit more expansive, or if he's going to make another mistake here and give the ball away once more.
Well, he has offered up a little bit of space for Cruyff, but no one's cut out in the end. And the winner of this will play the victor of #Harry against Gravesen as well in that semi-final. A real opportunity on this side of the bracket to try and get your way to a PlayStation final. Everything has opened up here in Bucharest for the FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. A lot of upsets. A lot of the players we saw in the Masters from FUT Champions Cup 1 who got knocked out in Swiss.
Yeah, it has been a topsy-turvy event. If you look on the other side of the bracket, you have the likes of Pauletto still in the tournament. You have MoAuba still in the tournament, Tuga, Dami. So a few names will be knocked out on that side, meaning either Maestro or Crazy might have an interesting run towards a console final. We're into the last few minutes here of this first leg. Crazy is the man with possession. Cruyff into CR7, attempted that little skill move to burst past the man, but just didn't wait quite long enough to see that lunge come in from the centre-back trying to make that tackle. Elastico not as effective when you've got that little bit of space between the centre-back and the player trying to execute.
Last chance will go to Maestro, and it would be very Maestro-esque, I would say, if he was able to get a goal here against Crazy. And almost would be karma from the last event when I remember Crazy only had 1 shot in the game and it came in the last minute and he was able to win 1-0 after 2 legs. But honestly, not enough from Maestro. I hate to say it, I'm a little bit disappointed with his performance. As one of my favourite players in FIFA 19, and he had some very encouraging signs throughout FIFA 20, he looks a little bit lacklustre in front of goal. But we could accredit that to how Crazy has been defending, how much pressure he has been applying, how high his defensive line has been, and how difficult it's been for Maestro to play his through balls down either wing.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think it's been a kind of a clash of styles here between the two players that we're seeing go against each other, and maybe a little bit of concern on the face there of Maestro just for the lack of opportunities that he's created. Yes, it's 1-1. Yes, it's obviously essentially 0-0 as far as the quarterfinal is concerned, but if you're not creating chances, it's difficult to see yourself being able to win one of these games.
Did you say clash on purpose? Because he's a member of Clash. You didn't? Okay, so it wasn't an intended pun, but it was a good one.
I'm leaving the traffic light stuff to you today.
Yeah, well, that's me. That's my favourite thing to do. Maestro has to show something different in this second half. I think formation has to change. maybe you can leave it for the opening 20, see if there's any mistakes again from Crazy, because that is where Maestro is at his best. That's why Maestro, even though he didn't look great there, he's still one of the best players around, because he does suss out those mistakes and he will sniff out any sort of weakness in his opponent and he'll take full advantage of that. But at the moment, Crazy hasn't really shown any weakness in defense.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I agree with what you're saying, the sentiment that this game will, at least until a goal is scored here, pretty much continue with the pattern that we've seen. As we do get into our second leg here. If you're just joining us, of course, welcome along. PlayStation 4 quarterfinal underway. Essentially 0-0 after the first leg. Finished 1-1 between these two players. It was a very attritional affair, kind of, as I said, a clash of play styles. We'll have to see if anything changes and one of these players tries to take the initiative in this second leg.
Again, though, just no time on the ball for Maestro. Okay, he's winning it back some of these times, but he's just giving it away. Honestly, I'm really impressed by Crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't think I'd say it after some of the games we saw last week or 2 weeks ago in Bucharest, where he almost kind of bundled his way through into the stages.
You don't go 5-0 in Swiss without being able to perform at an incredibly high level.
Exactly.
I mean, the other player to do that, MsDossary. And if you're being included in any sentence in competitive FIFA where the Saudi Arabian's name is being mentioned as well, then you know you're doing something right. But a little mistake here from Crazy might have opened the door here for Maestro. Just couldn't link those quick interchanging passes together there. But that was more like we expect to see in that final third there from Maestro, trying to ping that ball around.
And this isn't just a good performance for Crazy against a good FIFA player. It's against Maestro, who is an E-Nations winner, one of the top earners from FIFA 19, one of the top in the leaderboards on the PlayStation from FIFA 19 as well. This would be a massive result for Crazy, not just because he would get himself into the Masters and get himself an invitation to FUT Champions Cup 3, which probably, after his performance last time out, should secure his spot in playoffs, if not even potentially the FEWC finals.
It's crazy to think
if
this
he carries on
season.
going. Well, when you look at a bracket like this and some of the big names that have been eliminated and the run you could have, if you can get yourself to a cross-console final, you're probably at the World Cup. The E-World Cup is there.
So an impressive start to the season could get even better here for the Italian if he can take down the Frenchman Maestro. Crazy again, building this attack. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo. This is where he's very effective when he's got his body between the ball and the defender, but he got it pinched off of him there. And again, Maestro just taking his time to build an attack through the midfield here, switching it across to the fullback. And finally, we're seeing Maestro get in behind here, just momentarily with Neymar. Zinedine Zidane. Maestro just trying to bait out one of these players with a few skill moves. Drag back as well. Here is R9 Ronaldo inside the box now. Pele drops the shoulder, but cannot beat the goalkeeper.
A lot better from Maestro, though. Looks far more threatening now. Seems to have a better idea of how he wants to approach this final third. As I say, that gives it away to Messi.
Hullet now striding forward, though, and on the counter-attack, there's a real opportunity here for Crazy, maybe. Having just seen Maestro strike towards his own goal to turn the momentum back in his favour. Here's Hullet. Great little ball inside here to Cristiano Ronaldo. And it took a last-ditch block from the defender there after the Elastico had made him burst past the player to stop Crazy going back into the lead. But this game, all of a sudden here, Dan, 25 minutes in, it seems to have opened up a little bit.
Both players just trying to attack each other now, really going at each other's necks and saying, okay, I don't want to just sit back and wait. I don't want to suss my opponent out anymore. I know how they're attacking. I know how they're defending. Maestro has probably analysed the gameplay of Crazy and said, these are the areas I want to try and target. Let's see if I can actually manage to break through.
A nice lofted ball inside there to Vieira, who had just a few seconds of space before Maestro managed to close that space down. And this is where Crazy has looked dangerous, looking to fire that ball into either R9 or Cristiano Ronaldo. Ruud Hullet comes out and he wins the ball, but the scraps fall to Patrick Vieira on the edge of the box.
Patient from Crazy, though. He knows he doesn't need to rush anything at this point. Has had the majority of possession throughout the first leg. Not as much in the second leg, but still, Maestro just offering up enough space where he can play the ball around and be patient enough.
And there was a mistake there from Crazy to give the ball away, but Maestro just said, I recognise your mistake and I feel a bit sorry for you. So he's given the ball immediately back to the Italian now, and Lionel Messi tries to squeeze the ball into Ruud Gullit, but so many bodies in the way here for Maestro, and there might be an opportunity to slide R9 through the middle there, but well covered by Crazy, making sure that that ball was going to be as difficult as possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, Pele just didn't bring that ball down quick enough, so he wasn't able to play the through ball. You can see Maestro probably wanted to, as Crazy does well, just to maneuver his way past all these red shirts that are starting to dart towards him a little bit quicker now. I think Maestro doesn't want to give Crazy as much time to think about where these passes are going to go next.
Well, here's Crazy. Might have been a chance for Cristiano Ronaldo to line up a shot from distance there to test the goalkeeper. Instead, again, patience. Little scoop inside as well. It isn't effective.
This game is almost backwards to how I thought it was going to be. I honestly thought it was going to be Maestro coming at Crazy, Crazy having men behind the ball, and Maestro struggling to break down Crazy. But it's completely backwards. It's Crazy with the ball. It's Crazy pressuring Maestro. It's Maestro with men behind the ball. Maestro struggling in certain areas. But it's because it's 1-1. This can go either way. All you need is that one mistake, that one chance.
And this is where the powers of concentration come in for both of these players. How long can you keep those incredibly high levels of focus up for, you know, one of those mistakes to rear its ugly head for one of these players, or a moment of brilliance, having been given an opportunity to perform such acts of magic in front of goal? Are you able to take that when it comes? Because it is going to be one chance. That's what you have to feel. You know, we're 45 minutes pretty much into our second leg of action here, and there hasn't been big chances. It's been very attritional, like I mentioned before. But you know that a chance will come for one of these players.
It's who's going to actually take that risk on the extra skill move or the extra pass, because the chances we have seen so far have been shots that could have maybe had another pass, could have maybe had a little bit more dribbling, but instead they get a little bit antsy because it has been a close game. There hasn't been that many chances here. You say, okay, well, I can see the goal. I'm going to take this shot because I don't know if I'm going to get many more opportunities to come forward. It's about just taking that risk. Usually I'm all for taking early shots, but I think here, between these two, you're going to have to be patient.
Well, here's Maestro, gets the drag back away, but again, the goalkeepers at both ends have been solid when called upon. Maestro here right at the death of the first half. In stoppage time, works that one forward. Zidane flies it high into the stands.
I mean, that would have been almost a Volta-esque goal if that had gone in. The overhead kick from Patrick Vieira. But at half-time, still nothing to separate the two. Very little chances. Maestro has had more. I know I've been giving credit to Crazy for the one who's been pushing forward, and Maestro has had a lot of men behind the ball, but
I think
Maestro has been better coming forward.
Maestro's chances came in those last 3 or 4 seconds of the game, to be fair to him. It has been Crazy again. He's been controlling the possession a lot of the time, but I mean, I'm just kind of sitting here at the moment with bated breath and just anticipating when one of these players does make that change. And I don't think it's going to be Crazy, just based on what we saw last time. You know, he got that last gasp winner, having pretty much played the same similar style of game for the entirety of the legs that we saw him last time we were here in Bucharest. Maestro, though, I just feel like he has that magic up his sleeves. He has those other formations that he can change to try and force the pace a little bit more. I think a lot of this might fall on the Frenchman's shoulders.
Well, my question would be, does he have that plan B? He would have in FIFA 19. In FIFA 20, he doesn't look as scary of a force as he once was. Not yet, anyway. I very much am sure that as the game goes on and as he learns more and as it develops, he will still be really the cream of the crop for not just French FIFA players, but FIFA players all around the world. Very excited to see how he performs when we get back to the E-Nations again this year. Is he going to be able to retain that title? I think Maestro himself will be wanting to show what he's made of in an individual competition. So we haven't seen him lift a trophy, of course, at an individual competition. He managed to win the PS4 side in London in FIFA 19, but then got hammered by MsDossary in the cross-console final.
Yeah. That was a heck of a performance from the Saudi Arabian. He really wanted that trophy and he collected it in style. Maldini out of position momentarily after winning that ball, but just falls back to Maestro. First time we've really seen Maestro have the ball in this final third now as Pele drops deep again. Twisting, turning. Zidane tries to thread that ball through again, but both players, defensively, they have been flawless, you have to say.
You could argue both goals mistakes as well. The penalty for Clash Crazy, the questionable defending in the bit of goalkeeper movement on the other side as well when Maestro got his opener. Is it just going to come down to one mistake again?
Well, here is Crazy, gets it onto the right foot, Ronaldo! And you saw the scream from Crazy, because in a game of few chances, you need a big player to step up in a big moment. And who else but Cristiano Ronaldo to fire you into the lead?
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily a mistake either. Drills that ball in, as we see so many players do now, to that striker with the back to the defender. If the defender doesn't quite predict which way they're going to be turning, put it onto the strong foot of Cristiano Ronaldo. Go for that finesse shot, which is just so deadly in certain areas with certain players. Maybe on another day, you might see the keeper just touch that one wide. But it's enough, and it gives the lead to Crazy for the first time. And with how this game has been going, he could well and truly hold on to this and get himself into the semi-finals.
And this is the difficulty now for Maestro, because having had the game at the same pace for pretty much, the entirety that we've seen, can you switch gears so quickly? Can you all of a sudden change the way that you want to play, that you've got to chase the game, you've got to find a goal? How easy is that to just make that switch almost immediately, because time is a factor now? With the amount of chances we've had in the game so far, we've only got 30 minutes left in game for Maestro to create an opportunity.
Well, Maestro cannot afford to just sit and wait for mistakes now. He has to take the initiative and he has to start driving forward. You risk conceding more goals at this point. With how slow the pace of this game has been, you can't say, all right, well, I'll switch to 3-5-2 a little bit later when there's like 10 minutes left. You do it now. You go for your gung-ho formation at this point, because otherwise you're just not going to get back in this game with the way you've been playing.
And this is going to be potentially another scalp here for Clash's Crazy. And what a opening couple of events he's had. He really has announced himself as a player to watch this year. But it's a lead, it's a fragile lead though. And Maestro now is forced into action. Pele down this left-hand side tries to feed that into the near post. You can see a little bit of frustration now, understandably, on the face of Maestro.
Yeah, indecisiveness and a real lack of imagination in the final third there, clearly showing, but that's something we've not seen Crazy do too often. I don't know whether that was just an attempt at trying to get the through ball from the goalkeeper or whether he just wanted to clear his lines, but he needs to do a little bit better at holding on to the ball. Now he does have this lead. He can't afford to be too rash with his possession.
Great tackle.
But that's better.
Maestro wins the ball back almost immediately though. Van Dijk and R9 having a battle there. Full possession of the ball, and now Crazy. There's a little bit of space in behind here, and Pele has got away from his man. It's Neymar of all players who's desperately chasing back and trying to put a tackle in. 70 minutes. Almost on the clock here, and it's the goal scorer. Ronaldo tries to turn back onto his left foot. I like that idea there from Crazy. Recognising how he scored that last goal and maybe trying to bait Maestro in again.
Give credit to Crazy though, there was an opportunity there for him to just play the ball around the back four, waste a little bit of time before he attacked, but he's saying, no, I'm noticing these gaps. I'm noticing that Maestro is coming at me here, so those fullback positions are slightly exposed. I can play these through balls. We'll see whether it pays off though.
Great ball into R9. Pele, he's got fortunate! And Maestro, with a stroke of luck, ties up the game at 2-2.
And I said, is it going to pay off? Playing that ball a little bit quicker, still being quite aggressive, Crazy, still looking for that extra goal. And it was just an unfortunate situation for him, really, where he's played that pass and Maestro's been able to bundle his way through. And I say that Maestro is one of those players that capitalizes from mistakes, but I'm not sure we can give credit to him there. That's just an opportunity that sometimes you get given and you have to take. At least he did take it with Pele.
Well, the thing is here, like Maestro changed, obviously was forced into changing the way that he was playing, having gone behind. And he's completely dominated the game since that goal went in and he's been chasing the game. Now it's tied up again. Kind of want to see him playing the same way because this is the Maestro I'm used to seeing, winning the ball back high, getting the ball into those strikers, causing problems for his opponent. And he has been rewarded with a goal here. And perseverance, I think you can put that one down to, but I've been presented with a chance, he puts it away, and now we're all tied up again at 2-2.
I feel like Crazy is kind of stuck in two minds here because the way he was playing throughout the game was relatively aggressive. He was looking for those passes, was looking for those through balls, and when he took the lead, he didn't just suddenly switch to I'm going to hold on to the ball and I'm going to restrict my opponent's chances, which is what we saw from him at the last event. Instead, he kept going forward, he kept pressuring. Did he open up himself to maybe too much pressure from Maestro?
Ronaldo's managed to find the ball into Ruud Gullit, and he's found the ball back to Ronaldo. Nothing fortunate about that one for Crazy. And sometimes you look at players who get into these latter rounds of tournaments. Do you have the steel when the game gets tough? And Crazy has just proved he does.
Maestro not happy with it. Feels like he worked hard enough to get back into the game, and then from the restart straight away, Crazy regaining that lead, and it's right back into that tactic screen to change everything back, saying, okay, well, we can go defensive again, and we'll see whether Crazy learned his lesson. There is less time left in the game now, of course, and he can opt to try and keep the ball a little bit more. But when you do start keeping that ball, and you do start maybe getting a little bit nervous, because this is different territory for Crazy. Maestro's been here time and time again, but a semi-final possibility is very much on the horizon.
So we're back into this game then. And all of a sudden, a flurry of goals. Fantastic stuff there from Ruud Gullit to slide and get that pass into R9, and a great finish at the near post again from the Brazilian. And he's a Clash Crazy is again now just moments away from finding himself into a PlayStation 4 semi-final, one of those master spots. Meaning we'd see him back at the next tournament as well. What's Maestro got? 12 minutes left on the clock.
Of course, Maestro, who was one of the master invitees at FUT Champions Cup Stage 1 from his performances at FIFA 19. In FIFA 19, does win the free kick and needs to get a goal if he wants to be one of the master invitees to FUT Stage 3.
Taken short here. Cruyff for the little dummy, just lets the ball run. Couple of step overs, two men come across to try and deal with it, and Maestro, quite rightly here, putting the pressure onto his opponent. Zidane can't get the shot through, and Clash Crazy will now have space to come away and take seconds off the clock.
Yeah, you kill this game off now if you're Crazy. Got to be concentrated, got to be looking at every pass, really utilising the radar, looking for those runs. Not always be baited in by space going forward, because that's what Maestro has to do here. He has to use his defenders, he has to bring them out of position to encourage these through balls from Crazy, which is what he's done there. He's won it back, which means he does still have a possibility.
Ball. Here from Maestro, R9's inside the box, ball roll away. Zidane's on the edge of the box, into Cristiano Ronaldo! And what a huge save that is from Alisson. Corner here to Maestro.
All the credit we give to Stegen, but Alisson keeps him in this.
Vieira now tries to play the ball across, and Carlos Alberto slides across the turf to cut the ball out. Big chance there for Maestro. And now Crazy has the chance to go up the other end and really put this game to bed.
Well, no, this is better from Crazy, though. He's noticing that those gaps are definitely being offered by Maestro. There was a through ball that was most certainly on. And I'm sure if it was a 2-2 draw, he would have taken that pass every day of the week. But instead, plays it patient, keeps the ball, keeps possession, and keeps winning these throw-ins as well, which is going to eat more and more away at this time. Maestro looks frustrated, and I mean, I'm sure anyone would be in his shoes as well, because that is not going to be a master's position for him. The
Maestro,
player of his caliber.
He needs to win this ball here from the throw-in. He needs to put pressure on almost immediately. He's got around 60 seconds in game. At least he's got the ball back, but no. Eusebio fights for the badge for Crazy and fights for a PS4 semi-final spot. The ball rolls out of play. And Crazy does it again. He's into the PlayStation 4 semi-finals, taking down Vitality's Maestro, and this man is one to watch this year.
And he guarantees himself a spot in FUT Champions Cup Stage 3. They check the VAR. He does go through. I tell you what a moment that is for him, and what a season it has been already. And as I said, if he can look at this bracket and look at some of the players that are left in, I know there are some phenomenal players as well, but this is more for the taking than arguably some of the other brackets we might see if you had some of those giants of the PlayStation. He has taken down one of those giants on this side of the bracket. If you looked at just on paper, this side of the bracket, you'd be saying, yeah, Maestro should be taking this relatively comfortably. He's out. It's all Crazy now.
What a crazy performance from Crazy, and that wasn't an intended pun, but there it was. And he is going to go up against the winner of either #Harry or Gravesen. So a chance to make it not just through to the semi-finals, but potentially through to a console final here for Crazy. What a day he could have here in Bucharest.
And there's some stats from that match between Crazy and Maestro. Possession and pass completion, the tackles that were being made, and even though there's only 11 tackles completed there from Crazy, we have to look at where those tackles were being made. It was the high defensive line that he was able to put the pressure onto Maestro, and Maestro really struggled to get into that final third throughout the majority of the game.
Yeah, he did, and then I'm looking across the other side of the bracket as well, which I'm sure that Crazy's doing, and you know, you had the likes of Pauletto there, MoAuba obviously still in the tournament, but some of the bigger names you'd say are on the other side of the bracket here with Tuga and Dami winding up that bracket, and the players left in the tournament on the PlayStation 4. A huge opportunity for the Italian.
Yeah, I don't think that many people would have been expecting some of these names to be in contention for that master spot. Like, when you look at everyone that was at this tournament, even though Crazy had a great performance for Champions Cup 1, I don't think people will be saying, okay, he's going to be a top 4 player. However, he went 5-0 in Swiss, and then everyone's probably like, okay, maybe we should be thinking about Crazy. Even I was saying, like, okay, I didn't give credit and enough credit to him last tournament, and he has really turned around his performance. Like, I was thoroughly impressed with how he approached that game. Yes, there were slow moments at times, but to be fair, Maestro was encouraging that. Maestro was the player who had 10 men behind the ball half the time, and Crazy can only play what's in front of him, and he was able to get those chances. He was able to capitalize on a couple of mistakes as well. There was the penalty that he was able to take off Maestro. And then just right from the get-go, from the restart, as soon as Maestro equalized, he didn't let it phase him. He didn't get frustrated. Straight down the other end, gets the winner.
I would say that, you know, there was no mistakes defensively at all in that game from Crazy. I thought he was absolutely superb at keeping Maestro at bay and limiting him to pretty much no chances whatsoever. Even Maestro's goal for the equaliser, you have to say, pretty fortunate to find himself in that position. And then one thing I always look at with these players who find themselves in these deep stages of the tournament, like I mentioned during the game itself, is when you do come up against those moments in the game where you're like, oh, something's gone against me a little bit and something hasn't quite gone my way, he bounced back almost immediately.
Almost immediately. Like, it's crazy how well Crazy performed. We'll see what the panel and the rest of the guys think about that Crazy performance. Jimmy, over to you.
Dan and Mark, you definitely use that crazy pun a ton, but it's true, we're crazy about Crazy. He's on the couch with us now, and Mike and his translator. How are you feeling, first and foremost? That was a big win.
Come ti sei sentito in partita? Sei proprio in forma? Com'è andata? Insomma, prime impressioni?
Mi sono trovato veramente bene, soprattutto col gameplay che c'è qua all'evento. Per quanto riguarda il match, l'abbiamo impostato in 2 partite diverse, ovvero nella prima abbiamo giocato con un 4-4-2 e la seconda invece con cui abbiamo segnato, abbiamo creato di più, è stato un 4-2-3-1, perché comunque si creano spazi avendo il COC.
Okay. So basically the gameplay, he likes the gameplay, so the ball possession, and then these 2 matches was really tough. The first one, we played both matches in 2 different ways. The first with 4-4-2, and the second with 4-3-1. So we had different tactics, and then we adapted it to the opponent.
And you did the business. We're going to take a look here at the highlights. Is there anything you're seeing here, anything that you want to talk about when you're watching this?
Che ne pensi di questo gol?
Allora, io ho preso il palo con la bolla sì, e poi da lì, cioè, non so cosa possa essere successo alla mia difesa, poi ho mosso il portiere pensando che pelle tirasse dall'altra parte e vabbè.
He didn't know what happened at that moment. He also was controlling the goalkeeper, but he did the wrong direction, so he got the goal, but you know.
Now, is this the first time that he switched formations from a leg 1 to a leg 2?
Da qui è cambiato.
Sì, da dove ho cambiato formazione.
Yes, this one, the moment where we switched the formation.
Yeah, is that the first time in the tournament that that's happened? That he's done that?
No, it's not the first time. Thanks to the coach, we were working on this, so adapting to the opponent that we face.
I like that. I like that type of strategy.
You've been one of the most successful players to start this year. what do you feel you've been doing differently than some of the competition? Because everyone's looking for a competitive advantage. They're always trying to figure out, well, what should I do formation-wise, tactics? What makes the most sense where I'm going to put myself in a position to get more wins?
Qual è praticamente il tuo stile di gioco, più o meno quello che ti porta alla vittoria? Perché comunque sei qui nel secondo evento e stai cercando sempre di far meglio.
Per quanto riguarda quest'anno sto benissimo perché si gioca di possesso palla, quindi è un gioco che veramente mi piace tanto, è un gioco di calcio in cui si può creare veramente tanto anche a livello di creazione dell'azione e quindi è tutto questo.
Yeah, basically, as I said before, his main advantage is the game style. So he can manage the ball, do the ball possession as he wants, and then try to adapt his style to the new gameplay. So he feels good the game.
Okay, now there's only 8 players that got the Masters recognition, right? They got the automatic qualification to the second Masters, this one now. You're now one of 2 players that's going to do it because Tekkz and Lyrics play against each other. How does it feel now to get back-to-back Masters and don't have to grind to qualify?
Come ti senti che sei qualificato anche al terzo evento, non devi da capo fare la qualificazione online?
Sono contentissimo perché comunque le qualifiche online sono difficilissime e soprattutto con giocatori veramente forti, quindi non era detto che ci qualificavamo. E quindi sono contentissimo.
He's super happy because the online qualifiers are probably quite difficult than the live event. So they do not know if we were here again. So that's great. It feels really good, and that's.
I bet.
And is there anything you want to add to the Italian community? A lot of times I feel like we don't necessarily talk about the Italian players enough. Obviously there's been Dagnolf, Danuso, Principe, and these guys. Are you guys a real tight-knit community? Are you cheering for each other? Do you train together? Maybe give us a little more insight.
Yeah, we know we are a whole community. We sometimes do play together, but we are together. I mean, there are no. We are no rivals, we are friends, and so we train, we joke, that's it. That's the beautiful meaning of the Italian community.
No, that's great. I think that's a good vibe to have,
Yeah.
especially as you support each other in tournaments. Well, speaking of this tournament and qualifiers, there's another tournament that you guys can enter into at home. It's the PS4 Challenger tournaments, and here's the information on how to get involved. You can compete online for prizes ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes, as you see, like in-game currency, FIFA points, which are fun, cash prizes. Now, everyone starts in stage 1, and players must win 3 out of 4 to go to stage 2, and then in stage 2, obviously, you're going to compete against people with higher skill level, just like you would do at one of these major tournaments. And then in stage 3, you compete for the championship title. You guys can compete now at compete.playstation.com in the US or playstation.com/tournaments everywhere else. So make sure you guys hop in on that. Those tournaments are fun. Have you guys ever played in a Challenger tournament before?
Yeah, the Challenger tournament?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to get sharp, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, one last thing before we let you go. That trophy right there is yours. So go ahead and grab the trophy.
Bye-bye.
Congratulations. Yes,
Let's
you're a
get-
master. One of 2 players that's going to be a master. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
All right, well, good luck the rest of the way. We'll be cheering for you. Everybody, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to have the hashtag guys come on the couch and preview their big match against Gravesen. Don't go anywhere.
The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Turtle Beach, proud sponsors of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
Guys go through a lot to deal with shave irritation, so we built the new Gillette Skin Guard with a specialized guard designed to reduce it. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
Welcome to the FUT 20 Champions Cup, Stage 1 here from beautiful Bucharest. 3-day tournament, 64 players. We begin today with the Swiss format. FIFA 20 is among us.
Julian has to score here. A miss and he's out, and Harry will go through! And Harry makes the save! Today is do or die for every single player, for every single game. It is the knockout. Big chance here for our night though, and he's taken it, he's slotted it away. And Lucas Rep will move on into the quarterfinals. Here's Vieira, here's on! Cruyff on the edge of the box, is going to falter, and no! It's going to get...
And we're ready for our cross-console final. The big game is nearly among us.
Here's our night, beautiful from Tekkz! Fanatic Tekkz is your champion here in Bucharest.
Es ist das Derby im deutschen Fußball.
Get off me. It's a different jingle when you hear these car keys. Ballers, I put numbers on the boards.
Pace test recalibrated.
Whether rapping or I'm rapping, some rap or might reach back and relapse to rapping up the draw. Givenchy fitting like a gym clothes. 88 Jordan leaping from the free throw.
7 seconds. Exercise reboot in T-minus 5 seconds. Exercise reboot in T-minus 3 seconds. Commencing exercise.
25 smooth work like chore. Hit Delaware twice, needed 25 more. I see flaw, cracks in your diamond. CB4, Blue Rhyme, Simple Simon. The sticker in the window, case you wonder what it costs.
The FUT Champions Cup is brought to you in part by Gillette. Welcome back, everyone, to Bucharest, Romania for FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. We're into the quarterfinals. Quarterfinal 1 for PS4 is done. We have quarterfinal 2 coming up with this man right here, hashtag Harry and his coach, hashtag Shari, and I've got Rachel with me as well. So this is a first ever, I think. Of all the majors I've been a part of, we've never had a player come on and talk about a game before he's about to play, and your opponent is right behind you. which takes it to the next level. Gravesen is right behind him. This is super cool. I like this insight going into this one. But before we get into the nuts and bolts of this game in particular, talk to us about your tournament overall, because you've been playing pretty well.
Yeah, I've had a good tournament. I still don't think I should have lost the game that I lost against Maestro, so I probably should be flawless at the minute. I played Fifilza, who was ended hashtags basically season so far. Well, not ended it, but he made it really bad. He beat me twice in the first tournament, cost Tom his spot for being here at this one, so I had to get some revenge.
And you did.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
I got that. I played well. I think that should have been more as well, to be honest.
How much confidence does that kind of give you beating Fifilza, who we know what he did 2 weeks ago, obviously got to the cross-console final?
Yeah, he was the only unbeaten player with PlayStation, so
You beat him!
it was it was good to win that, but all that's happened previous doesn't mean a thing if I don't win this one, really, because obviously you get the spot the next tournament, and there's also the chance of winning the actual tournament, which is what we're looking to do.
Okay, now Shari, let's just pretend Harry's not sitting right here. What's he doing different this time around that's given him the confidence to get here?
I think, I mean, the difference between this tournament and his last one, Harry will know the same, in his play has just been...
You're supposed to pretend he's not here. You're not supposed to answer.
No, I'm joking. No, it just Harry, he looks a lot more confident on the edge of the box, got a lot more ideas, playing a lot more like himself, I would say, and he's just defending like absolutely amazing, to be fair. He was on absolute lock in that last game, and if he plays like that this game, then we're looking good.
Then you're not scoring, Gravesen.
Harry, you're sitting there though. You said you were a little bit nervous last time for Fifilza. Bit nervous as well now. How are you dealing with those? Does like Shuri help you in this instance?
Shuri likes to think he's made the difference this tournament because last tournament, 2 weeks ago, I still got through the Swiss, but I played so bad. There's no way I should have gone through the Swiss 2 weeks ago. So yeah, the only change I've had since then is technically Shuri for Tom, because I've not played FIFA these past 2 weeks. I've literally played FUT champs and that's it. Then I just came with mindset of, right, I'm going to attack.
No, and you've been doing something different with your arms.
Oh yeah, so...
Oh yeah, come on, show the stars.
Very Tekkz.
So basically, I see how Tekkz plays, I'm like, Tekkz is quite good at FIFA,
Yeah.
so I'm going to try it and I'll just play like that now.
And it seems to be working.
Yeah, so far.
And Shuri, a word on like how motivating it is for you to be here coaching Harry when you can't be playing yourself. Obviously, we've seen it, on the YouTube videos, like how narrowly you've come close to kind of going through yourself.
Yeah, well, the second qualifier didn't go great, but the first one, I made it quite close. But I think when you're at these events and like you're watching, especially your teammates as well as, other people playing, it literally motivates you. You just think, oh, I want to be back playing again. So, hopefully I'm at the next event. So we'll see.
Okay, so Masters is at stake. If you win this game and beat Gravesen, you have a chance to not have to go to qualification and have to do that grind at all. Which would be fantastic, and I'm sure he's thinking the same thing. How does that add to your pressure, to your nerves?
Yeah, I think it should add to Gravesen's pressure more because the EU qualifiers are like the longest thing ever. It's like 20 hours a weekend, so yeah, don't let that get to you.
I love the trash talk from afar, trash talk. Okay, and then is there anything you're going to do specifically in this one because of your opponent, or do you think you're just going to stay true to what you're doing?
So I've not really seen Gravesen play, but I know he's an amazing player. I think there's a chance he could have been 5-0. I know it would have been different, but I think he only lost 120th minute.
That's right.
One of the games, and then so he's...
I like that you're pretending you don't know much about him.
Yeah, but
I've watched them all.
He shouldn't have been 3-2. So yeah, I'm not going to take it as I've had a better tournament because it's just a one-off game, and he's an amazing player. So I'll just try to score more than him.
Yeah, that makes the game pretty simple that way. Well, best of luck to you. Thank you guys for sitting on the couch. And everybody, we're going to take a quick break so Harry can get set up there. But when we come back, Brandon and Rich are going to have the call of the game. Don't go anywhere.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during the shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
Welcome to the FUT 20 Champions Cup, stage 1 here from beautiful Bucharest. 3-day tournament, 64 players, FIFA 20 is among us.
Big chance here for R9, and he's taken it, he's slotted it away. Here's Vieira, here's R9!
Hey, we're ready for our cross-console finals.
Here's R9, beautiful from Tekkz! Fanatic Tekkz is your champion here in Bucharest.
Well, welcome back once again to Bucharest, of course, for day 2 of the FUT Champions Cup. Stage 2, we are underway in our quarterfinals now. We've already seen our first one, Rich, haven't we? Class Crazy. There's not many people that have been consistent over both tournaments. He goes through to Championship Sunday.
He's been the most consistent FIFA player that we've seen this year so far. Stage 1, got a top 4 finish, auto-qualified for Stage 2. What did he do in Stage 2? He's got an auto spot FIFA Masters for FUT Champions Cup Stage 3 coming up after the new year. We've got another spot on the line right now between #Harry and Gravesen. Both of these two players had very, very emphatic round of 16 matchups. Harry slaying the sort of dagger in the side in for Filza, 4-1. On the other side of that, we saw the first 4 goals in the Gravesen Stokes game on stream. 6-1 victory for Gravesen. So this has got all the making of a pretty entertaining matchup. 10 goals between them in the round of 16.
Yeah, exactly that. As you said, Richard, if you win this, you will re-qualify for the next FUT Champions Cup as part of the new Masters system in place, which is if you finish top 4 of your console, for example, you make it into Championship Sunday, you make it into the last 4, you will get re-qualified into the next major tournament. You don't need to play qualifiers at home. You don't have to go through that again, as Harry was alluding to, of course, on the couch. You know, they can take up your weekends, and we know how competitive they can be. I think in the one of the last PlayStation ones, we had like 800-900 people in them from Europe, so they really are contested. And Harry just put on his jacket.
He's stalling a little bit. Is he stalling?
I just saw the best moment. I just saw Harry was just a bit cold, and Troy went, "Do you want to wear my jacket?" He just took off his jacket, and there you go. He's giving it to Harry. Hand warmers are out as well from him. He's up against Gravesen. That, as we said, Richard, really impressive. Gravesen was. We know him from last year. Won the virtual La Liga. Made the playoffs. Unfortunately, didn't do enough to get all the way to the grand finals. But this year on FIFA 20, he's enjoying it. That near post, he scored, what, 3 or 4 goals at the near post in that last matchup?
He's been loving life with Leo Messi that we've seen as well. You can see Shori there, who's going to be supporting #Harry. There's going to be a lot of eyes on this matchup. It's a big, big game for #United. Having one of those FIFA Masters spots releases so much tension for a club or an organisation, because you know that at the next FUT Champions Major, you are going to have a appearance there. You are going to have a presence at that event without going through the tension, the rigmarole, and the unpredictability of a qualifier over the course of the weekend. Both Ducks Gaming and #United have that potential right now. Who is going to be able to seize the opportunity? That is the question.
I think the bigger point really is, Richard, is the fact that this is the first event we've been able to see Gravesen this year, and it's so vital for him, not just to re-qualify for the next FUT Champions Cup, but to pick up a good amount of Global Series points. For being in this position where he is right now, he's already guaranteed himself 500 Global Series points. He wins this next game, he doesn't also re-qualify himself. He jumps into Championship Sunday and also earns himself $7,500 just for getting to this stage of the competition. Unfortunately, his fellow Spaniard in J.R.A. Leon did fall out in the round of 16 for him, of course, to Roma Dami. We got that match come up later on against Tuga. But overall, Richard, the brackets, they're really open, aren't they, for this tournament? It really is anyone's to go and win.
It really is, yeah. You look at the opposite side of the PlayStation 4 bracket right now. You've got SPQR Pauletto, who beat Bundle Papsity in the round of 16. He's got a quarterfinal tie with MoAuba. On the bottom half of the bracket, you've got Tuga, who knocked out former console finalist Yago, and Roma Dami. So Tuga, Dami, MoAuba, Pauletto, and you've got Crazy Clash Gamer, and then the winner of this game as the remaining players on the PlayStation. On the Xbox, you've got death row, really, on the left-hand side of the bracket with EnRaZic, MsDossary, Lyrics, and Tekkz all on the same half of the bracket. It's a very, very tough run for either of those 4 players to make it through to a console final, but one of them will.
Well, I think yesterday I was just doing some media with Turtle Beach, and they said, you know, is there an underdog you would say in this tournament you would recommend to maybe go the full way? I said Harry. You know, I wouldn't. Of course, he wouldn't say he's like one of the underdogs, but he's never won a major. He's never, you know, won an LQE as such. But I feel like this could be the tournament for him. So yeah,
it's funny you're talking about doing that content with Turtle Beach, because we have the potential right now throughout the rest of the stream to win yourself an Elite Pro 2 Turtle Beach headset. All you got to do, follow at Turtle Beach and be watching on Twitter throughout the rest of the stream for the reveal of the hashtag to be in with a chance of winning one of their premier headsets.
Yeah, well, here we go then, Richard. It's going to be hashtag Harry up against Ducks Gaming Gravesen. Obviously, both teams do have their kits in the game of FIFA 20. Obviously, you saw that pack that you can earn at home. Might as well call it like an esports package pack, FIFA esports package pack. You can get everything in there, your Tifos, the ball, obviously the Adidas ball, the Global Series ball, the kits as well that for a number of teams.
Yeah, all you have to do to be able to win that FIFA Global Series pack is simply watch the stream and have your EA account linked, and you will be eligible to win it. Out of all the kits that you've seen, what are you thinking? That Ducks Gaming one, I like it. It's a little bit like an optical illusion.
It's like a zebra.
Yeah, when you used to look at the optical illusions when you were a kid, and like you'd have to blink 10 times and you can see something on the wall. Just me? Okay. Yep.
What other kits do you like?
I was using the SPQR kit for a little while. I'm a big fan of that with the Gladiator on it. The hashtag United one is always
I did use that
a
quite
fan
heavy
favourite.
last year. I think the Focus clan kit's really nice as well, obviously with the Audi logo on top of it.
I see everyone on Twitter saying you want to use the FUT kit for better pack look. So I might have to try that out potentially
for your next weekend league rewards.
Around Team of the Year time. Try and get myself a blue in a FUT United kit.
If that was the case, imagine if that was the case. Obviously, yeah, loads of kits have been added into the game for the year. Great to see also esports teams be included into the game. You said it perfectly. SPQR, their kits are in the game as well. Focus Clan, and of course many more as we're waiting to jump into this game now. I think there was just an issue with the headset of Gravesen there. But this is going to be an interesting one. 2 legs of FIFA in front of us. So much more than just a semi-final spot in this one. It's requalification that can save you, you know, a weekend in the qualifiers that can be so tough. You know, you wonder why I'm saying qualifiers are tough. We've seen 40 new players at this event. That's how hard the qualifiers have been. I think Harry is all right.
Can save you so much tension and time as well. I think the next qualifier, is it just before Christmas as well, about 10 days before Christmas. So to be able to know that you can leave this event with some Global Series ranking points in your back pocket, with 2, 3, up to $30,000, $50,000 in your bank account as well, and also having the peace of mind to not have to play in one of those qualifiers, it really is. It's really something that I think this year was needed to be able to say you played well at the last event and you get the luxury of being a FIFA master going into the next event.
I think we are going to jump into this game now. Headset is on from Gravesen.
It's important to make sure that your audio is perfect as well in that room.
Is Harry just trying to recreate the picture that he's created in the background?
More than the players' lounge, because that room is absolutely silent. I was talking to Tekkz about it earlier when we were sort of waiting in between rounds, and he was saying he much prefers playing in the studio because it is sort of
natural noise, isn't
so
it?
quiet. It's definitely quiet. In that room, you can hear your coach. You can really focus. He said it's more like a focus space. He said in the other room, sometimes you find yourself getting distracted. You hear a Vamos from the opposite side of the room. You hear that catering is just being put out by the people here at PGL. It is distractions all coming up to. When you're in that room, you can really laser in on the game.
Yeah, you can indeed, and I think one thing that a lot that I looked at from Tekkz last week is the fact he doesn't even wear a headset when he plays. He was just listening to, obviously, Coach Enzo behind him. Everyone has their own way of playing, whether they like to listen with music, game sound as such.
And this pause right now, I think there's an issue there for one of the setups. let's go champ there from Harry. Do you think it favours Harry more, or do you think it favours Gravesen more? Obviously, Harry was on the preview on the couch. He was trying to get in the mind of Gravesen. Do you feel like
I think it's tough to look into
favouring one player?
I think the pause, if anything, would be... I mean, it depends on the pause is. If it's just a few minutes, I think both players will be fine. But I know exactly what you mean. We've seen people that are waiting now for their quarterfinal games until later tonight. And we're talking 3-4 hours here. The players I'm talking about, the likes of Tuga or Dami. It's a lot of time to think about your matchup. You know, there'll be people out there
sometimes
preparing.
You over-analyse, you over-prepare. Very famous, just him then saying, let's go, champ. And often a boxing quote that a lot of people will bring up is, sometimes you feel like you've overworked in training camp and in practice, and you go in sort of a little bit wear and tear on your body. You feel like you're overcooked coming into the game. Harry's saying there, he's barely played in the last 2 weekends. He's only played weekend league. Is he in the perfect mould right now coming into this quarter-final? We'll soon find out in the next 45 minutes.
Here we go then. 2 legs of FIFA in front of us for this quarter-final matchup. Who will be facing off against Crazy Clash tomorrow in Championship Sunday? But more importantly, who will be re-qualifying themselves for FUT Champions Cup Stage 3 in January? Will it be #Harry kicking from left to right, or will it be Ducks Gaming Gravesen, the Spaniard, from right to left? As we said, virtual La Liga winner last year. Represented his country all around the world as well. Recent friendlies with Portugal and Norway, which I think have really helped him to prepare for the tournament. Let me just put that through Virgil van Dijk's legs there, but chance for Harry to get on the ball and just to try and build into this game now, because it's a very, very long game. 2 legs of FIFA, as we know. But just a word, Richard, you said about how people are preparing for this game. Gravesen beat Tom Stokes. I went over and had a look around where all the players are playing. Gravesen was just playing pro friendlies straight away, straight after, maybe about 2 or 3 of them against fellow Spanish players, just to ensure that he was still, you know, still feeling sharp, still preparing for this game. And you're thinking, you know, stay warm in a video game. Trust me, there's people out there that, you know, will switch off for 3-4 hours. They come back in and they just start slow. That is why people will just continue to play pro friendlies. Just keep ticking over, keep working on the things you enjoy, such as that near post finish that Gravesen scored 3 or 4 in the last game. I think I was just more impressed, Richard, the way that he was able to use Messi and Neymar in such a way that it was incredible.
Yeah, using Messi on the right mid and Neymar on the left mid in that 4-2-3-1 second variation.
It's taking a few seconds, Harry. We'll resume play with this goal kick. Happy to play it short to Van Dijk, get the goalkeeper with the ball in his hands. But the press is going to be a thing from Gravesen. There you go.
So always risky
away straight away.
Always risky when you throw the ball out with your goalkeeper.
Eusebio just dodged the tackle of Vieira. Carlos Alberto trying to have a go as well, and Neymar, but it will be Gravesen's Neymar that still just keeps that ball stuck to his feet. See the number of yellow shirts around Neymar. He still manages just to find that key pass into Eusebio, and this could be the first chance of the game on this left-hand side. Pushed off the ball, referee calls it a foul. This one to be played in short. Or towards the back post, where there's a lot of space for Vieira. Pauletto might lock onto it instead, though. That's exactly what he's going to do. Switch of play all the way across to Neymar. He's offside. It's quite a slow start to this game, though.
Yeah, I think that's what we're expecting as well. Good line there from Harry. Everyone sticking together, played all 3 players offside there. We were watching Harry 2 weeks ago. He was struggling in the attacking third. I feel as though he's looking a lot better attacking right now, and hopefully see sort of that attacking prowess coming out of him, that attacking creativity.
I think there was one result, Richard, that stuck by me. He beat probably one of the most attacking players in Houston, 9-3.
Yep.
9-3 in a Swiss game. Nobody does that against Houston and scores that many goals. Harry was just non-stop, attack, attack, attack. Everything was going in for him. And as you said, really has improved upon his attacking play when it comes to playing in tournaments. We saw him again at FUT Champions Cup Stage 1, in which he played against Verfilza. He lost on that occasion today. He didn't just beat Verfilza, he absolutely demolished him. He won 6-1 in that game. 4-1, I want to say. Still a big scoreline. That was 6-1 in Gravesen's game against Stokes. Both players been able to score goals, though. Not concede many. Also for 2 legs as well, so only 1 goal to be conceded is pretty impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the biggest things as well. Both of these 2 players are scoring pretty freely, but they're being very tight at the back as well. They're not conceding a lot of goals. It's fantastic scoring 9 goals against Houston, but only conceding 3. That's the big point. Tight at the back and going forward.
Especially when Houston's, what, averaging 6 goals a game,
the
5 goals a game.
The creative juices are flowing.
We're at the 30-minute mark in our first leg. Haven't really had an attack to call about as of yet. Harry's going to try and build into his first real attack off the game. R9 will pick this up on the edge of the box. We know how dangerous he can be with that 5-star weak foot. Messi back to goal on that dangerous left foot. Routine day for Yashim.
Everything that Harry's been doing so far has been down this right-hand side through Carlos Alberto and then linking into his attacking players as Messi picks it up on the edge there.
Lays it off to Ruud Gullit. Vieira cleaning up the danger. Well done though, Ruud Gullit wins it back, tries to just barge past Gullit. It will be Gravesen's Gullit though that does save the day. One thing that really impressed me about Gravesen, Richard, in that round of 16 game was that in both matches he scored early on, scored within the first 20 minutes every single match, of course over the 2, and it was just that early start that really did help him. He scored the goal, it made his opponent had to come out and attack him, and he was just able to just deal with all the pressure really.
Both of these 2 players got huge followings as well in terms of the country behind them. A lot of the UK FIFA players, UK FIFA scene will be supporting #Harry right now, and exactly the same for Spain, for Gravesen.
Especially the players that have gone out in the competition from both of these represented nations. I'm sure they'll be watching the players there and supporting him in this game. LA finds himself against Carlos Alberto. Thanks to go one way, plays it back. Messi then will change. His position slightly picks up the ball, plays into R9, who's actually got a lot of space to work with. Van Dijk did very well to track that run. And he is rewarded for it in the end.
What a fantastic pass from Messi, to be honest. He brought Vieira out of position from centre half. And then I didn't think he would have that much power to be able to fire it back inside.
Added time at just 2 minutes. This will be the last attack of the game. It is going to fall to Harry. Pele into Gullit, lay it off to R9, back to goal. Shot straight at the goalkeeper. I think Harry's thinking, why didn't he get more of an angle on that with the right foot of R9? I thought that could have maybe angled towards the right-hand corner.
A couple of chances there for Harry towards the end of that first half. R9 having both, but still nothing really clear-cut to write home about. I think that chance there at the end of the half, they'll be pretty disappointed not to have worked the keeper better. Straight down the throat of Gravesen's #1 between the sticks in, I think it's Lev Yashin in goal for him, in fact. And you see the stats there, 0 shots, 0 on target for Gravesen on the side of Harry. 2 shots, 1 on target, but still goalless at half-time. And so as the rounds become sort of more tense, as we get further into the tournament, you do just naturally see less goals scored because there's more pressure on the line, the butterflies in the stomach heighten. All these things do start to become real, if that makes sense. The lights, the cameras, everything seems a little bit brighter, a little bit longer in the wait between your games.
I think that there's so much on this matchup as well. Of
this
course,
game in particular, yeah.
Of course, your console finals are massive, your cross-console finals are massive, but this game is third on that pecking order for me because you're re-qualifying for the next FUT Champions Cup, which is a weekend of qualification you will not have to play in. You've already got it done. And I remember SpiderKong saying about it at the last FUT Champions Cup, of course, crashed out in the group stages here. It was all about that top 4. If you can get top 4, you re-qualify for the next FUT Champions Cup, which means you're guaranteed 150 more Global Series points if you have a bad day one, in which SpiderKong unfortunately did. And you're also in the prize money straight away. Here's Gravesen. Messi goes down. Looks like Harry falls into the trap. Didn't look quite harsh. It was a ball roll into the tackle. He was always lunging the leg Vieira.
As soon as the contact came in, you knew it was going to be a penalty.
Now Ruud Gullit will step up. It could be a gift of a goal for Gravesen. Huge save by Allison.
Hashtag Harry might be the best penalty taker slash saver in FIFA 20.
Maybe that penalty will bring this match alive. Corner to come in. Messi will try and interchange with R9. Unfortunately, once again, just rushed that pass, and Harry will be able to pick up the ball, but didn't even blink. Harry there. Dived to the right-hand side, was able to make the save as well. And what a big save it was. Allison, the hero, once again. What do you think about Allison in goal?
I'm a big fan of him. I think he... For me, it's between him and ter Stegen as the best goalkeeper in the game. He seems very safe in goal. Rarely makes a mistake. He might not pull off the wonder saves that ter Stegen does, but I feel as though everything that you expect your goalkeeper to save, Allison does save it.
So he's been backed by a number of players, including the likes of Tekkz, obviously another UK player, good friends of Harry. Tekkz a huge Liverpool fan as well, which I'm sure will help when it comes to the choice. Levi Yashin, though, in net for Gravesen. Kind of scenes between those three. Maybe Van der Sar could be in the conversation as well. I saw him in a few teams. Not many, one or two players. Certainly the German shot stopper in Stegen for Barcelona. Probably get my vote. It's going to be Zidane, though. Trying to just get an attack going forward for Harry. I can clearly see this one being a 0-0 in the first leg. Luckily, we've still got a second leg to come, or we would be going straight to extra time. This is nice. R9 back to goal. What a save, Levi Yashin.
Again, no real conviction on the strike from Harry. Turned really nicely. Just angling into that bottom corner, and Yashin, you expect your goalkeeper to save that, don't you, though? There was no real height on the shot. It weren't whipped into that corner either. Look at Michael Essien on the bench. 85 Essien for Gravesen.
Obviously one of the new icons introduced for this year, but never actually seen him on the bench before.
See Pele coming on there, 95 Pele. He's contemplating bringing Neymar back on, actually, for R9. It is Neymar coming on. He's switched from the 4-2-3-1 second variation into the 4-2-3-1 with the centre attacking mid, so a slightly more attacking change. Your left mid and right mid push further up the field, and players, the cams now.
Well, Harry will bring this corner into the edge of the box. Pele with the strike. And once again, Lev Yashin, another save called into action. Interesting free kick that, sorry, interesting corner kick, I should say. Played it short, whipped onto the edge of the box. We might see it again. Virgil van Dijk trying to use his upper body strength. Maldini just doing enough, but does clear that one away for a corner again. Neymar. There's Pele, but it's just so overcrowded in the box. Is he onside?
Offside.
No, he's offside. It was a fantastic ball originally from Virgil van Dijk through to Neymar, but he was just offside. And the goal will not stand.
Yeah, you saw Harry knew it were offside as the ball did get played through to him. Linesman straight away got that flag up. Unfortunately, as you said, lovely corner kick as the offside trap comes out there, trying to squeeze the players forward and rush Gravesen into make a mistake, but calm as ever, plays his way out of it and looking for a potential attack here, but I think both players in the final third have been a little bit, I wouldn't say rushing, well, have not been as clinical as we've seen previously.
So not a great touch from Ruud Gullit there. Will make up for it though and win it back, just about keeps it in as well via a ball roll. And 15 minutes left in our first leg. Still remains in 0-0 this matchup. Poor pass from Zidane. Well recovered once again by Virgil van Dijk. That press was great. Just to move up the back line. Seen it a number of times from pros with their centre half, just putting them out of position. Of course, there's a risk with it, but they do it so much. They do it at home, they do it on weekend league and qualifiers. It's perfect every single time. Maybe the last attack in this game as well. And a 1-goal lead would be very much welcomed, I'm sure. By #Harry. Pull it. Into R9, Van Dijk's just bundled over. It's going to be a free kick to Gravesen.
There's no way to play around at the minute, is there, for Harry? It's going to be Neymar coming off, I would imagine. He's very fatigued. Going into the last 10 minutes, you want the potential game winner on the pitch in Cristiano Ronaldo.
He certainly fulfills that role, I believe, to win a match with just one chance. That's all he needs.
You're looking at this first leg right now, and I don't think either player has really done enough to warrant themselves saying that they deserve to win it. Harry's had a couple more chances. I don't think Gravesen, he had a penalty, which was the big opportunity for him. But apart from that, he's not really created.
Put that down to them just struggling to
anything
to break each other down as well. We've seen Harry a few times on the edge of the box of R9. Had that shot with R9's right boot, as he said, tried to fake to go on the left side. Just watched it over, timed it. It was a great save by Levi Yashin. Not once, twice, but about 3 or 4 times he's been called into action in this game. But Gravesen will be pinching himself about that chance he had from 12 yards out.
Eusebio introduced for Harry as well. Both players making attacking changes to try and win this game.
Speaking of that super sub, he's on the ball now, plays it into R9 nearly.
Free kick on the edge.
He's going to go back for a free kick though. He's been very impressive from corners, has Harry. We've got him playing it short. R9 quickly, no one expected that, other than Gravesen. He was ready to press that straight away. Pele, great feet from the Brazilian, shot comes in. Levi Yashin once again, the hero in the goal. And this is where, as I said, Harry's been really impressive from these corners. Especially with the box being so overcrowded, there's no one forward for Gravesen, but yet he seems to find a pocket of space every single time. Garincha, back to R9. Just a second too long on the ball there.
Absolutely love that skill move as well that Harry pulled out there. The Ronaldo chop, and then you flick your right analog stick in the opposite direction. It's a very quick, decisive turn of direction.
And I think this will be a stalemate in leg number 1. As I said, Harry's certainly the one with the chances in this game. He may have had a few problems attacking at stage 1 of the FUT Champions Cup, but he's been very creative in this leg. He's been in and around the box. I think the problem is when you get the ball into R9, you need to know exactly what's happening before the ball even gets there. A few times he's had to take the extra second, and that's when the likes of Maldini, Van Dijk have been able to intercept the ball, and that is going to be full-time in leg number 1, 0-0. And of course, this opens up the second leg to really go anywhere.
Yeah, the penalty was the real big moment for Gravesen. Couple of chances, half chances for Harry. One with R9 where I think the first half in the one on the 45th minute with R9 when he turned and the shot just really wasn't up to R9 standards. I think that was the big chance for him. Did score, but it was offside. Perfectly poised going into the second leg.
It really is. It's really up for anyone to get. If I had to say who won that leg, though, I would say Harry from what we saw with the chances in goal for him. You have to say for Gravesen, as I said before, he will be pinching himself thinking I had a chance from 12 yards out to put it into the back of the net. Harry guessed the right way. And overall, chances created, certainly the more promising player in that leg. You can see #Shuri there, obviously fellow #United player, teammate and good friend of Harry. He's obviously travelled out to Bucharest with him to coach him over the 3 days. I wonder what he'll be saying to him in between this matchup now. Because he's creating chances, isn't he, at the end of the day? I'm sure he'll be thinking, you know, you get into the right areas, you are creating chances. He's just trying to get that ball into the back of the net now.
I think the invite is being sent straight away there for Harry over to Gravesen.
As we said, whoever will win this game will come up against Clash Crazy in our semi-final tomorrow. Obviously, our Championship Sunday also re-qualifies you for the next FUT Champions Cup. 800 Global Series points guaranteed. $7,500 guaranteed as well, so a lot at stake in this game. These guys do not need us to tell them that, especially with this being a 0-0. It really is going to be technically a one-legged game of FIFA to decide who will get all of that fortune that does come along with making Championship Sunday.
And also, you look at the ahead almost at the rest of the bracket that's available. No Nicholas, who was unbelievable last year. No Stefano Pina, who was unbelievable last year. Look at last event, who was the favourites, who was the players in the top 4, in the top 2. For Filza, Yago, they've been eliminated from the competition. So really, you look at the route to a cross-console final, this could be the tournament for you. We could see a great run from one of these players.
Obviously Maestro as well, Richard, amongst those names that got knocked out of the competition in the round of 16. Oh, sorry, in the quarterfinal stages, sorry. Up against Clash Crazy. Oh, we're going to have an early start in this game. He's just offside. Gravesen, though. You know he does like to start early. Scored both his opening goals within the first 20 minutes in that previous matchup in the round of 16, in which he won 6-1 against Tom Stokes from Neo. Harry, though, 4-1 victory and redemption up against Wolves for Filza. Obviously top of the pile when the PlayStation players hasn't been at the races to the level he was at stage 1 in Bucharest, in which he went unbeaten throughout the 3 days. This is Gravesen. Chance with Eusebio into R9. Great tackle from Zidane, who got back. Was happy to do the defensive work as well. Interesting to see Vieira as well being backed in at centre-back by #Harry.
I think it's pretty much a thing that a lot of the UK players are doing right now. If you look, Lyrics, Harry, Diogo, all adopting Vieira at centre-half.
Chance. Quite routine for Yashin. It's one of them, though, just to sting the gloves of the goalkeeper to let your opponent know you aren't afraid to shoot.
Sent Messi trying to look for that running behind, but decided not to adopt to use it.
See every single time, Eusebio just trying to push that back line. It was awful to Messi now. One-on-one up against Zambrotta. Zambrotta wins that one.
It didn't do anything, though. He just stood there. He didn't really do a skill move. He didn't move either way. He made it pretty easy on that occasion for Harry just to take the ball off him with Zambrotta.
Messi's peeled off again. It's important that Harry just keeps that back line
as straight as possible.
Yeah, and all intact as well. Because R9's going to peel off. Can he get around Van Dijk? Done so well there to get into this dangerous area. Messi back to goal, and it's in finally.
That is absolutely fantastic play. Honestly, the way that he worked that space down the right-hand side with Messi. If we can, let's get Mike LaBelle to break that down, because that could be your Gillette play of the day right there as well. R9, little back heel, linking up with Messi, into Eusebio, the tight finish inside the box. Really smart goal from Gravesen. It needed something like that between these two when it was so evenly contested. It was either going to be a mistake or a bit of magic. And it happened to be the latter.
Well, certainly. A little bit of Spanish magic from Gravesen. Was able just to pull across both Zambrotta and Van Dijk. A cheeky little pass around the corner. And Eusebio being able to turn his man and smash it into the back of the net, which will hopefully bring this game alive, because Harry's going to have to come out and play. Gravesen does lead by a goal to 0. These two average goals conceded a game. You saw it before we jumped into it. 2 goals, that's throughout the whole tournament. So the 5 rounds are Swiss as well. Gravesen wants a second, though. Same again, that fantastic little back heel pass that's worked out for him. Eusebio waiting for it on the edge of the box. R9 amongst the numbers as well. R9 will get that. Just whip it across, unfortunately. It's all a little bit too quick for him.
I think he's now starting to find the rhythm down this right-hand side. Is Gravesen. The way he's linking up with his full-backs and he's bringing his centre-attacking mid into play as well. You see how high the black and white shirts are right now, stopping any sort of real threat. Hullet had pushed really far on. Vieira as well pushed really tight onto Harry's defenders.
Zambrotta will find Pele, little scoop turn, little make shot around the corner as well. And straight into Van Dijk. I think it's been such a problem for a lot of these players. I was speaking to Tuga about it. Does really struggle when someone, for example, is playing a 4-2-3-1 and that cam, they can get isolated quite easily. Let's just say that, especially if you come up against two CDMs as well. Even if it is R9, when you got the likes of Hullet or Van Dijk on your back straight away, it can be really hard to pull away from unless you're going to use a ball roll, unless you're going to have a little bit of trickery to break away from your man, which we saw in this first goal. Right through ball to Neymar. He needs an option though in the box. R9 will try and be that option for him. Zambrotta did something.
They did really well to stick with his man there as well. Zambrotta didn't want to commit, didn't want to press circle too early, because you know how temperamental that can be. Speaking of tackling, if you actually look at the statistics from the first event, the majority of pro players don't actually tackle. They'll just jockey. They'll just intercept the ball themselves, manually positioning their defenders. They'll very actually rarely press circle or B to step in and lunge in to tackle the ball.
Yeah, I've seen examples of, you know, the minority that do dive into a tackle, whether it's the B button or the circle button. We've seen penalties given away. We've seen defences ripped apart from it. As you said, the pros, they're so patient. Whether they're jockeying, they are going to make a tackle. The timing of it has to be perfect. We'll have additional time in just a few seconds. Will Harry have enough time to go forward? He's not going to have much time to do so. Just 2 minutes of added time. Messi was worried about the clock there, tried to feed it into R9. And it really is Gravensen's half as such, you could say. A little bit of magic from him just after 20 minutes, and he is 1-0 up in this matchup.
With only 45 minutes left for Harry to get back into this game. I don't think there's going to be a formation change. There won't be a tactical change yet. Not until the 65th, 70th minute. Because he simply doesn't need to change anything yet. He's not played bad. It was just an unbelievable bit of play from Gravesen. You can see how tightly this game is contested. One shot apiece. Gravesen holding the possession. 96% passing accuracy on both sides for these players.
So you expect to see.
Such an evenly contested game.
It really is, and you said it perfectly, Richard. It's either going to be a mistake or a bit of magic that would, you know, change the complexion of this game, or we would see the first goal, and that's exactly what we saw. We've seen it a few times. Gravesen really enjoying getting the ball out to Messi. You can see wearing the captain's armband on that right kind of wing position in the 4-2-3-1. And it was about what he did when he was out there. He was able to bring over his cam as well, get the striker involved with Eusebio, and just pull apart Harry's defence. He's got 45 minutes to keep himself in this tournament. He's already gone further than he did at stage 1. Went out in the round of 16, did Harry. He's in the quarterfinals now. He knows that he's so close to potentially an auto qualification spot if he was to win this match. But to do so, he needs to bring it back square first. Can Gravesen hold on to this lead or build upon it? R9, exactly. That's my example right away. It's just so difficult. You're on the ball there with R9. You're trying to go left, you're trying to go right, and the pressure you're up against from a Maldini, a Van Dijk. Really have to question, where can I play? Who's moving for me? R9 up against Van Dijk. Van Dijk just pulled out. You can see he's just been sucked out from Gravesen. He can just about drop back into shape. Patient from Gravesen. Now he does well to get out of that position. Huge tackle by Vieira that he's going to work for him. Messi was a crucial part of that first goal for Gravesen. In and around the box again, look for another back heel round the corner. It's going to fall to R9 once again. Messi, R9, he goes down. It'll be a free kick to Gravesen. Van Dijk in the book as well with a yellow card.
We're trying to work that around the edge of the box there. It's a direct shot.
Gravesen likes a direct free kick. Score one in the Virtual Liga final last year. Here we go. R9's over the top of it. R9 will strike it. And just over the box.
Very, very close indeed from finding that top corner.
I haven't seen many players take it direct this year.
That
If
free
they
kick
do,
that he scored.
You move the goalkeeper.
In the Virtual Liga. Unbelievable strike.
It was just a perfect finish, wasn't it? Goalkeeper just simply can't do anything.
The thing is with the goalkeeper as well on free kicks, it sort of locks just before you strike it. So as soon as you start with the run up, you can't move him anymore.
So you really have to pick away and guess what your opponent is going to be doing.
So I've seen so many more players go on the line now as well.
28 minutes left. Is there a way back in this matchup for #Harry, or will Gravesen be able to hold it out at 1-0? It's been so tightly contested. As you said, the only goal we've seen is a little bit of magic. It's another bit of magic now. Fake shot. R9 still just hanging on to that, dodging his way around. Well, trying to dodge his way around two players.
Look at how he kept holding the ball there. Did R9 inside the box. Seemed like everybody were trying to take it off him.
Pause cue by Gravesen. I'm sure he'll be looking to try and lock the door on his defence and his midfield in these last 20 minutes. You can see everyone's back for him as well. Eusebio's the only player that's just kind of hovering around the halfway line. He's that bit of space that Harry does need. It's not the area he wants to shoot from. R9 into Messi. This could be dangerous, and it will be. On that left foot. You simply do not give that man any time in and around the box.
That was the chance that he'd been waiting for. Played the ball into Messi through the eye of a needle and smashing it in at that near post. And now changes coming out from Gravesen. R9 comes off. Pele coming on. It's going to be Neymar coming off as well for Cristiano Ronaldo. And maybe even Mbappe or Cruyff coming on as well for Messi at right cam. But he's potentially looking towards extra time as well right now. So you don't want to use all three of your substitutions yet, in my opinion.
I think one deserves credit as well, Rich, is the patience to build into that attack. He was working it and reworking it, recycling possession until it was the perfect opportunity. And we know how good that near post finish has been for Gravesen. And he's been scoring from it. #Harry said, you know what, I'll take a page out of your book.
And just coming off now as well, Leo Messi.
He's done his
Scores a
job.
goal and off he comes.
18 minutes left. For me, just ever since this game got underway, I felt like there was extra time written all over it. How tightly contested it's been. So as well, no reaction from Harry at all when that went into the back of the net. He knows he's still got a big job on his hands. Can we see a late winner though? Chance to re-qualify yourself for stage 3 for Champions Cup in January. Of course, the qualifiers for that one, 14th and 15th of December. Next month for that competition. 64 players obviously will be at that FUT Champions Cup in January. 8 names we'll know who was going to be there. 8 names out of the 64 by the end of this weekend. Can we find out our second name of 8 though from this matchup? Who is going to win it? He's just onside, R9. Expect this again, that patient build-up. He wants R9 to get back into the box now. Lovely little touch. This could be beautiful.
What a save, Lev Yashin. Getting down at his near post. All Harry though. in the final 10 minutes here in this quarterfinal.
Zidane into Neymar. Saw the idea there, wanted a fake shot round Virgil van Dijk. There'll be one chance left in this game, and I'm sure Gravesen in the back will be thinking, I want that chance to me. And I'm going to take my time on it as well. Ronaldo could be through. Carlos Alberto, superb. Heads it back to Alisson.
Yeah, very safe header. He's got to be careful not to squander the ball here if he tries throwing it out.
Every angle did look covered. Added time to follow. Harry try and move this forward. If not, we've got 30 more minutes in front of us of extra time for someone to snatch a win in this game. Carlos Alberto, superb recovery tackle. The touch was not great from Van Dijk there. Just did enough to get rid of it. Added time of 2 minutes. I honestly think we are going to be going to extra time. There's 20 seconds of in-game time left, which is literally seconds. Oh, he went for it. Ball rolled round in the Alberto.
It's a bit hard done by there. It's a little ball roll around him and he just nicked it over his boot and potentially in on goal there. But you see the stats at half-time. And now do we see the final substitution potentially here for Gravesen. He's got Zidane, he's got Inform Mbappe, and he's also got 91 Cruyff. All who can come on and make a difference. And it will be Cruyff coming in as a central cam. Eusebio pushed out wide. And CR7 now leading the line.
As we said, 180 minutes, they couldn't be separated. It was a 0-0 in the first game. This game has been all square as well at 1-1. You have to say, what really? One big chance from both of these players. It has been a chance they have taken, though. I don't know how many times we've been to extra time across this weekend, Richard, but we've been to extra time quite a few times. We've had penalty shootouts as well in knockout football.
Just goes to show how tight the games have been in reality. You've got to think if it does go to penalties, Harry will probably back himself. He's very, very confident. He's very vocal about how
to take penalties,
he does enjoy a penalty shoot. I'm not enjoy might be the wrong word, but he's comfortable in a penalty shootout.
I remember the Draft Story Cup when he was watching the games of Shorey. He was trying to teach him how to take penalties. Of course, a new way to take penalties this year, and free kicks. Played from Zidane. Obviously, we saw the point of view from Gravesen. We didn't see the point of view from Harry, so no changes to recall so far. Well, there may be some custom tactics. As we know, Harry been playing his qualifiers over in North America. Some family over in Canada that has been staying with, qualifying for both FUT Champions Cups. Really impressive start to the year. Here's a chance for him now to get a goal in front. Huge tackle. The tackle is not dealt with yet, though.
What is happening?
Back to Neymar. Where's he going to end up? Cleared away just about by Hullet.
Van Dijk with an absolutely massive tackle inside the box there. I think that's rattled Gravesen a bit. You see him give away the possession again there to Harry.
Lovely through ball. He's going to be onside as well. Eusebio. Fortunately, dispossessed out for a goal kick. No idea what happened there, though. Bit of a smash and grab in and around the box. There's 4 minutes left in this first half of extra time. Harry with the only chance in it. Such a big game this. You score this, you go into Championship Sunday. And you will be playing up against Clash Crazy in a semi-final on PlayStation. $7,500 in your back pocket as well. And re-qualification to the next FUT Champions Cup in January. Tried to work it. I think. Will Gravesen have time to go forward again? Maybe so.
If he does go forward.
He's trying to go forward with some real conviction as well. He's moving quickly. There's Cruyff, his last sub that he could bring on into this game. Touch was a little bit heavy, and we will be going into half-time of extra time.
Yeah, Van Dijk just did enough there defensively for Harry. I think he got a handful of his shirt and just threw Cruyff off his sort of forward momentum when he was running. And again, we go into the final 15 minutes of a game here at FUT Champions Stage 2 without a winner in sight. This game can go either way right now. Since Harry scored, you'd probably say he's been the more positive of the two players. He's had a couple of chances that Gravesen has defended quite well. He's kept his composure as Harry in the attacking third. So if you was to sway one way, if the balance of the game was in one player's favour, you would probably say it was Harry. But you know that Gravesen has that little bit of magic in his back pocket. Just needs to sprinkle the dust and try and get something to click in this last 15 minutes.
Well, you know there's going to be one big chance in this last 15 minutes of extra time. It would be crazy to see another penalty shootout, this time to the side. Who will be coming back to the next EA Major in January. And will put their place in Championship Sunday tomorrow. Someone will be picking up $50,000 and that FUT Champions Cup here in Bucharest, Romania. Just under 10 minutes left. Extra time, though, always a nervy time for pros.
Committed, didn't he, with Van Dijk there? He had to get that spot on.
Look at Van Dijk there, he's way out of position. Just enough time to drop back in. So send the back roll. So Carlos Alberto into Dan, just a player switching so key now. That player switching to second off, you will be in trouble. Van Dijk back to Alisson. Was brave with it, very composed. It worked out for him just about.
Heart in mouth moment there for all the hashtag fans. As anything could have happened inside the box. But Harry again remaining calm. It looks like
4 minutes, if that.
He's trying to fashion the final chance in this matchup. He's trying to wait for that time to tick down. He will have the final attack in this quarterfinal.
He needs to get that ball moving, R9. Yusebi's going to try and peel off him, but the ball's just falling straight back to Hullet. This is it now, last chance of the matchup, but we will be going to a penalty shootout. Added time of 1 minute, there's no time left. It's going to be a penalty shootout. A $4,000 penalty shootout and a chance to re-qualify yourself for FUT Champions Cup number 3. Gravesen steps up first, it's saved by the feet of Alisson. Up next, steps up Harry. Eusebio, saved!
Straight down the middle for hashtag Harry. Gravesen looking to score his first penalty in this series and slots it straight down the middle of the goal. Harry has to reply here with Garincha, and he does, one apiece.
Well, up steps Gravesen now. Cristiano Ronaldo used to scoring from the spot, saved by Harry. A chance to build a little advantage in this penalty shootout. Neymar for Harry. Which way is he going to go? Goes right and will score.
Harry in pole position right now. Eusebio must score penalty for Gravesen, and it's in just for Gravesen. Harry stepping up to go 3-2 up in this shootout, and it's saved.
Oh no.
Sudden death.
The penalty drama goes on. Gravesen to step up, saved again. Score this, and you're into Championship Sunday, Harry. All the pressure lies on Zidane. Zidane steps up, and Zidane will score. Hashtag Harry books himself a spot in FUT Champions Cup number 3. He takes one of the Masters spots and bags himself $7,500 and a place in Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Can you see what's running through his veins? It's not blood, it's ice for hashtag Harry. Despair for Gravesen, as he knows he was so close to a semi-final, but it is that man. Hashtag Harry. I don't lose penalties. That's what I do. They are the words that he is saying. Hashtag Harry into the semi-finals, taking on Crazy Clash Gamer. What a quarter-final. The tightest of margins.
Wow, fantastic quarter-final matchup there. Does not lose penalties, he says. I just do not lose penalties. He said he fancies himself on the penalty spot. He's got some sort of save under wraps there where the legs just extend from the goalkeeper to like bring out a knee save.
He moves to a direction and then dives the opposite way. So basically a lot of the players right now, a lot of the pros aren't confident without the reticle of putting it right in the bottom corner. So they'll go to one direction a little bit. So what he's doing is if you move to the right and then dive to the left, you're covering the middle if your opponent goes down the middle. And if it's a bad penalty to a direction, you're saving it as well. So you're getting sort of 2 out of 3 portions of the goal you're saving because you're saving the middle and the direction. If you just stand in the middle and dive to the left, you're only going to the left. So I think that's what he's doing right there. That's why you see so many knee saves. That's why you see him, when it's a bad penalty, standing to one side and diving to the opposite side. I might have just given away his tricks of the trade, but that's what I'm seeing sort of from those penalties.
Well, we can see some of the stats there, obviously, from both of these two. Fantastic passing accuracy from them in the game. And I said it before, Gravesen will be thinking back to that penalty, I'm sure, as soon as he missed that penalty shootout. He did have a penalty in the first leg in which Harry did save. It could have been a different story. That could have maybe been 2-1. But, you know, you speak about competitive FIFA this year, how tightly contested games can be. Look no further to the match you've just seen there between Gravesen and hashtag Harry. Had to go to a penalty shootout. No one likes to see it, but the lottery of a penalty shootout happens again, and he's clearly been to a few of them in qualifiers. He's experienced at saving and taking them. Hashtag Harry, FUT Champions Cup number 3. His name is in the hat.
Yeah, at events, I think he's 4 penalty shootouts, 4 victories is hashtag Harry, and now he's made it through to Championship Sunday for the first time since, I want to say, an LQE at London where he lost to Dax in the semi-finals, so into another semi-final.
Yeah, fantastic stuff indeed. That's only 2 of our quarterfinals done here from day 2 of the competition. So let's throw it back to Jimmy and the guys on the couch to break down what has just happened.
Thank you, Brandon and Richard. I think the big question is eFootball coming home? Right? I'm here with 2 Brits myself. Now, does that work, Dan, Rachel?
I'm not a fan of that entire sentence, if I'm completely honest. But
why not? I think it was a great song.
We're going to take something from that. Come on, Dan. Jimmy can't. We can take something from it.
I mean, national pride and all that, and it's great to see Harry get a victory, honestly.
Now he's a Masters. He's qualified automatically for the next major. That's a big deal.
You saw what it meant to him as well. I mean, and penalty victories, like, is that 3-3, Harry?
4?
4-4? 3-3. There's something
That's
about
true.
it.
eFootball's coming back to Canada.
Different region nowadays. But yeah, a great performance from him.
I mean, he was so gracious in defeat as well, obviously going over to, congratulate Gravesen as well, because when it comes down to penalties, it's heartbreak for the guy on the other side of the table. So we kind of forget that in the moment, like Harry obviously elated, but Gravesen distraught there, so close to that Masters.
Yeah, here we can take a look at the highlights. Gravesen strikes first. I think everybody was a little bit worried that he could go on a run here, but Harry held him off. Classic Harry face right there.
Well, there was just a lot of times where I feel like Harry thought he had done enough to keep Gravesen at bay, but Gravesen was still able just to sneak it through a little bit, whether it was just a slide tackle just not quite there, or a manual tackle stepping in just not quite there as well. Harry did very well to get back into it though, because Gravesen is the kind of player who can close out games.
And those near post goals are no joke, and have been very good throughout this tournament, and that was the winning penalty that sent Harry through to become one of the final 4 members of his console, which means he is guaranteed a spot in the next major, which is a very big deal.
It means they won't have one of the hashtag YouTube videos of like him sweating, trying to go through in qualification. I usually enjoy watching those.
Yeah, I mean, was there something that stood out for you about Harry's performance? Just in terms of holding off Gravesen, who...
He's giving me the eyes. I think that we have to look at his penalties. I mean, you heard what Richard Buckley was saying. He was trying to analyse them, how he goes to one side and dives the other side to try and cover 2 angles, like try and cover the centre and also a bad penalty, and all of these different areas. And there are all these things that maybe he could allude to and tell us and give his tricks and tips. But
well, I'm glad you set me up for that. It's a nice segue because he's over now, our champion, or at least the champion of this game, with Mike LaBelle. Mike?
Technically, we have the last North American left in the tournament. Also, the best competitor at rock, paper, scissors, self-proclaimed, and penalty kicks. And I've got a plaque for you.
Get in.
Here you go, good sir. It's heavy. But we're going to look at your goal and some of the options you had available to you, and you kind of give us what's going on in this play, because you were battling to get back into this match. Gravesen has been playing really good defense in this tournament, so I know it was a real struggle. He's packing it in. And we've got a great delivery here with Ronaldo. And you basically have 3 options. And I kind of wanted you to break down, what do you see on the pitch? Why do we go with option 2 in the middle versus maybe the easier pass to Eusebio or even the overlapping run to Neymar on the bottom half?
Okay, so basically, now you've shown me this, I probably should have gone to 1 and then play it into Messi, because obviously he's still onside with Maldini. But yeah, I mean, he did actually quite well with, I mean, Vieira is AI, cut my pass out, so maybe it got a bit lucky to get through, but I'm pretty sure something similar happened on his goal, so it evened itself out. But it's a sick finish, though.
Yeah, when I'm analyzing this too, I'm thinking a couple of these passes are really obvious, so that means that your opposition, in this case Gravesen, is not necessarily going to switch to Virgil van Dijk, because he's thinking one of the other passes is going to be your go-to, maybe looking for the 1-2. There's a lot of mind game involved in the competitive scene. As you said, a beautiful finish, top corner, the best corner, and that leads to penalty kicks. Is anybody going to be able to top you now? Are you going to go all the way? Tell us a little bit of something.
Maybe. I did tell Lyrics and Jamie last night that I was going to win the console, so that's still on. If every game's a penalty shootout, I don't think I'll lose again, to be honest.
How did you get so good at penalties? Because every time I talk to you, you say, I'm not losing in penalties, it's not happening. Do you know something other people don't know, other than maybe what Dan Gaskin was saying?
Yeah, I mean, what Gaskin said is true. A good way to save it is doing that, but there's a way to combat it, which I tried to do in the first one unsuccessfully, and that's all I'm going to say. But yeah, it's mainly because when we come to tournaments, we play rock, paper, scissors, and I've never lost a game rock, paper, scissors either. So I took that into it.
So you heard it here from the main man. Oh, we're playing. Ready?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was on shoot. I thought it was on shoot. Ready?
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Dang. All right, over to you guys. Y'all didn't see that. Moving on. Jimmy, you're next up for this challenge.
All right. Thank you so much, Mike and Harry. Congratulations to Mr. #Harry himself.
Never loses.
He never doesn't lose. And I actually thought that Mike was holding off his thing a little bit, like a little delay, just to still try to beat him. And Harry still got the victory. So congratulations to him. No, I was just selling you out. I'm like, that tactic didn't end up working. So maybe next time you can figure it out. All right. Now, what I love about the continued evolution of competitive FIFA is the addition of tournaments. Last year was our first ever E-Champions League, and this year we have something very special. It's the Copa E Libertadores. Yes, it's happening. The biggest tournament in football in South America is gonna have its own E version. It's the CONMEBOL E Libertadores, and I think we're all very excited to get it done. Here are all the fun facts, I'd like to say. Registration is December 6th. And then you can have preliminary qualifiers. That's for non-FUT verified players. And then the next month, the qualifiers will include FUT verified players before the grand final in Brazil, March 7th through the 8th. There are 450 Global Series points up for this and a $100,000 prize pool. It's going to be broadcast in Portuguese, Spanish, and English. So it's going to be a really pretty cool tournament.
My favorite thing about that is the non-verified players being able to give they have the opportunity to qualify themselves as well. Because not everyone can go 27-0 in Weekend League. Not everyone can have the time to play Weekend League as well. But we still might have some gems out there in South America, etc., that will be able to compete and show us what they're made of.
And having a competition in that part of the world as well, like we make them travel to the other ends of the earth, like on a weekly basis almost. For those guys to have a competition so big in their area as well, I'm sure will mean a lot to them.
All right, well, we had our Kyle Walker talk to some of the top South American players that were here in Bucharest about this tournament.
The Copa Libertadores, some would say the biggest football tournament on the planet. And right here in Bucharest, we've got so many FIFA players from South America, 11 from Brazil, which is the most represented country here at FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. So I thought, let's get out, let's speak to them, and let's see just how big the Copa Libertadores actually is. How big is the Copa Libertadores?
It's really big, and it will be an honor for us to play it.
What word comes to your mind when I say the Copa Libertadores?
The big atmosphere, actually.
Libertadores is really rivalry, a lot of rivalry. So Brazilian play against Argentina and Colombian would be insane.
Why do the fans get so passionate when this tournament comes around?
I don't know, I think like South American people really like football when you have all these problems, all these issues in your country that will forgot all of that in the stadium. So I think that's it. That's how emotional it is for us.
From South America, maybe the football is life. You know, all teams, all people, all fans are so special. I don't know why, but it's it's strange.
And in some ways, I feel like they're underselling how big this tournament is to South Americans. The final is actually taking place, the real final, River Plate's taking on Flamengo. Leg 1 is this weekend. But it is massive. It means a ton. It's the oldest club competition in the world. It predates anybody else. And it has a lot of power and magnitude, and it matters to people in South America. So I'm very excited to have the E-Libertadores involved.
I mean, Yago's quote there was just the best. Football is life over in South America. I think what he said there was just great. But yeah, Kyle spoke to a couple of great players that we've seen so far, and there's so many that are going to be around, and if we're going to pick a few.
Yeah, I want to hear which players are you excited to see in this
I'm going to go with who
competition?
Kyle spoke to first then, Filza. Okay, hasn't had the best tournament so far, but we know he's had some problems. His coach Thomas is unable to be here, and I'm going to put his kind of lack of form down to that, but then we can't really be lack of form because he lost to Harry, who we just saw. So obviously he was here he is here. He was the cross-console runner-up last time. He was the first Brazilian player to sign for an E-Premier League club, which is obviously Wolves. Wolves being the Premier League still, which is a great feat for them. But yeah, Wolves are there. He's got everything in his game as well. He's kind of really improved. His coach has said, you're great at attacking in FIFA 19. You've got to work on your defence going forward in FIFA 20. And that's what he seems to have done. So he comes from the Brazilian side of things. And then I'm going to go with Argentina as well. And Nicholas, sorry, I'm taking a big boy there.
Taking some pretty big
I'm taking the big time Nicholas, who dominated PS4 side of things pretty much all season last season. He was back-to-back playoff final in, I think it was FIFA 18 and FIFA 19. He was cross-console runner-up in many a FUT Champions Cup, I think 3 or 4 now to his name. He joined up with one of our British guys, Tekkz, in the FIFA Club World Cup, and he won that. But this guy has just got so many trophies already in his cabinet, going to go and probably do the Copa Libertadores and one of the biggest competitions that they could do in South America. He will want that for sure. He hasn't been here.
There's something about winning one of these competitions for the first time.
Yeah, once
right? NYC Chris won the first E-Champions League. They can never be taken away from you, and I think that's a really big deal.
Yeah,
well, you're going for the statistical players. I'll go for those players who bring the passion. You say this tournament is about the passion. How could you have a tournament without Spider-Kong? I mean, we saw what happened last event when he was able to get into that Masters place, when he was able to get top 4. Okay, he didn't have the tournament he would have liked at this event. He has the best name in the game. Spider-Kong is literally the best thing I could ever say in commentary. But also what he provides in-game and out of game. I love character, I love enthusiasm, I love passion, and I think that's going to really add to a tournament like this, as well as, of course, his FIFA ability. And then if we go with, let's go with an Argentinian as well, continue to Brazilian and Argentinian. Yago, we heard what he said about how kind of it's about passion, it's about enthusiasm. I will never forget that moment, Yago in London, when he got that victory. His headset's always falling off. I remember him streaming with tears when he was able to get a victory as well. This was last time we was able to get into the console final. And, I like that. He got a little bit of grief for that. He got a little bit of grief for kind of using Maestro's celebration, but at the same time, if you're going to dish it out, you've got to take it. And I think that Yago will be a fantastic inclusion into this tournament. I'm sure he'll be able to qualify. Okay, it'll be interesting that they are West Ham and AS Roma players, but I'm sure maybe they can find some other players.
And then I probably should have made that clear at the very beginning. South American residents are the only ones that can compete in this tournament. And I think that's really unique, and I think it speaks to what you said before about the non-FUT verified. It gives maybe some real underdogs a real chance to potentially compete against the very best from their region, their continent. So that is very cool, and we're very excited to see how the first E-Libertadores goes down.
And all the music makes sense now. All the music we've been leading into throughout this entire tournament. I've been doing a little jig backstage. Now it makes sense.
Now it makes sense. Yeah. Now you know why they've been picking this music. Been teasing everybody up, just subconsciously with the music. They're making that happen.
Does that mean it'll change? What? Will the music change now going
maybe,
forward to other cups?
Maybe. We'll see if there's
other announcements.
Another competition coming.
We'll see.
All right, we got something else for you guys. It's our second Twitch drop. I know you guys have been waiting for this, and it is Manuel Neuer, an in-form Manuel Neuer. If you guys have linked your EA and Twitch accounts, you now have the opportunity to grab him, and make sure you check your accounts to see if you did, in fact, and if you unfortunately missed out on him, don't worry, because in addition to that, being eligible for daily live viewership rewards, all live viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account are guaranteed to receive a lot of FIFA Global Series Club items, including new limited edition kits, tifos, stadium dressing, and more. And then finally, all of you live viewers with a linked account who participate in the Twitch extension in the trivia or pick'em features on both either today or Sunday will receive an untradeable gold players pack by Monday. That was a mouthful, but there's a lot of information there, and I'm glad that you guys get rewarded for sticking with us. This has been a great competition. But yeah, pretty cool.
Chance to get a Neuer. There was a few people using Neuer at the last event as well. So if he's being used at some of the biggest competitive events, you know he's going to fit and slide into your team at home for weekend league.
That means everyone wants him. Everyone will be after him.
Get a little bit of the Neuer.
All right, everyone, 2 quarterfinals are down, but we have 6 more to go, including MsDossary versus EnRaZic right after this. Don't go anywhere. The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Turtle Beach, proud partners of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during a shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
Welcome to the FUT 20 Champions Cup, stage 1 here from beautiful Bucharest. 3-day tournament, 64 players, FIFA 20 is among us.
Big chance here for Arnaldo, and he's taken it, he's slotted it away. Here's Vieira, here's Arnaldo!
And we're ready for our cross-console final.
Here's Arnaldo, beautiful from Tekkz! Fanatic Tekkz is your champion here in Bucharest.
Nunca faria isto num jogo a sério. Isto é errado.
Wrong? What's wrong with wrong? I mean, is that the wrong place for a pitch? Hey, eu gosto da scum. Alright, let's talk about wrong. You wearing? Is that the wrong kit? Delicious? I see you. Everyone's gonna want them, trust me. That's the wrong way to play. Alright, pack it up. Do you remember when Sancho was wrong to leave? You're killing it over there, my guy. Wait, AJ?
Wrong sport!
Megan Rapinoe.
She's the wrong influence. Yeah, but I think she's okay with that. Sterling, they say he's the wrong size, he runs wrong, he's got the wrong tattoo. That's just noise, man. Wrong's working for you. Wrong? Yeah, because wrong's the new right. Wrong breaks new ground. Yeah, that's wrong.
The FUT Champions Cup is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Welcome back, everyone, to Bucharest, Romania. FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. The quarterfinals for Xbox is just about to begin. I'm Jimmy Conrad. I got two new beautiful faces on the couch, Kyle Walker, Brandon Smith. Guys, how are you doing?
Unbelievable. Day
Good.
2, and it's just so exciting seeing the level. It feels like it's stepped up again. Yesterday we saw so many goals, but I feel like people aren't being tentative, but they know the level of their opponents. They know what they could bring to the table. So they're being a little bit reserved. We're trying to show their defensive skills off
Plus,
today.
it feels like something's tangible, something's at stake. If
Yes.
they win this game, they get that automatic qualification to the next major. That's a big deal, and you can feel people playing maybe a little bit tighter, let's say.
I think that's kind of been my selling point on this game. I think you've got the cross-console final was the biggest game, obviously you become a champion. Then you've got the console final, because you're talking like a $20,000 game. But then third is this game here, because if you win, you're already qualified for January's FUT Champions Cup, which is massive. You're guaranteed, obviously, another $4,500, and you get 300 more Global Series points. So for me, this is a massive matchup, and you saw how much it meant to Harry when he just won that last game.
No, it meant a lot to him, and I think it's going to mean a lot to anybody that wins in this quarterfinal. Our next one is MsDossary versus EnRaZic, and that is, I keep saying this, a very tasty affair because it's so good, and I can't wait to watch it. MsDossary has yet to lose. At this competition. He's always won the second major, at least the last 2 seasons.
Now this morning...
Is this going to happen for him again? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I was saying this morning, it feels like we've not spoken about him as much. Yesterday it felt like he was dominated by Fnatic Tekkz, whereas he went undefeated. But I think people will be looking at the first tournament and going, oh, how was he there? Is that really affecting him? But what we're seeing right now is somebody who is at the top of their game. They know how good they are. He knows how good he is. He knows what he brings to the table. And I think it's that confidence where he doesn't have to scream, he doesn't have to shout. He just plays the game his way, and he dominates.
But the last time these two faced each other in a really big game like this, EnRaZic took him down in the playoffs.
Yeah, you know, that's, I think,
I know they played earlier in this tournament, but that's still in the Swiss format. That's different than when you're playing in the playoffs and the knockout rounds, which EnRaZic
I would say the great thing about both of these guys is they're players you would put your money on because they always make knockouts. You know, they're always entertaining. They play entertaining FIFA. They make knockouts. Hence why Dossari's got himself a team in Trunda. But EnRaZic's a free agent right now. So again, there's something else to play for there. If he goes and does well in this tournament, we saw SpiderCon, top 4 finish, Simon vs Roma. So it really is down to him at the end of the day, but it's going to be so hard to call who's going to win it.
Well, I'm going to put you on the spot right away, Brandon. Who do you got in this one?
I think Dossary looks good compared to what we saw in stage 1. Obviously, went out quite early in stage 1 in the round of 16 for his own standards. He's a console finalist. So for me, Dossary, and I think he'll, you know, potentially go the full way.
Okay.
As Brandon said, you could put your money on both of these, but Dossary.
Does it make it harder because they can hear you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you can. But I mean, with Dossary, you just think he's always going to bring something. He's always going to look really, really good. And his confidence, I think he is extremely confident in his own ability, and I think that really, really helps his mindset. Plus, put that together with the skill on the actual game, you can't go against him.
I feel like MsDossary, well, he's the only player in history to have won a major in every competitive FIFA season. So. And I know Tekkz wasn't playing FIFA 17. However, it has to be noted he's the only guy that's done it. It's hard to go against him, so I'm going to go MsDossary as well. Now let's bring in our casters, Dan and Mark. How are you guys feeling about this one? This is a massive, massive quarterfinal.
I'll let you go first, because I always jump in here.
Yeah, I'm feeling excited for this, because these are two players who know each other very well. As you said, they played each other in playoffs, and EnRaZic was able to get that victory, but Dossary beat him already in this tournament. So they know each other, they know how they play, which means you always get that strategical battle in the midfield of how you're going to break down your opponent. So
yeah, I can't wait to watch it, so enjoy it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And it is time to get into our next quarterfinal here on the Xbox side. This is an interesting one for me, Dan, in the fact that we have two of the most consistent players that we've had across the last couple of iterations of FIFA. You always expect to see them at these stages in the tournament. For Dossary, history says that he's going to win this tournament because he loves to win that second major of the year. But for EnRaZic, this could be, we always look for that game that's going to push him into that next level, push him towards a final. Take down Dossary, and you give yourself a real shot at winning the title.
yeah, but you say that, but he did it at playoffs. He took down Dossary, but couldn't go on to, of course, win that one. Stokes was the Xbox winner overall back then in Germany. I think the way that both of these players have been playing, we have to look at consistency and the fact that Dossary went 5-0 through the Swiss. He's still undefeated at this tournament at the moment, whereas EnRaZic has taken a couple of losses, one to Dossary in Swiss phase and one to Lyrics as well. He's been conceding a lot more goals than Dossary has. Dossary looked shaky right at the start. Do you remember the first game where he drew 4-4 with Kalen, the South African, and then only barely won on penalties? But ever since then, he's gone from strength to strength. and I really feel like this is his tournament.
Yeah, the further into a tournament, it just seems the more scary that MsDossary gets. Every single round, he seems to get stronger and stronger. But this is the biggest test for him so far in the tournament here at FUT Champs Cup Stage 2. Is the Saudi Arabian going to repeat history once again and take home the second major of the year? Will this be the big win that the German MsDossary needs to get under his belt?
And this side of the bracket on the Xbox is absolutely stacked as well. When you look at that other quarterfinal that's there, and the fact you've got Lyrics and Tekkz waiting to kind of fill this semi-final, there is not an easy route here. Whoever is able to get to the console final or even win this console, we have to look at this bracket and say, look, this is one of the hardest brackets we've seen in the history of FIFA.
Well, it's going to be Dossary who has possession from the start of this game, and some slick pass and move play from him, something we fully expect to see, a real staple of the Saudi Arabians' way of playing FIFA. And for MsDossary, a real opportunity here just to remind everyone how good he is.
Oh,
but a mistake there from Dossary might allow MsDossary to have the first big opportunity of the game. It's a 3v2 situation. Eusebio, a little bit selfish, but finally gets the pass off. And it's a mistake from Dossary that MsDossary takes advantage of. It'll be the German who takes the lead.
And we certainly are seeing more mistakes from Dossary in FIFA 20 than we have in FIFA 19, FIFA 18. Although at the start of FIFA 19, I guess you could say that Dossary made a few mistakes as well, so maybe he's just not quite adapting as quick. But that is just sloppy, to be honest, from him. Decent on the other end for EnRaZic, though, really taking that opportunity and seizing that chance. Sometimes when you're through like that, when you're gifted that chance, you will just kind of hit it randomly, just hope for the shot, hope to be able to put it away. But instead, he was patient, he looked across, found the pass, and Pele was able to get the finish.
Yeah, I thought he'd left it slightly too long there when he was bursting into the box with the Eusebio, but finally managed to find that pass to the man who was unmarked, and having turned back inside his man, it was the simplest of finishes for MsDossary. So then, we have an opening goal in the first 9 minutes of our Xbox quarterfinal here. And the thing I love about that is sometimes you just need that goal to put a bit of energy into these ties with so much on the line. And Remaster's spot on the line as well. But again, Dossary giving the ball away there with one of his central midfielders, and MsDossary looking to burst immediately up to the other end.
That's because MsDossary is pressuring in the right areas as well. He's forcing these mistakes out of Dossary nice and early, letting him know that he's not just going to allow Dossary to run this game, to keep that possession, to feel comfortable on the ball. It was a very closely contested game between these two in this tournament already. It was a 5-4 victory for MsDossary. So I wonder how much from that game MsDossary would have learned and implemented into his strategy coming into this one.
It's a great indicator of how close this game should be as well. Here's Ronaldo into Hullet. Dossary starting to flow, and Hullet is going to finish off a wonderful move from MsDossary. And having made a mistake, to let that lead slip, Dossary shows us just how good he is.
That's how everyone wants to score a goal in FIFA. You want to be able to play that 1-2, you see that run from Hullet and you think, oh, okay, I'll play the through ball. How many times, though, does that through ball not work? The defender just cuts it out. But a player like Hullet can just steam forward. He's got the physicality to shrug off the defender as well, and is why, in my opinion, Hullet is the core part of any of these teams.
Fantastic move there from MsDossary. And we talk a lot about mentality and concentration levels, etc., with a lot of players who maybe we haven't had in these situations and deep into the tournaments. And we've seen a little bit earlier today with Dossary, though, it's not a question. We know what he can do. And for MsDossary, he's got to bounce back now, and R9 is trying to instigate a little bit of fire back into the German, and Pele is putting a bit of pressure back onto MsDossary here after conceding that goal. And it goes across to Vieira. Beautiful first-time ball, trying to find Eusebio there. Both players looking dangerous in attack.
Dangerous in attack, but at least EnRaZic knows when to give up the attack. He did just recycle the play as soon as he saw Dossary was marking out that left-hand side. Okay, it didn't pay off in the end because he couldn't get that risky pass. But both of these players are very sure of how they want to attack their opposition, and this is what I expected because they know each other so well. You've got to remember, they were teammates last season. They would have played and practiced against one another time and time again. And now they find themselves not together after leaving Rogue. Of course, Dossary now with Tundra Esports. And I wonder whether he can show what we saw from Tekkz last event, that undefeated tournament, which finished off with a trophy, a lifted trophy. Kind of dropped it, but it's okay. We've all forgotten about that, haven't we?
I'm sure Tekkz would love to add a second trophy. However, one of these two players is going to have something to say about that, guaranteed. If Tekkz manages to come through that tie against Lyrics, it's a tough match for him to go against. But one thing I've noticed here is an interesting personnel selection from MsDossary, using Carlos Alberto in the centre-back position there. Interesting to see if that's the 87 rated centre-back playing on full cam, or if it is the full-back version, just playing slightly off-cam in there. Dossary does love those players to have the ability to turn on the ball and find a pass, even in those centre-back positions. You can see that from his midfield choices, but MsDossary is making some good choices here as Dossary. Oh, it's a mess at the back, and oh, he can't take advantage, but yes, he can. Again, fortunate for the ball to fall back to him that position, but MsDossary will take advantage. 2-1 now.
Yeah, the ball was just here, there, and everywhere, but as soon as you get into a situation where it starts bumbling around, R9 is always going to be waiting just to pounce on it. Dossary just couldn't get it away from his feet, couldn't clear his lines. And MsDossary taking full advantage. You could argue 2 mistakes from Dossary. Okay, that one, there was less he could have done about it than the first. But still, MsDossary hasn't really had to do much to get this lead, to get these 2 goals. It's not been him doing creative things or showing his dominance. It's instead just been a couple of mistakes at the back.
So Dossary managed to bounce back pretty quickly last time that he fell behind. Let's see if he can do the same again here. Again, patiently building, and then you're going to see that little injection of pace once he finds that ball into one of those forward players. Here's Cruyff. Ball roll away from one, little flick behind. It's Hullet, the goal scorer, who's found his way towards goal again! And it's good from Dossary, but it's even better from the goalkeeper.
And Dossary's just going to be saying, well, where's my rub of the green? Why didn't that fall to Cruyff? Cruyff was inches away from it, just didn't lock on. Yashin had done enough in the end as MsDossary tries to smash it down the other side of the field quickly to a Cruyff of his own. But in the end, it just goes out for a throw-in, and Dossary can regain possession. He looks so scary on the ball, does Dossary. His dribbling technique is phenomenal. He's just an all-round good FIFA player. It doesn't matter which FIFA game he's playing. I'm sure he could go back and play any of the others, and he'd still dominate.
Well, he's a very aesthetically pleasing player, and Cruyff has scored an aesthetically pleasing goal. Dossary is looking amazing when he's moving towards goal. Now, MsDossary really doesn't have an answer. 2 mistakes from Dossary means it's at 2-2. But this is what you want to see from Dossary. This is a scary-looking Dossary.
Yeah, if Dossary can tighten up at the back, then he's showing all of the possibilities of him actually taking this one relatively comfortably. MsDossary doesn't seem to have an answer for these through balls that Dossary's trying in that final third. But still plenty of time left. Another half, of course, in this first leg. It is a 2-legged tie. And as a reminder, the winner here will guarantee themselves into FUT Champions Cup Stage 3. The top 4 competitors from both consoles are invited back from each tournament to the next.
So there's the half-time whistle, and what a first half that was of our first leg. 2-2 at the break. And I think the happier of the 2 players is probably going to be MsDossary. And the half-time whistle going. 3 shots apiece, 62% possession for Dossary, but it hasn't been a slow-paced game from him. He's been very direct, looking to create chances, and as I said, those 2 mistakes really are the reason that the scoreline is the way it is.
Yeah, the first one was huge, and I'm sure that Dossary is going to be kicking himself for that one. The second one, you could argue, you could try and just hoof it out and clear your lines, but we know the majority of pro players don't go for that route. They're not trying to just clear it, because then it gives another opportunity to your opponent. It's very much you attack, you attack, and you have to play that defensive game. If you just give too many opportunities away, then you are probably going to lose the game if you are just quickly clearing out every time, because you'll never get possession of your own. So that's why a lot of players try and slowly play it out from the back, keep that possession, and then get an attack of their own on the go.
So second half underway then. Such a mouth-watering potential Xbox semi-final we have. Like I mentioned, the winner of Lyrics or Fnatic Tekkz is going to be waiting for the winner of this time on the other side of the bracket. I mean, there's some amazing players still left on the Xbox as well. You have Diogo, you have Vinny, you have Gabo, and you have Gabriel as well. So a lot of big names still left in the tournament on that side.
Although, in comparison to this side of the bracket, that side looks very winnable for Diogo. It's a huge chance for him to get to a console final.
Chance here for R9, goes for the finesse towards the top corner. Not quite enough power or whip on that one from the Brazilian. Now again, you can see MsDossary looking to release the ball quickly and directly from that goal kick and almost caught out Dossary. Will just be a goal kick though.
It was quite a cool whip from R9, but one of the things I've noticed from both of these players is they do so well at trying to show the attacker onto the weak foot. However, the trouble you have is now a lot of these teams are building their teams around players that have a 5-star weak foot. So you can't really usher them onto either side. You can try and manipulate the pitch into a way where you think that their weaker foot is going to be less of a problem. But the fact that you can memorize who has that 5-star weak foot, who has a weak foot I can actually expose, really impresses me, tournament in, tournament out.
Well, here's RaZic then. You have to say at the start of this second half, he's managed to maintain possession a little bit better. He's managed to build towards goal a little bit more effectively. And Eusebio's found R9 onto that right foot. Oh, it's such a surprise to not see the net bulging in that kind of situation.
And that is the scary factor of the weak foot. RaZic just had to kind of sit there and watch and hope that it did go wide. Oh, sorry, Dossary had to sit and watch that it did go wide. Now he can attack himself here. But starting to see a better sign from RaZic. He's warming up a little bit in this game.
Well, Dossary's found Ruud Gullit in a bit of space, and Johan Cruyff takes that one quickly, gets the ball back as Gullit takes it on that left foot. And again, maybe just not the accuracy he was looking for, the pressure from the defender enough to make sure that Ruud Gullit didn't have a clean strike at goal.
I always appreciate a shot from Gullit, though. He does have an absolute rifle on him. However, we have seen that finesse shots from the edge of the box aren't as consistent anymore. I'd rather see him put his laces through it, but I think at that point he knew that there was defenders swarming in, so he just kind of went with whatever he could at first.
RaZic's managed to find his way in behind the fullback Roberto Carlos, and Eusebio tries to slide it into R9. So Dossary survives that attack, but given away here by Dossary, and this is what cost him both of his goals in that first half.
And even in the Swiss stage, we saw a couple of mistakes from Dossary as well. I remember the penalty shootout victory for him against Kalen. There's a few times where I was like, this isn't the Dossary I'm used to seeing. This isn't the Dossary that is so consistent, so solid, so focused. And I don't know whether it's down to maybe just a lack of focus or maybe just trying to take a couple more risks. Certainly finds himself tying this game because of those mistakes. As now MsDossary is desperately just trying to break down this wall of Dossary.
Pele goes back inside here. MsDossary being patient. Finally, a little bit of space. Gets it back onto that left foot. Unfortunately, the linesman's flag has gone up. Dossary again with that offside trap, just pressing into midfield and trying to make sure that that space in behind is catching those players offside.
15 minutes left, though. And I think that MsDossary has done enough in this game to kind of say to Dossary, look, if you do make a mistake, I'm going to be there and I'm going to be waiting. However, if Dossary can tighten up at the back, he doesn't make those mistakes, MsDossary, I think, will start to worry about the lack of chances he's realistically being able to create. There has been some driven passes into the striker, being able to turn with Ronaldo. But even then, it wasn't a clear-cut chance.
It was a clear strike at goal.
And MsDossary is one of these players who usually carves his opponents apart. He hasn't been able to do that against Dossary.
Mbappe fresh on the pitch here for Dossary. A few changes in personnel. Don't expect to see anything tactically changing here between the two with such a scoreline still intact. Now here comes Dossary again, feeds that one round the corner. Pele, a beautiful scoop turn from him, and Laurent Blanc. If he's an inch shorter there and his legs a hairbreadth shorter, I think that might have found the striker in the middle of the box.
I wonder whether EnRaZic now will notice that Dossary's kind of been dominating this possession and might just try and close this game out with 2-2. Or wait for this final attack. Because even though Dossary has had the majority of possession, you could say that he hasn't created enough chances because of it. He's kind of just got to the edge of the box and then dilly-dallied around a little bit. And then EnRaZic's won the ball back, but then hasn't done anything with the counter-attack either. We need to see more from both players, I think, in the second leg if they are going to be able to get a clear lead in this quarter-final.
It's interesting. Clean up the pieces there from what was a mess. A couple of players getting involved. As we approach full time here in the first leg, is there going to be a winner? Is there going to be one player taking an advantage into that second leg? Dossary has possession. Really wait, see this clock down. So he has the final attack of the game.
You can see the pass isn't really on to his strikers at the moment. Neither his wingers, they're all being covered by the fullbacks, by the centre-backs, so he has to keep going back and forth until those players are dragged out of position.
Well, here comes Dossary. Dyke steps in before any danger really rears its head. And now there is time left on the clock here for EnRaZic to spring an attack, and spring an attack he's trying to do. Can Mbappe keep that in? What a touch that is from the Frenchman. Mbappe can't get around Carlos Alberto, though. And with that opportunity slipping through his fingers, it means at the half-time break, full-time here, of course, in that game, it will be all tied up at 2-2, nothing to separate the two.
And I'd say that that final attack kind of shows everything about EnRaZic's game. He had great vision, saw that ball on the left-hand side. Mbappe takes it down, but then it just falls apart. The attack doesn't really end up in anything.
Well, good news. Sorry to cut you off there, Dan, because we have the hashtag reveal here for our Turtle Beach competition. Use the hashtag SoundTactics on Twitter to get in touch, and of course drop a follow to Turtle Beach at Turtle Beach to be in with a chance of winning one of those beautiful headsets you see on the head of EnRaZic. So sorry to cut you off.
Is that like tactical sounds, or is it like a northerner would say, like sound tactics, like good tactics?
Whatever it is, whatever your definition of it is, an interpretation, that's what happens. You
I think
can
it's
win one of those headsets.
Like tactical sound. That's what you can get if you have a Turtle Beach headset. I'd say that Dossary is looking the better player in this at the moment, but EnRaZic has done enough to keep himself in it, and as long as you're within a goal at all times, you've always got a chance to actually steal this one. But leg number 2, we'll see whether there's any changes, because I'd like to see something different from EnRaZic, as he looks a little bit nervous.
I think he's one of those players, he always looks a little bit nervous, I think, when he's on this stage. And sometimes, you know, nerves are a good thing. Nerves mean that you care. Nerves show that you realise how much is on the line, and sometimes nerves keep you focused as well in those situations. We'll have to see if that does come into play. But, I mean, there's one player, I think, in the entire FIFA community that you'd say doesn't suffer from nerves. It's that man there, MsDossary. Just seems so cool at all times.
And then he's got Lev Vinken behind him as well. Maybe that's why EnRaZic is nervous. I'd be nervous if I'm looking across and I'm seeing Lev Vinken sat there.
That's true.
In my
intimidating
corner.
presence.
But for Dossary, as long as he doesn't make mistakes, he should win this. If it goes exactly the same way as what we just saw in that first leg.
The second half of this game, the second leg, of course, is underway. There's EnRaZic again, looking for that early ball in, but behind the fullbacks. You do feel he's going to keep trying that. He only has to work once. We saw right at the end of that first leg, the touch from Mbappe took him inside and created an opportunity for him to get towards goal. Certainly something you're looking to see EnRaZic implement into his game as he moves forward. But speaking of moving forward, here comes Dossary at the start of this game. Looking to keep that impressive flow into his attacks that we saw for those 2 goals in the first leg. Here's Cruyff, who's going to attack that space. Cruyff tries to play it back inside, gets fortunate, and Van Dijk gets across. What a stretch.
Van Dijk, Blanc, they've all been doing it now, just stretching across to stop those cutbacks. But you can clearly see the game plan for Dossary. Hit that left-hand side, get into a position when you can play the cutback, hope that someone's waiting in the middle, and hope the likes of Van Dijk and Blanc aren't cutting it out so successfully.
Well, MsDossary has found R9 Ronaldo in space! And he just does not miss from those situations.
And just like that, EnRaZic has the lead yet again. Although this time, no real mistakes. Created from his own vision. Spotted out R9. And now we're going to have to see whether and how MsDossary responds, because he's been able to respond very successfully in the first leg. And as you said, one of these players who just never really is fazed by the moment or the situation. We saw him exit the tournament relatively early last time around in Bucharest. I'm sure he'd like to book himself a place in those semi-finals so he doesn't have to play in those qualifiers.
Well, MsDossary's looking to answer back almost immediately and goes near post, and unfortunately for him, the referee's going to call that one back for a free kick, but I was almost taken by surprise with the amount of space that MsDossary found R9 in. Very MsDossary-like to leave a player unmarked quite like that towards the back post now this ball, Roberto Carlos. Well, what looks like 3 feet of him in this game manages to get up and win the header.
Oh, he's won the ball back, though, in a very dangerous area.
Inside the box again, and MsDossary almost finds R9.
And honestly, EnRaZic really finding a lot of success on these wings at the moment. Oh, my goodness.
Strikes the crossbar, and I think it's still rattling. The power on that shot from Ronaldo. Shakes the crossbar, and shakes MsDossary as well. Here's Zidane. Oh, almost found that ball through to Neymar.
Now, are we going to see that quick through ball again? No, Cruyff is going to be too far back, so I imagine EnRaZic's going to play this across the park and then look for the ball out to Pele on the left. He does see it, he spots the run. The defender was in a position to stop it. But he just switches out, goes the other side. He's noticing that MsDossary is bringing these fullbacks quite aggressively high up the pitch.
Blanc had to make that.
Oh,
no! MsDossary has thrown it away! And you cannot expect to win an Xbox quarterfinal against a player of the caliber of MsDossary if you just give him Christmas presents early.
It's another mistake. The second big mistake in this series. And now EnRaZic finds himself with a 2-goal advantage. And this comeback is getting harder now for MsDossary, because even if he does find a couple more goals, what's stopping another mistake coming out of him? And how well can EnRaZic close out a game at this point? You don't really go defensive. You don't start eating away at the time this early on in a game, especially if you've only got a 1-goal advantage. But if you have the 2-goal advantage, you start to think about it.
And it steps in here, and I said that MsDossary doesn't get shaken. But I think he's going to be incredibly disappointed with himself and the way, like I said, he's just gifted these goals to MsDossary. Here's Cruyff then, maybe a chance to strike, gets it on that left foot. I saw that yellow arrow light up there, maybe going for a green time finish to get a little bit of extra power and accuracy, but just not effective in that particular attempt.
With all the space that MsDossary has been able to find on these wings just like this, okay, Carlos gets back on this instance and it gives away a throw-in. MsDossary is going to have to come at EnRaZic now, and he is going to have to encourage more players to go forward. Therefore, there will be more gaps, and EnRaZic is going to have chances. This has worked out perfectly for EnRaZic. With how he just wants to penetrate the defense by sending those through balls down the wing, I think he's going to get a lot of chances before MsDossary has the opportunity to equalise.
I'd like to see what width MsDossary is playing with in defence as well. I feel like he's playing quite narrow because it's, just say, Cruyff and Pele on either flank are having a lot of space, and Carlos is having to come across from quite a narrow starting position, which is allowing MsDossary to advance up the pitch and kind of get that 1v1 situation with the fullback. And MsDossary, just a heavy touch from him there. Gives the ball back to MsDossary with just a few minutes or so left to half-time. That could be the end of this half, and EnRaZic going in with a 2-goal lead.
And I think if EnRaZic has learned anything from his competitor here is not to rush anything out of defense. Don't make passes when you don't need to make them. Just take that extra touch, wait to see where someone is, look on that radar. If you have to make a long ball make a long ball. You'd rather give the ball away in your opponent's half rather than your own final third.
Well, Dossari's found himself inside the 18-yard box. Pele, again, cannot get away from the attentions of Virgil van Dijk. Hullet tries to play it around the corner, gets a little bit fortunate. Brilliant from Dossary, even better from Yashi.
Oh my God, RaZic, just calm down. You're giving chances after chance to Dossary here. Gotta be so much more careful. I said he needs to learn from Dossary's mistakes.
Well, look at the amount of players in the box here for MsDossary. If he wants to go towards goal, he had a real opportunity to do so. Carlos caught forward again. This time he just slows things down, and Carlos Alberto will get the ball back to Cruyff, and Roberto Carlos will finally win the ball, but Dossary again has lost possession in such a dangerous area. MsDossary at the end of this first half in the second leg might have a chance to make it 3. Eusebio goes for goal. Dossary hangs on. You can see him scratching his head. I think he's thinking, what am I doing?
So uncharacteristic of Dossary as well. Usually a man of such consistency, one of the greatest players to bless our screens in terms of FIFA gameplay. And okay, there is still time. And I know I said some similar things in his opening game of the tournament when he was playing a little bit questionable. He was having these mistakes here or there, and maybe it's just first game of the day kind of jitters. But RaZic is going to be more than happy to have this 2-goal advantage, but he also needs to be careful as well. There was times he was passing. It was a let-off that Yashin made that save.
There's been a few opportunities for Dossary to score. He's got behind the fullback a few times. He got inside the 18-yard box a few times. And he's been close. It's just kind of that final piece of the puzzle hasn't quite come together. But MsDossary here has only got to survive 45 minutes of MsDossary in order to go through into an Xbox semi-final. Dossary looking concerned. You can see it on his player cam here. Because his tournament, if things don't change in this second half, well, it could be over. Again, that ball down the line here from MsDossary. It's being so effective. Pele with space. Players having to track back into position. You can see Zidane and Hullet trying to marshal in front of those defenders. R9 turns back inside. RaZic cannot beat the goalkeeper again.
I feel like that would have been the game as well. And I really feel like RaZic has just learned so much about how Dossary plays in past FIFAs and the current FIFA. One of the best things about Dossary is how much he utilizes the offside trap and how much he can pressure you and he can make the men step up. He hasn't been able to do that as much because RaZic keeps playing these through balls down the wing. So if Dossary were to risk going for that offside trap, RaZic could be through on goal.
Yeah.
So Dossary, you're taking one of Dossary's best elements completely out of his game at times.
And I do wonder if this goes back to them being teammates last year. They're going to know each other's game so well, like you mentioned. It looks like preparation-wise, MsDossary is a far more prepared player for Dossary than Dossary is for RaZic. Another goal here, and 3 goals with time disappearing for the Saudi Arabian to start a comeback. You feel this tie would be over. MsDossary going to be patient in his attacks now, make sure that he is creating the best opportunity, not just to win the game, but to put himself in a semi-final.
Yeah, he can wait for Dossary to pull that man out of position. He can pass it around his 2 central defensive midfielders. And he only really needs to go forward when he does spot a gap. He can just hold the ball a little bit, start to chew away at some of this time.
Well, R9's in space here. Dossary with a huge chance! Game on. 4-3 now on aggregate. 1 goal the difference between the 2 players.
Yeah, that's early enough to get in the head of RaZic as well. You could see he wanted to just eat away at the time a little bit. He wanted to pass that ball around. Dossary offered enough of a chance for him to play 1 pass. And RaZic gave it away. And as soon as you do give the ball away in any situation, when you give Dossary an inch, he's going to take a mile.
So MsDossary, having found himself in a fantastic position in this game, and maybe with an opportunity to have extended that lead, Dossary goes up the other end, brings this back to essentially 1-0. And there's one player you can never count out. It's one who has a world championship under his name, Carlos. Slides in here for Dossary, and you can just feel that we're about to see some of the best of the Saudi Arabians. 64 minutes on the clock in Eusebio. Dossary using him so effectively down the flank as well. Now you're going to see Neymar finding R9. Again, danger here. Oh, and you saw the Elastico there trying to beat the man. Still time here for Dossary.
He has queued up a pause here as well. Wants to change a couple of things up. Maybe a couple of fresh legs onto the pitch. That's going to be offside if the player had gone for it, but he spotted it out and just drew him back. And tell you what, give the ball to Dossary's keeper a little bit more. Maybe he'll make another mistake, because realistically, without mistakes, Dossary is ahead in this game.
Lovely little touch from Neymar there to get round the man. You can see Dossary's desperate for Neymar to make that run. Unfortunately, it didn't come, and with players committed up the pitch, it's a bit of a balancing act now for EnRaZic. Does he go forward? Go for the kill? Does he take time off the clock? Dossary comes in with a great challenge.
You do really need to find that in between, because if you go too forward and you keep looking for that goal and you make that mistake and you give the opportunity for your opponent to get back in, you're really going to kick yourself. And you could say the same if you get too defensive, you turtle up, you give them too much possession. But I like this. Win the ball back with the fullbacks and go for passes like that. If that pass had come off, that was the game. I like that from Razek.
Taking chances. Sometimes you have to find your way through these tough games against such incredible opponents. Now Razek is slowing it down a bit. You can see Dossary committing more men upfield, leaving them in those attacking positions, which means space will be in behind. You can see Leo Messi is making that run into some of that space ahead of Carlos Alberto, and here is the Argentine, but the linesman's flag has gone up. And that's going to slow that down. Dossary is going to have possession again. This is the last opportunity here. You can see Nicholas Razek's thought process here. You don't have to have us tell you what's going on here. Depth, drop back, everyone behind the ball. See this out, boys. Get us into a semi-final.
And ever since there was that patch for drop back where the title up changed it, whereby if you do have drop back set as your tactic and you lose the ball, the players won't apply the pressure that they once were. Instead, they all literally just stream back and then they'll get in the way of the ball. This allows the attacker, A, to have a little bit more time on the ball so they can actually theorize their attack a little bit. But it also means that you can't play this way and also win the ball back and get a counter-attack quickly and then win the game because of it. Nicholas Razek very much now is committing to, all right, I am seeing this game out with a 1-goal lead, and I will only go forward if you present me with the perfect, pristine opportunity.
And just a reminder as well, the winner of this game will go up against the winner of Fnatic Tekkz versus FUT Lyrics. What a game that is, a mouth-watering prospect in our other Xbox quarterfinal. For Dossary, he's got the ball at his feet. Can he create some magic on the sticks here? I'm sure the Saudi Arabian fans at home are desperate for him to do so, but what a tackle that is. Carlos Alberto, though, comes in and on the counter-attack here. Dossary had an opportunity, but another loose pass just gifts possession back to Nicholas Razek. That ball down the line as well. You can see Roberto Carlos is struggling, and he does well.
And I think Dossary has to encourage these passes from him as well. You've got to leave space at the back now, because otherwise Razek will just hold on to the ball. Realistically, Dossary is only going to get one, maybe two more attacks as Vieira steps in. That's a huge tackle or a huge interception for Nicholas Razek. And now we're going to see the intentions of Razek show here.
And it's the fresh legs of Kylian Mbappe as well. Dossary pump faking that keeper out to see if he can bait him in. It will be a corner here, and Nicholas Razek will take that all day.
Didn't go into the corner. Instead, he went towards goal. However, now he's just going to try and play this one around and potentially keep it in the corner with Hullet. If you want anyone on the ball, probably Hullet with his physicality.
88 minutes on the clock. Nicholas Razek moments away from putting Dossary out of the tournament. But Carlos Alberto wins the ball back. And here comes Dossary, but he's just let the ball run.
It's pass after pass, just not quite getting there. And Razek putting players in the right place at the right time. And as long as you don't make a mistake, the game is yours, but the ball's back to Dossary.
Dossary has possession again, but can't find the man. who was completely in behind Roberto Carlos. Ronaldo wins it. He puts it out of play, and MsDossary will move into the Xbox semi-finals. What a performance from the German. And you could see just a look of relief on his face.
Ex-teammates there exchanging a handshake as well. But MsDossary is going to go down the traditional route of trying to qualify for FUT Champions Cup Stage 3 because he will not be automatically invited back like MsDossary will now he's got into that semi-final. And well, I think the last few stages of that game kind of said everything about MsDossary's approach to that whole series. Just mistake after mistake, rushing the ball a little bit too much, not being able to play his kind of game. Was that because MsDossary was pressuring in the right areas, or was that just because MsDossary wasn't himself? Either way, that was one of the worst performances from MsDossary we've seen in recent times.
It was the best of MsDossary and the worst of MsDossary. Like, when he was those first 2 goals that he scored, not a lot of players will be able to link those passes together and find those finishes. However, the way that he just gifted those goals to MsDossary is something I do not expect to see from a player of the caliber of MsDossary. It's almost shocking, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we don't see mistakes like that from MsDossary. Like, especially not that many. Okay, you'd accept one or two mistakes
per tournament, I would say.
Maybe even like a couple of tournament. But the fact that it happened that many in that game really surprised me. And again, we could put it down to the fact they are ex-teammates. They've played a lot. They know how each other work. MsDossary perhaps predicted some of the passes that MsDossary was going to be making, knew that he tried to rush the ball out with the keeper, for example, so he ensured that his striker was there. There's all these different things we could look at if we can like slow down some of those replays.
I mean, you're looking at the Swiss results there for MsDossary. He only scraped through the Swiss stage. We know how much of a bear pit that can be. To even qualify through to the knockout stages is a huge achievement for any player. So 3-2 record there for him to go through. But now he's into an Xbox semi-final. And as I say, a mouth-watering affair. It will be either Fnatic Tekkz or FUTWizz Lyrics who he's going to go up against. But if he can get through that, this could be the tournament. This could be the one for MsDossary to finally lift up a trophy at a major.
Well, MsDossary has played both those other competitors already this tournament as well. He beat Tekkz on penalties after a 1-1 draw. I mean, amazing to keep Tekkz just to 1 goal. And then he lost to Lyrics 4-2. So maybe MsDossary is looking at that and saying, maybe I'd rather play Tekkz because I've already beaten him this tournament. But at the same
Strange
time,
thing to say, isn't it?
You never want to go up against Tekkz. You never want to have to put yourself in that situation. But he's going to be buzzing. Like, he's knocked MsDossary out of a tournament. He doesn't now have to qualify for FUT Champions Cup Stage 3, which I want to reiterate is massive. That saves you an entire weekend. You can chill, you can relax, you can go to the beach, you can go on holiday, you can do whatever you want whilst everyone else is grinding out those games.
So MsDossary has a comfortable way into the Xbox semi-final, taking down MsDossary. Jimmy, what do you make of that?
Oh, I made of it as a bit of a surprise, frankly, because I think we all had MsDossary doing the business based on his history, but history doesn't really speak for current form. And I'm happy to be joined by the man that did beat him, EnRaZic. Congratulations. Thanks. Yeah, very good performance. What did you do different since he beat you earlier in the competition?
I think in the Swiss, I made some stupid mistakes and lost the ball too quickly. Like, I gave him the ball too quickly. I still did some mistakes against him. Luckily,
he made some mistakes too.
Yeah, he made some mistakes too. And yeah, I think it was a game we both made a bit of mistakes. And yeah, I was a bit lucky. I scored some bad goals, but that's the game. I won. I'm really happy. My goal was to get top 4, and yeah, I did it.
Yesterday, the Swiss, we saw that 3-2. You go home, you go back to the hotel. What do you do? What are your first steps? Do you look back at the gameplay, or do you just relax? What is your game plan?
Actually, I watched some games of Sami Lumin, because he was my first opponent in the knockout stage. So I watched a bit of his game, analyzed his play style to be as good prepared as I can. And yeah, then I beat him, and after that I went to bed because I'm a bit sick, and yeah, then I went to sleep.
Are you prepared for today? We're obviously seeing the highlights from the game right there. Talk us through this one. You go 1-0 up, you're pushing, and you're trying to stop him as well from doing that. What is it like playing against MsDossary, one of the best in the world?
It's really hard. It's really hard to take the ball away from him because he can hold the ball really quickly, and yeah, I try to defend as good as I can, and yeah. Of course, he will score a lot of goals against me, so I have to score more.
Yes, that's it.
I think the thing that always surprises me, MsDossary, is the fact that he's still a free agent at the moment. I know we're only just into the beginning of the year, but you're one of the most consistent Xbox players that makes semi-finals, quarterfinals, console finals. What is the secret? You always seem to go into knockout stages.
I don't know. I think it's really important to be always confident. I think confidence is really important for players because I'm doing well in a lot of tournaments. I have a lot of confidence, and I think this is like this makes a bit of difference. So it's like it gives you like an extra 10% if you're confident in the game and think you are really good.
Well, because of this, you now get this trophy. Congratulations, you've made the Masters, which now signifies that you are gonna not have to qualify. You don't have to do the grind. You're gonna be in the next major for sure. How does that feel?
It feels really good. The qualifiers are a bit of a pain, so I'm really happy that I don't have to play the qualifiers. Now I have like the next tournament is in 2 months in January, so I have a lot of time and yeah.
Dan Gaskin said you could be on the beach, you can be relaxing, you can go to the cinema. What are you going to be doing on that weekend instead of qualifying?
I don't know. I'm really not sure.
Can't help yourself. You got to do it.
Maybe some holiday or something like that. We will see.
Well, good luck for the rest in day 3. Congratulations again. And for everybody else, we're done 3 quarterfinals. The next one coming up is Tekkz versus Lyrics. It's going to be next level, so don't go anywhere.
The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Turtle Beach, proud sponsors of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during a shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach, the Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade. Go.
Es ist das Derby im deutschen Fußball.
tournament, I'm not afraid of anyone. I'd say the best offensive player is probably Diogo. Yeah, Diogo. He's so hard to defend. Best defensive player, Tekkz, I think, by far. The most important tactic option is probably the formation, which is 4-4-2 for me. The item I recommend that plays exceptionally well in a different position than what he's supposed to is Patrick Vieira. I play him centre-back, and I think he's the best centre-back on the game. In my attack, I prefer fast players, but I think like the main striker kind of needs to have a little bit of strength to him. I'd say like based off consistency, the best FIFA player of all time is Tekkz, because even though he didn't win the World Cup yet, like if you look at the years, he's been up there like consistent one. I'd say my most important quality is my defending. I think that's top tier. Playing for an organisation like FUT is amazing. I think we have probably like the best manager, like player manager wise. And yeah, everything about it is good. We got the best kit in the game. It's amazing.
Yes, we are moments away from another big quarterfinal. Lyrics versus Tekkz. It's a rematch of the console final from FCC number 1. We're in FCC number 2, Bucharest, Romania. I'm Jimmy Conrad, here with Mike LaBelle and a special guest, FUT was Jamie. Thank you for sitting on the couch with us.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure
So you had a great start to this. You unfortunately drew Tekkz when he was feeling it. I think he flipped the switch and really upped his game a little bit. But you went 4-1 in the Swiss. How good does it feel to really get off your season to a good start?
Yeah, it was a great start. Obviously, going 4-1 after not even getting to the knockouts in the whole season last year. So it's a great start. Good foundations to build on. Obviously, a bit unlucky matching Tekkz, but it can happen. So we move on.
And what do you feel kind of makes Tekkz so special? Because if we talk to Tekkz, he's just going to say, I don't care. I'm not putting a lot of effort in this year. I'm not really playing FIFA that much. So we almost have to ask his oppositions. And of course, you're also teammates. With Lyrics here, we got the rematch. Let's do a little bit of a breakdown. We got that opportunity. You're on my couch. Welcome.
I mean, I don't know. He's just so fundamentally good at the game, and I feel like he can just adapt in any situation that gets thrown his way. Like he could be 2-0 down or 2-0 up. He just knows exactly what to do in that moment. So there's not many people like that can do it, obviously, like him, which is why he's done what he's done.
How much does that frustrate you as an opponent when you're like, I just can't, I don't have any time to make any decisions here?
Well, I feel like when I went into the game against Tekkz, I feel like I had to actually base my game because of him. Like I had to play a bit of a different style than I would normally, and I think that's just because how good he is. And if I try to match him in an attacking style of FIFA, it's going to probably go his way. So I had to probably play more possession, limit him in attack, which obviously limits myself. But at the end of the day, I had to do it, and it didn't work out. But hopefully another time.
Do you feel additional pressure? Because I know that he also plays on 6th depth, which is kind of out of the ordinary. So he's trying to basically interrupt plays earlier on in the pitch to start his transitions. Do you feel that where you're getting swarmed a little bit more versus Tekkz versus some of your other oppositions? Because you played everybody here.
Yeah, I was actually a bit surprised. I thought against me, I don't know if it was something that his coach tried to implement just for this match, but I thought that he actually dropped off a bit and actually got me on the counter-attack. Like he let me have the ball, and it's like, maybe if it was me counter-attacking him, then I could get those opportunities to get a goal or get a couple of goals. But I don't know, I was a bit surprised. I thought he was going to come out all guns blazing, but he kind of sat back, picked his chances, and he finished them.
And you obviously know both of these guys. So what does FUT was Lyrics have to do here if he wants to defeat Tekkz? Because he was close. 2 weeks ago, this was a really back and forth, very tight matchup. Wasn't tons of action, and it really came down to those key moments.
I think the key thing is playing against Tekkz, you've got to keep the game within one game of the tie, or at least a half. So if Lyrics isn't down in the first game of the tie, and he gets it like a drawing situation with one half to go in the second leg, I think that's where Tekkz is most vulnerable, where he doesn't have that lead and he can't just, I guess, dominate the game.
Now, what do you have any regrets, let's say, about not being maybe more aggressive against Tekkz? And if you were, let's say, Lyrics' coach, what would you say, hey, first 15, 30 minutes, this is what you should be looking at?
I mean, obviously, Lyrics has played Tekkz a number of times, so it's hard for me to tell him what to do. He probably already knows.
He's a teammate. I mean, he's going to listen to you at the very least.
I mean, obviously, he played him last time out in FUT Champs Cup 1, so maybe mentally, Lyrics already had a few mistakes that he thought he didn't do well last time, and he's going to implement it today, hopefully, and get the win.
All right, any predictions? I know what you're going with. Mike, what are you going to say on
we
this?
should make it interesting.
Okay.
Scoreline.
Just give us a scoreline.
We know who you're going for. So
we know what your heart is. Let's go with your head.
Well, last time was 2-1 Tekkz.
That's right.
I'm saying it's 2-1 Lyrics this time.
All right, that's fair. I respect
Close
that.
game, as always.
I think we're going to see, like, just based on everything that we've seen from 2 weeks ago, there's been more goals. I think it's actually been a little bit higher scoring.
Okay.
Even though things are in that nitty gritty, they get grimy, they get, you know, right now everybody tightens up because you're playing for.
It's on stage as well.
Yeah, you're playing on stage. You've got more Global Series points, more money. Of course, the Masters, the guarantee you get to avoid qualification week, which everybody wants to avoid. I'm going to say with all that, I just built this way up. But I'm going to go 4-2 to Fnatic Tekkz.
Interesting.
You have to join the combo. You're not going to leave
What
us
do you
hanging.
mean? I'm just going to throw it over to the casters. I'm throwing it over to the casters right now. Brandon and Richard, we got a big one here, and I'm not going to make a prediction. Okay, fine. I think Tekkz is going to do it. I think Lyrics has the game to do it, but I just once Tekkz had his back against the wall, he flipped the switch. He became another player, and I just don't see him dropping off right now, especially with the Masters on the line. I know that's what he's really working towards, so he doesn't have to grind it out qualification. How are you guys seeing this one?
Yeah, I think obviously we know it's a rematch of the console final just under 2 weekends ago here in Bucharest, and I did back Tekkz as one of my predictions coming to the tournament. I've on with Stefano Pina. That went awful, so I will be back in Tekkz in this game.
Uh-oh, you might have jinxed him. You might have jinxed him.
And I feel like he will, he'll go and win another FUT Champions Cup.
It's going to be super tetchy. It's going to be super tight, Jimmy, and I'm not going to give a prediction because that's what I do.
Okay, I respect that. Have fun, guys.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And yeah, no prediction from yourself, but how are you looking into this game? Because we know it finished 2-1 to Tekkz at the last FUT Champions Cup. Obviously, we know the rest of the story there. Tekkz went and won the cross-console final and breezed past for Filza, $50,000 in his back pocket, another FUT Champions Cup, and top of the pile on the Xbox rankings at the moment. They match up again, Richard, but 2 stages before than they did last time we were in Bucharest.
I think you've got to look at what's been different this time around from 2 weeks ago. Tekkz has suffered defeat. He suffered defeat in his second and his third game. What's been the instant reaction from him losing? He's not conceded a goal. I think it was 4-0, 5-0 and 3-0. The 3 scorelines that he's won since he went 1-2 and has been in elimination football, you've got to say. On the other side of it, Lyrics lost his first game. Instant backs against the wall for that man on your screen. Different coach from last time out as well. Maybe that could be the difference. That man right there, Nightwatch, a great student of the game, and has actually beat Tekkz in this sort of environment in a must-win game at the E-Champions League.
If anything, Richard, as well, it's like roles reverse, isn't it? Because last year, as we know, Luke was unable to compete, and it was Nightwatch that was playing in tournaments such as the E-Champions League, in which he did beat Tekkz, as we said, in Manchester, in that match that did qualify him for that grand final, the grand final of the E-Champions League. But here we go. It was one of the most anticipated matches last time we were here in Bucharest in a console final. It's FUTWIZ Lyrics up against Fnatic Tekkz. An early pause because something isn't right, whether it's controllers or with your custom tactics. But this game really could go anywhere. It only finished 2-1. We're going to jump back into it in a second. Obviously, something wasn't right there between both players, but it was only 2-1 in the last game, so it was a very tightly contested game. We know that coming into it. We know that these two have got a lot of respect for each other as well, but I'll tell you something, Richard. Lyrics was dwelling on that game. You know, he was looking back and he was watching it back on his streams all week long. I saw him tweet out certain moments in the game.
He was trying to find a reason why he lost. I think that was the big thing. He was trying to find, I wouldn't say an excuse as such, but he was really breaking down the game analytically, looking at individual plays. I saw the one, I think it was Vieira, and he was saying that Texas Vieira, the AI brought him back into the defensive third for him. So he has been stewing on that result from 2 weekends ago. And the best way to end the conversation and to stop stewing on a loss is to beat him right now. To beat Tekkz, to knock him out of the tournament, and arguably make yourself, in a lot of people's eyes, the favourite to go on and lift this FUT Champions Cup.
Yeah, and also you could say to end like the kind of the FUTWIZ run of defeats to Tekkz, because obviously Jamie lost to Tekkz in the round of 16, and then we go back to the last FUT Champions Cup in which these two did play against each other. FUTWIZ did lose that game. But we've gone out and said it on a limb, Richard, probably one of the best signings of the season. Obviously, Fnatic Tekkz, one of them, but Lyrics as well to FUTWIZ. He's got a fantastic kind of confidence within himself that he believes that he can make the grand finals. He believes he can go and win the World Cup final. We might be in November, but he believes he can do it already.
Fantastic work ethic as well, Lyrics, after missing a lot of last season due to unforeseen circumstances on his part.
it's almost like he's trying to make up for lost time. He's trying to make up for the opportunities that missed him last year when he had to sit on the bench as a side line player and as a substitute and watch and coach. But he never, the bug of FIFA esports didn't leave him. If anything, it became itchier.
And that's why when he came into this year, Richard, he made sure he had R9 in his team as soon as the qualifiers started. Obviously with restrictions, you get 2 icons in there. R9 was one of them, and he was one of the big players that ensured he qualified, not just for 1, but 2 for Champions Cups, but he already qualified for it before he re-qualified via the Masters program. The top 2 finish on his console, $15,000 in his back pocket as well. And it's been grinding out the streams and creating content. Here's a chance early on with Tekkz. It will be to Stegen. They got just about enough on that one to tip it over the bar. Corner played in now. See Tekkz in that Liverpool strip from right to left. And new for FIFA 20, that foot whiz kit. Of course, is being repped by Lyrics.
Ball rolling into danger there in his defensive third was Lyrics. A couple of occasions in the first 10 minutes. He gave the ball away quite sloppily. Just got to get his foot on it now and calm himself into this game.
Looking at some of the results that he had yesterday, he lost his first game against Sami Lumi. Both players, in fact, lost to Sami Lumi in Swiss yesterday, and then went 4 wins back-to-back against Crafty, Spider Kong, Nicholas Razek, Alexander, and came in today and won 3-2 against Sakul in a very tightly contested match after losing the first leg 1-0. Here he is with his first real attack in this matchup. Van Dijk just pushing him away though and saying no thank you. This is going to be a really tight game.
Let's not forget as well, Lyrics were leading 2 weekends ago in the console final. And Tekkz came back from despair.
Could he be leading with a chance now? Eusebio just too slow on the ball again. And once again, Van Dijk. I've never seen a player use Van Dijk like Tekkz does. Every single tackle he seems to make, every single aerial battle he seems to win.
What he's doing there when he stands on the ball, you might be watching at home thinking, what on earth is he doing? He's just waiting to see if there's any commitment, any player getting pulled out of position from his opponent. Something that only Tekkz really seems to do. I've not really seen a lot of other players use that particular technique.
One of them as well, just slows it down and your opponent really doesn't expect it. Naturally, you want to come and press the ball, just like Lyrics has here. R9 into Messi. Again, just pushed off the ball. You have just joined us. You've missed 3 games that have taken place. We've still got much, or many more quarterfinals to come up, I should say. We know 2 of our quarterfinals have been concluded on PlayStation. Clash Crazy against #Harry is one of the semi-finals lined up tomorrow. And waiting for one of these 2 is Nicholas Razek in a semi-final matchup tomorrow. That was cheeky from Eusebio. Unfortunately, couldn't get the full effect of the skill move.
Yeah, looking for that rainbow flick. In behind the back 4 when we spoke to Lyrics 2 weeks ago, and we said what were we expecting from the console final. He said probably quite a dry game. There are his words.
Messi into Hullet. Chance, there's the shot. It's the first real shot from Lyrics in this game. Allison able to parry that one away for a corner. Again, played short straight away. It's going to be quick and it's going to be repetitive from both of these 2. Just like that #Harry Gravesen game, which was so tightly contested. It was just a bit of magic from either player that opened up the chance and scored the goal. Nothing is going to be predictable in this game. It's the question of whoever can outsmart their opponent. Every single player switch, the timing of it's huge. Every tackle, every pass or opportunity when you're in that area, whether you time your shots or you don't. These players will know it. They've had about 2 hours to dwell on this matchup and to prepare themselves for it. Vieira just simply can't get that ball into Eusebio.
But a very, very slow pace right now is Tekkz. You see, whenever he gets the ball, it's almost walking pace. Lyrics wanting to sort of speed up the game the way that he's playing. It's very much 1-2 touch for Lyrics when he gets it in the attacking third.
At the back, I've never seen him so composed and confident with keeping the ball with his centre-backs. Still back in Semedo as well. Yeah, right back, everyone seems to be using the likes of Carlos Alberto there. Or a different version of Zambrotta, half-time. And as expected, not too much to cheer about in this matchup. one shot on target, possession so close. I think it's just 51%, 49%, obviously to Lyrics, but we expected this, Richard.
Yeah, nothing at all really to talk about at half-time in this game. It's very tight, very much on a knife edge as well. 45 minutes in, both players using that Liverpool badge. Seems a little bit of a conspiracy that putting the Liverpool badge on gives you a better look.
Maybe so. I don't think Lyrics actually supports Liverpool, though.
He doesn't, know.
He's United, I want to say. I could be wrong. I'm just waiting for the final changes to be made before jumping into this second half. If you have just joined us, this is the first leg of this matchup. As you know, 2 legs in each matchup. Second leg to come up afterwards. Then we'll find out who will be joining EnRaZic in our first Xbox semi-final, which will be in writing for tomorrow. Then we jump back over to PlayStation. And we've got some fantastic matches coming up there. MoAuba will be in action. Tuga will be in action. We've still got some Xbox games to conclude as well. Mulna Garbo finds himself in the last 8, the Hungarian, alongside 2 Brazilians. And of course, Diogo from Sporting Club de Portugal. Just waiting for that first real chance, that first goal that could open up this match. As you said, Richard, 2 weekends ago, when they played each other in the console final, it was Lyrics that did go 1-0 up. Tekkz had it all to do, and that's exactly what he did. Scored 2 goals and won the game 2-1.
I'm really not sure where the first goal is going to come from in this game. Usually you see one player sort of more in the ascendancy, the more aggressive of the 2 players, but it's been really quite even. I don't know if you're familiar with the pH scale, the acids and alkalis. But this
I remember it briefly.
This is a bang 7. It's going either way. Neutral.
Lyrics just getting people on the ball, keeping it moving. Key thing will be bringing your fullbacks into it, something that Tekkz loves to do. We'll see him get the likes of Carlos Alberto, Zambrotta on the ball and get them involved in the attacks. This could be a chance for Lyrics now. Pull it, look for the cutback. Will he get another chance? Superb defended, Maldini. Just like that, Richard. A chance can come from nothing.
It's great defending from Laurent Blanc, bringing it all the way out of the back. Sliding tackle as well. Now it's Lyrics seems to have picked up the pace a little bit.
Warnine was on the floor, rolling around. He's back up on the ball. With Van Dijk once again. Just the mould of him. So strong. Pushes his way past Arnine, wins the ball back for him. Never really seen much of an attack from Tekkz yet. This could be the time for that to change. Eusebio, there's the drag back. To play all the way across. There's a wicked deflection on it, which will give it out for a throw-in for Tekkz, and a chance to pause and just turn around and have a word with the coaches. I think a key thing that we need to look at in this game is that Nightwatch has played against Tekkz, and we know Nightwatch as a person. He will analyse and analyse and analyse gameplay. I'm sure coming into this game, there'll be some sort of gameplay or game plan that he'll be implementing to Lyrics.
Yeah, 100%. I think Lyrics is one of those players that he's happy to take advice on board. He's happy to listen to a coach, and sometimes wanting advice from Nightwatch, you know, someone who is going to be able to maybe tell you things that you've not picked up on, that you've not seen. And also that past experience of beating Tekkz.
There's not many people that have done so.
It's invaluable.
Ronaldo. This is Tekkz in possession now. Interchanging not once but twice with Vieira. Back to goal, waiting for that killer pass. There's that one more. Eusebio nearly locked onto it. With a 5-star week for it really could go anywhere. Pele just twisting and turning. Vieira happy to get back and defend though for him. Just filling it right back at the moment. It's a great through ball. Neymar has to chase it though. Just see the amount of foot with shirts back. Can he find that ball into R9? He's just waiting around the edge of the box for it. Tried to force it though, did Tekkz. And Lyrics was able to match that one up. Only so far though. R9, few step overs. There's the ball through to Eusebio. And Brotta just sweeps that one clear. Lucky enough, it actually ended up to be a fantastic pass out to Cristiano Ronaldo.
I feel like maybe the creative spark, I'm not sure, is he potentially saving it for the second leg? So it shows in one side of the game in the first leg. Wants to
doesn't really seem
make
as much
Lyrics
tempo,
fall
yeah.
into the trap of thinking he's going to play slow and then hitting quick with the second leg. Because right there, Tekkz, from what I've seen in the past, that's a heel-to-heel into the space. That's a drag back.
We haven't seen anything
very,
really,
very,
yeah.
I'd say un-Tekkz-like to cross that in there. He's a percentage man. He does things that he thinks are going to work. Crossing from that sort of area, fascinating game.
I've always said Tekkz's second legs are normally a lot better. Really long ball. That is into the box. Stegen had no other option but just to parry that one away. Lucky enough, it did bounce back into the feet of Footwiz Lyrics. 5 minutes left in this game. If you have just joined us, there is still a second leg to come up straight after. Not just a quarter-final, but a match that could re-qualify you for the next FUT Champions Cup in January. $4,500 as well. We'll jump up further into the prize for Winter Championship Sunday. We jump into a pause menu once again. This is for Tekkz we're looking at. This is Tekkz's POV. Just 3.5 minutes left, plus added time.
It's going to be Inform Mbappe and Pele coming on as the two wide cams. Eusebio and R9 still on the pitch for Tekkz. Lyrics, I imagine, will have made offensive changes as well. I think I saw one sub there coming on for him.
He's made a change. If he'll actually be introduced before the end of this match is another question within itself. Expect the second leg to come alive because someone's going to have to come out and try and score a goal.
The referee has indicated there will be a minimum.
Just 2 minutes added time and being added on to this matchup.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Done really well there to get around Mbappe. He's just been introduced. Is he onside still in Zambrotta? Unfortunately not.
Right, that's going to be the final play of this leg. Brandon?
Yeah, well, it was one shot on target at half-time to either of these two. Possession was so tightly contested. Is Mbappe going to get round the right side of Zambrotta? Yes, he is. Drag back into Eusebio. There's the all-to-will from Tekkz. Ball across the box. Fantastic save to Stegen.
What a save. I'm surprised the referee even let it play because I thought we were finished with regulation time there. 92 on the clock. He let it play the long through ball over the top. And
Wow.
to Stegen with
What
an
a save.
unbelievable bit of goalkeeping to keep this at 0-0.
What a save it was. That could have easily just changed the game complexion. He would have went into the second leg down at 1-0, be thinking, didn't need to concede that goal, didn't want to concede that goal, because it really would have changed the way he has to play in this second leg. We do end it at 0-0 though. Still a second leg to come up in front of us. As we know, it was a 2-1 scoreline when they matched up against each other 2 weekends ago. From that game, though, as you said, we haven't really seen like a free-flowing Tekkz yet. That was like a very small snippet in the 90th minute there.
Yeah, I saw a lot of the standing on the ball and waiting, and I don't want to say I would never criticise Tekkz after everything he's done and how good he has been, but I'm going to do it anyway. I just feel like in FIFA 20, with the way that people can get as many bodies as they can behind the ball, I feel like standing on the ball sort of and waiting for your opponent to move sort of says to your opponent, I'll give you a few more seconds to get men behind the ball. I think you saw when he picked up the pace, he hit a long ball down the line, he did a heel-to-heel flick, and then he put it into the box with a nice low-driven pass. What happened? It created danger.
It's just the tempo as well. When
I'm
he got
not sure
things moving and he brought a heel to into it.
Is that a game plan? Is that we'll do that in the first leg, and then the second leg we'll sprinkle these little bits of quick, accelerated, energetic play, skillful dribbles into the game, and that'll be the goal, that'll be the killer blow that'll send us through. You got to remember the last time they played in a knockout game, it was only 2-1 to Tekkz. So it's very, very even matches. But I don't know, I'm going to say I'm just not a big fan of the waiting on the ball.
I think it's
and
one of them.
slowing it that far down.
We know that it is a lot more difficult to chain skill moves together this year compared to what likes of Tekkz would do. Remember the 4 Elasticos back in Atlanta last year for that FUT Champions Cup. I think it was for Champions Cup number 4.
Yeah, it was.
That is the, when we think about Tekkz, fast flowing attacking foot, we know that FIFA 20 is different. We know that different things work. As much as we don't see La Croquettes this year, for example. We might see a heel to heel, we might see a scoop turn, a drag back, ball rolls, all that kind of thing that we were used to seeing. But I completely agree with you. It was like the ball was getting into the final third, and there was no real tempo to it. We saw a little snippet, as I said, in the 90th minute. Look what happened. He went and nearly scored a goal.
Created danger, and he put Lyrics under major pressure. And to be honest, he probably should have been 1-0 up. Unbelievable at goalkeeping from Stegen.
The stat still stands, Richard. Since round 4 of Swiss, I'll read this out to you now. He won 5-0 against Joey. Round 5, sorry, so round 4 he won that against Joey. Round 5 he won 4-0. Round of 16 he won 3-0 against FUT with Jamie. Hasn't conceded a goal. 7 legs of FIFA now, that is, because he didn't just concede in that one. Before that, Richard, he didn't lose a game in 26 legs of FIFA earlier on in the tournament. So, although we are, I wouldn't say criticising his gameplay, we know that this guy is fantastic. It was EnRaZic who stopped that winning streak on a penalty shootout in round 2 of Swiss.
And what about on the opposite side of it? What about on Lyrics' side? How did he get on in Swiss after he suffered defeat?
Yeah, so he obviously lost the first game 1-0 against Sami Lumi in round 1. It was kind of a wake-up call for him. Actually matched up against a fellow UK player in Crafty. It was a penalty shootout win for him there.
So he had 2 pretty tight scares, a loss and then a penalty shootout, which
So
could have gone
been
either way.
0-2, yeah, it would have been a completely different story. Spider Kong 5-2 win. This is when the goals started to flow in from Lyrics. 6-1 win against Alexander, and then quite a big win against Nicholas Razic as well, who actually beat Tekkz in the Swiss in round 5, 4-2. Came into today up against Sakul, lost his first leg 1-0, actually turned around the second leg 3-1. So overall we won 3-2. Does know where the back of the net is, Lyrics, but when you're playing against Tekkz, it's a completely different story.
Yeah, 100%. And I think for Lyrics, as we do jump into this second leg right now, the first goal is massive. If he can get that first goal, I was talking to Dan a little bit earlier, and he said the way that you beat Tekkz is you make it a best of 1. Over 2 legs, if he gets a lead in one of the legs, it's pretty much game over, because not a lot of players are good enough to turn around beating Tekkz over 2 legs.
All those results I've just read out to you, Richard, they were goals in the first legs.
If you can make it a 1-leg game against Tekkz, then you have a good chance. Not a good chance, but you have a chance of beating him. Look at Yago, E-Nations Cup, in a 1-legged game, he beat him.
Here we go, we're going to kick this one off with a chance for Tekkz. It was R9 with the first shot of the game. It was a deflection straight back out. Onto the man, there's a lovely ball through Garitza. Around the corner, he's offside anyway, so it's not going to matter. It's twice though, Richard, in about 6 minutes. I think you could be right. We always seem to find an electric Tekkz in the second leg.
But if Lyrics can turn the power off, Maybe he can upset the odds, you've got to say.
Pull it. Up to Neymar now. Lyrics' turn to really get an attack going. Lovely drop of the shoulder there with the elastico. Eusebio with the ball. Lovely spin on it as well from Zidane. Again, trying to pull out a man. He's done exactly that. Zambrotta out of position. Pull it though, just able to read that one pretty easily. Back again, we're back at this kind of unpredictable stage. We don't know who is going to win this one.
You don't know which way the game's going to go. Both players, they're having pretty decent attacks. Tekkz very narrowly nearly scoring if it wasn't for the offside trap and if being caught offside, I should say. And Lyrics, lovely driven pass down the line into Neymar's feet, elastico inside, but the shot not being the result of the chance.
Here comes Tekkz again now. Just watch out for R9. He's going to try and get him back on the ball. He's just peeled offside. Eusebio as well in and amongst the box. There's R9. Which way is he going to go? Left, right,
Fantastic
left. It was so quick. Had to pick away, did Lyrics, to try and make the tackle of Laurent Blanc. He did exactly that, and he gets the right way.
Unbelievable defending.
Tell you what, Eusebio could be through if he could just nip that one round the corner. He doesn't want to, though. Van Dijk completely pulled out of position. Are you going to allow him time to get back into position? And that's the problem. Semedo into Hullet.
Oh, you're actually away from him. You're actually away from him if he didn't turn back. And I don't think he knew that Vieira was going to that easily let go of the run.
And we see Tekkz really start to free flow now. Combination of skill moves we were asking for and talking about before. This is nice. Back to goal. Eusebio.
Tell you what,
the sting just taken out of the shot.
Lyrics is defending extremely well when he's in those one-on-one situations. He's not diving in to either direction. He's sort of playing the waiting game and waiting for Tekkz to move, and then just making sure he gets any body part on it to take the sting out of the shot, to block it, to send it outwards away from the goal.
Look at that from Semedo. Really well done. Probably going to go for a goal kick as well. Yeah, it will. I think one thing that's so frowned upon, and if there's someone out there that's listening as a casual, just adding a simple ball roll to your game when you get on the ball and it's just a simple ball. You see Lyrics do it every single time he picks up the ball. There you go, prime example there. We'll just do it every single time just to keep his opponent guessing and to not keep his movement kind of predictable. He's not running straight every time. That ball roll's taking him to different sides, left and right. This really could end as a 1-0 game. He's offside, R9. Again, though, massive gap at the back there from Lyrics.
It's crazy to think this is only a quarter-final as well. The winner of this plays the man who's just slain Dossary, EnRaZic, in the semi-finals. That'll be coming up tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, they're meeting pretty much 2 stages before they did in the last cup. MsDossary out if you have just joined. EnRaZic still in the competition, the only Xbox player through to Championship Sunday at the moment. Whoever wins this game will be joining the German in a semi-final. We'll have $7,500. Still got the likes of Diogo against NSE Vinny and Mornagabo against Gabriel up later on today. Tekkz there just a little bit frustrated. He knew the pass he wanted to make. Unfortunately, couldn't play it though. Really is a game of chess, this. Who was going to make the wrong move? And who was going to capitalise on that mistake? Messi just pushed off the ball by Zambrotta. So easy.
So strong. He's Zambrotta and he's quick as well. Well, that's a mistake from Vieira.
That is a mistake. Messi's on the floor at the moment. If he can get back up, he could be involved in this attack as well. He's back up off the ground. He's out on the far-hand side as well, as an option if he wants to use him.
You saw Messi off of the floor then. I think he picked up an injury as well, so was a little bit sheepish.
Carlos Alberto drive down this right-hand side, though. Added time at just 2 minutes. Still 0-0. This is our third half of FIFA across the two legs. We haven't seen a goal. Really as competitive as it is, this match. Neymar. Look at the run Hullet is making. Could this be a chance for Lyrics now? Little dummy on the ball from R9. And the referee will take us into the half-time interval. And there you go.
Lyrics are yet to register a shot on target in this second leg thus far. As you can see,
Tekkz, 2 shots, 2 on target from him.
Texas team there on the screen. It's going to be Mbappe coming on for Garincha at right cam.
Mbappe was introduced last time, but a little bit later on, about 70th minute mark. Obviously, Garincha, one of the new icons, added for FIFA 20. Being backed by a number of pros alongside Carlos Alberto and Zambrotta. Zambrotta proving exactly why he's in so many teams as well. Every single time Messi is coming up against him. Texas Zambrotta really strong, winning the ball.
It's
really
actually
not battering an eyelid.
the 86 Zambrotta that Lyrics is using, and he's using Inform Semedo, who usually a right back, who's actually got a left back in form. So he's starting the 86 Zambrotta at right back, the 84 Semedo at left back, and then switching them straight away in game. So he's getting a better version of Semedo and technically a worse version of Zambrotta, but he is quicker than the 87. And
Well,
just switching in game.
Well, we've got 45 minutes left of this quarter-final tie. We have no idea which way it's going to go. Really could be 1-0. Who's going to bring that little bit of magic to the table for a chance to re-qualify themselves for the next FUT Champions Cup as part of the FUT Champions Cup Masters qualification? Top 4 in your console, you re-qualify for the next FUT Champions Cup. Could this be that chance for Tekkz towards the back post? Huge save once again by the German in goal for Lyrics.
Interestingly timed that as well, actually, on that attack right there. Decided to time the shot and probably looked like a low driven, if anything, across the goalkeeper.
It's twice now, though, over the two legs. Ter Stegen has just pulled Lyrics out of that hole when he needed him to. You see Tekkz really starting to get it going now. It's a lot quicker in the final third. He lofted through ball, shaking his head as well. He knows it was overplayed. You are looking at two of the best players currently in the world when it comes to FIFA 20. You wonder why there hasn't been a goal scored yet. Tactically,
cancelling each other out at every opportunity.
They really are, Richard. The concentration levels as well needed for this are insane. Such a big match. Pause cued by Lyrics with just over 30 minutes left. Needs to get something going though when he gets into these areas. Get R9 on the ball. I know it's obvious. I know Tekkz will be waiting for him to do it. Mbappe could be off, in fact. Blanc's going to be pulled out of his usual centre-back position. He's just completely taken him out. Into the pause menu we go again. It was Lyrics that made the pause. However, we are on the POV of Tekkz. Will he be making a change?
You won't be, as it stands. One thing I've seen from Lyrics, he's quite daring in a number of his tackles, especially when it's out wide and there's no real danger. He will happily flame to a tackle with a slide tackle if he feels like that's the best option. Some players will not even think about pressing square or X, whether you're on PlayStation or on Xbox, and going to ground. Whereas Lyrics has done it a few times to retain possession. Ooh, look at that. Slide tackle, the ball bounced back off Tekkz, and it's turned back over.
I don't know what changes were made by Lyrics exactly.
I think that's Cristiano Ronaldo come on at right cam, by the looks of it.
Can he be the hero? And Lyrics has been holding out for in this matchup. Or are we going to need 30 more minutes of extra time? We're still a long, long way away from that yet, even being a question. Is there a mistake in one of these two's locker? It is yet to be seen. He went down early. Oh no, it's going to score.
What was I just talking about? Lyrics with the slide tackling. He thought the shot were going to come on. He thought the shot were going to come, and the risk that he's taken there, he's gone to ground because he thought he was going to shoot with R9 on his left foot. He shifted it back. And what have we been saying? He's been so good defensively at trying to read Tekkz. The one mistake, competitive FIFA at the top level, is won and lost on mistakes. Quick thinking from Tekkz, the quick thinking that's won him championships in the past. Switch onto his right foot, shoots across the goalkeeper, and Tekkz right now in pole position for another championship Sunday.
It really is crazy, Richard, to look at the competition level. That tackle from Blanc being too early gives R9 the chance to just get in the right area. Oh, that's beautiful from Mbappe. Oh, it's going to be an open goal for him as well. Just to even think about having that trickery in and around the box. Yes, he got a little bit lucky on the bounce back, but he sold two players.
Sold two players, an absolute dream right there. Did Tekkz, the rainbow flick with Mbappe. Very, very fortunate, but I think when you produce a skill move like that, you sort of get a little bit of it back. You sort of get a little bit of luck back. And the punch from ter Stegen coming straight back off of Mbappe as he was rushing goalwards.
Wow.
And that right there, 2-0 in the blink of an eye.
But just a word on that. That moment there of just how tight that game was. The tackle came in from Blanc, as you said. He went down to ground, and Tekkz was like, that's my opportunity, that's my opportunity. Fate to go left, went right, and he knew it was just him against ter Stegen. Got it in the right area and smashed it right into the left bottom corner to ensure it would go 1-0 up. 2 minutes later, you're guessing why Lyrics is going to be making these changes, Richard, because it really is now or never.
And this is Lyrics' changes that he's just made right there. He's going to I think he changed the attack into a 4-2-4, pressure on heavy touch as well.
And Mbappe was certainly not going to be missing from there. The super sub of dreams to send him 2-0 up in this matchup. 17 minutes left, I should say. 73 minutes on the clock. Just don't know if there's a way back for Lyrics. You can see the change of camera angle as well.
Yeah, we're watching Lyrics' perspective right now. You can see the two cameras that both players play on. We watched the first 70 minutes on Tekkz's perspective, now we're on Lyrics's. You can see the offside drop in the bottom left corner that he continued to press.
It's just too much of a job for him to ask now. It's one of them, when you're against Tekkz, you have to lead against him to really have a chance of snatching a win away from him. And Lyrics is probably thinking to himself, concentrated for nearly 2 legs of FIFA. Every tackle was perfect. Every small, intricate kind of part of my game was perfect.
The most annoying thing for Lyrics will be he's not played bad. He's played a good game of FIFA, yet one bit of magic and a mistake has been the difference between Tekkz and Lyrics so far. And Tekkz simply hasn't made those mistakes. Defensively, offensively, when chances have come his way, he's tested the goalkeeper.
If we have to be honest, we haven't seen Lyrics ask too many questions of Tekkz in the attacking third. It's been more the other way around. Tekkz has been making things happen in the attacking side of his game. He nearly went 1-0 up in the first leg in the 90th minute. It wasn't for a fantastic stay from ter Stegen. He's about 3 minutes away from ensuring he makes it into another championship Sunday. We've joked about it being his second home, but it really is at the moment. Every single time we've been in Bucharest, Tekkz has been it. And he always seems to make it through to a Championship Sunday. LQE for Champions Cup.
Yeah, no matter what the tournament is, he always seems to perform, does Tekkz. Question marks over him on Friday. Was he even going to get out with Swiss?
And for him, it was all about getting to the knockouts. Day 2 is a new day in the tournament. And on the record, it will be Tekkz 2, Lyrics 0. 2 tournaments back-to-back, they've matched up against each other. And Tekkz has had an answer, not once, but twice. A mistake from Lyrics and a little bit of trickery will be the difference to send Tekkz into the next round as he just stares straight down the camera lens. He does enough, and he will be not just in Championship Sunday, Richard, but he'll re-qualify himself again for another FUT Champions Cup in January.
And do you know what it is? I can already see Twitter, I can already see Reddit, I can already see social media. Oh, Tekkz is so lucky that that bounce went back to him. No other FIFA Pro player does a rainbow flick in that situation. No one does it. No one does a rainbow flick there. If you're going to take the risk and you're going to do a rainbow flick, you're going to get lucky. Things are going to bounce your way because you're adding a level of unpredictability into the game that you're just not used to.
No, he wasn't used to it as well. I know that he had that bounce, but before that, we have to talk about how contested and tightly contested that game was. You know, I've used that word so many times across these 2 legs because it was such a chess match. It was a mistake. We said a bit of magic or a mistake. What happened first? The mistake, then the magic happened. It was, he dived in with Laurent Blanc. Tekkz had the time to just move round him. Thank you very much. And it was a one-on-one against Stegen.
I'll tell you what, the footways curse with Tekkz in Bucharest still lives on.
It lives on.
Going back to May, footways and have not been successful against Tekkz in a knockout game.
But I mean, there's not many people that have been successful against Tekkz. He ended a 26-leg streak of winning games.
I tell you who has been successful against him, EnRaZic. Okay? FUT Champions Cup 3 in January, in a semi-final. RaZic beat him.
Can I also just add a point as well? That's 8 legs of FIFA in a row, Richard.
He's not conceded a goal.
Has not conceded the goal. Round 4 Swiss, 5-0 win. Round 5 Swiss, 4-0 win. Round of 16, 3-0 win. And a 2-0 win. He's going 5-4, 3-2. Is it going to be a 1-0 against RaZic? We'll have to wait and see for tomorrow.
He only conceded...
Hasn't conceded the goal in 8 legs of FIFA.
He's not conceded a goal in 8 legs. He only conceded 1 shot on goal in 2 legs of FIFA then against Lyrics. 1 shot on goal, he conceded. He let 1 shot on his goal. That against
I think he knows how to defend.
Top 3, top 4 Xbox players in the world at this moment.
I just feel like this EnRaZic game has got something special on it because they did be, they did play each other in Bucharest last year in FIFA 19 in the Global Series. He beat him on penalties as well in this tournament in Swiss. But we'll have to wait and see. We are going to throw it over to Kyle now, who is joined by the winner from that matchup.
Thank you, Brandon and Richard. Yes, I am here. Fnatic Tekkz, this is for you right there. I saw how excited you were, and I heard you say, I don't have to do qualifiers anymore.
Yeah, that's the main thing that was for me. I just didn't want to play qualifiers because that is the worst time of my whole life. So yeah, this is probably like my favourite I've ever felt after winning a game. So yeah.
Now you've got that one, but this one behind you, surely this is one next for you.
I mean, Firmino scored last minute against Palace. I watched that. Forget that for now. Firmino just scored last minute. I was gassed.
So you're more excited about Liverpool playing than this one?
I haven't won it yet, have I? So we have to wait and see. But I'll give you that answer maybe on Sunday, hopefully.
Hopefully you will. You are through to Championship Sunday. You are facing a tough opponent, though. What are your thoughts going into that?
I lost to Merlin in the tournament on penalties, but I played him many times. He battered me one time 7-1 in a semi-final in Bucharest. So it's not looking good on paper, but hopefully we can win it.
I saw your celebration at the end. #Harry obviously did it before. You two are friends. Is it going to be you two coming up against each other?
I wish so much. We keep saying it as like a joke, and then like he's never there. But if he gets there, this tournament, I probably won't be there. But yeah, I love Harry, man.
We'll see what happens. Good luck for tomorrow. Fnatic Tekkz, he is through to Championship Sunday. Plus, he's happy because he doesn't have to do the qualifiers. Back to Jimmy on the couch.
Thank you, Kyle, and congratulations to Tekkz. Another expert performance. I mean, I still can't get over the emotion of Richard Buckley. I don't think I've ever seen him get that high. He's like, oh, Reddit and Twitter and all this stuff, and everybody's going to be upset. But look how good Tekkz is, defensively especially, only giving up 1 shot against some of the best players in the world. We're going to take a look here at the highlights between these two. As they said, Brandon and Richard, who I thought had an excellent call of the game, this was a bit of a chess match, but when you consider it and maybe compare it to real football, as it were, that's the margins. When you're having two opponents that are very good, it's the little things that are going to make the difference, and Tekkz made those little things happen and scored some special goals, Mike.
You've got to give a lot of credit to Lyrics as well. He really did a good job killing off the game for the majority of the game. Look at that little double touch. Beautiful, opens up his body across the body. Of course, that was the opener for Tekkz, and I mean, we kind of all erupted how nice that was. We see a player on the ground, slide tackle gone wrong, and just great composure from Tekkz. And from there, he was able to really dictate the pace of the game.
Yeah, here we go. This is the one, the rainbow flick. Everybody's going to be talking about it right here. Yeah, sure, the ball, it's okay. But as Richard Buckley correctly said, fortune favors the bold. If you're going to try moves like that, then good things are usually going to happen.
We haven't seen a rainbow flick in any Fnatic Tekkz matchup at any point throughout today, throughout yesterday. So this just shows you he's throwing it out against Lyrics in a huge moment, and it just made sense. And he's just so good with some of these really intricate skill moves, and it's all about the details. And we talk about this a lot, where sometimes his attacking play and some of the skill combinations overshadow how good he is defensively, and that's why he's on the defensive list that we saw in the first day. But at the end of the day, he just doesn't concede goals. He's not going to lose tournaments if he's not conceding goals, and he's really fixed whatever he had problems with in the opening day yesterday.
Now, Rachel, with him, MsDossary losing to EnRaZic, right? Dossary won the last two second majors of the season. He's out. Is it now Tekkz's turn? Is this again? Is it going to be him?
I mean, you're saying it like, you know, it's such a possibility, obviously. EnRaZic and him, as I think the caster was saying, you know, go back way even to yesterday's Swiss, where we had penalties again. EnRaZic came out on top that time out. But, I mean, Tekkz, after just speaking to Kyle, seems like he's just really excited again. We saw a bit kind of sad Tekkz yesterday, not really sure what was going on, but we all know what a night away from this kind of stadium does. It gets intense in here. You have to go back, you go and reset, and look what he's doing.
We'll talk about resetting. Let's take a look now at the PS4 bracket as it stands. We just finished with Xbox. Here is PS4. These are some of the games we'll be seeing next. And yeah, these are the opponents. This is what is going down. Some good ones here. As we see #Harry1, he's going through to take on Crazy. It's the other side that we'll be focusing on. MoAuba, Pauletto, and Tuga versus Dami.
Big games,
good ones.
Big matches.
Very,
like
very
I said,
good.
all names that we recognize if you've been following the competitive community. And we have a revitalized MoAuba. We were saying that he's got
the big smile, the glow?
He's got the glow.
He's got the
glow. MoAuba glow. He should definitely put that on a shirt.
But all of those quarterfinals were all of kind of ones where you couldn't really pick someone either, which I think is quite nice, which shows how open the game is, or that everyone's not really adapted yet because it's only second tournament. I don't think out of either the two we're going to have coming up that you could probably pick a direct winner.
Well, I actually feel on the PlayStation end that it's a lot more up for grabs. We don't know who is the best. We're not even seeing the same level of influence from a Nicolas, who wasn't at this event. Who a lot of people in previous years would say, that's the best player on the PlayStation, that's the guy you're gunning for, that's who you need to beat. Where on the Xbox, of course, you have Fnatic Tekkz, you have MsDossary, EnRaZic, just a lot of guys that we've seen podium players. So we don't know what's going to happen on the PlayStation. I kind of like that.
That's the best part.
It makes it so much more excitable for the players themselves as well, because each tournament they can come into it going, I could probably win this, or, you know, I have a chance of winning it. Especially now that Filza went out, he's like, okay, so the winner on that side of things, PS4 side of things, last time isn't here. Well, it's completely open.
That's how I feel about Twitch drops. We all have a chance of winning it. We have a Twitch drop dropping right now, and it is a rare mixed player pack. So make sure if you've linked your EA and Twitch accounts, you check them, because a selection of viewers are going to win right now. Also, if you missed out, do not worry. In addition to being eligible for daily live viewership rewards, all live viewers with a linked account are guaranteed to receive a number of FIFA Global Series Club items, including new limited edition kits, tifos, stadium dressing, and much, much more. And then finally, all live viewers with a linked account who participate in the Twitch extension in the trivia or pick'em features on both either today or tomorrow, Championship Sunday, you guys will receive an untradeable gold player pack by Monday. Yeah, there's a lot going on. We want to reward you guys for watching. This is an incredible event by itself, but of course, we want to show some love to the community. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and obviously Tekkz has got another master spot as well. We kind of didn't
we didn't talk about
even
that.
mention that. Kyle gave him another trophy. His cabinet is so full now. I think his mum was like, yeah, we need to get a bigger house because there's so many trophies. But for him to get back-to-back masters as well, which is class for him, and he obviously said, I don't have to play any more games, which is great. Qualification games is the stress in everyone's life.
Okay, well, 4 quarterfinals are done. We got 4 quarterfinals left, and the next 2 are on PS4, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Turtle Beach, proud partners of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
Guys go through a lot to deal with shave irritation, so we built the new Gillette Skin Guard with a specialized guard designed to reduce it. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
Welcome to the FUT 20 Champions Cup, Stage 1 here from beautiful Bucharest. 3-day tournament, 64 players. They begin today with the Swiss format. FIFA 20 is among us.
Julian has to score here. A miss and he's out, and Harry will go through! And Harry makes the save! Today is do or die for every single player, for every single game. It is the knockout. Big chance here for our night though, and he's taken it, he's slotted it away. And Lucas Rep will move on into the quarterfinals. Here's Vieira, here's online! Cruyff on the edge of the box, he's going to falter, and no!
Ready for our cross-console final. The big game is nearly among us.
Here's our 9. Beautiful from Tekkz! Fnatic Tekkz is your champion here in Bucharest.
Honestly, I'm not afraid of anyone because I know that I'm play good. I know that also the 31 players that are in these tournaments are really good, but in order to achieve a really good position, from the top 4 to get to the stage 3, we don't need to be afraid of anyone. We need to be face to face and try to win the games and qualify for the next Champions Cup. At the FUT Champions Cup stage 1, I think Lucas Rep was for me the biggest surprise of the tournament because he was not even in one tournament in FIFA 18, and in this FIFA I faced him, I lost, and he went to the top 4, which is really good for him, and I think it was the biggest surprise of the stage 1. Probably the best defensive player in the world should be probably Filza. He was also the PS4 champion of the stage 1. I think he defends really well because he's really focused on what he's doing in the game. For me, the best offensive player is probably Lost in the Waves because he scores more than 5 goals each game. I think he's really he fast builds his team. He has good formation to score many goals. And for me, he's the best offensive player in this tournament. In my attack, I prefer fast players because if you are fast, you can be unpredictable if you are going to make through balls or if you are going to pass to the feet of the player. If I only have strong players, they will know that okay, he will only put the balls in the feet, not through balls. And I think to be unpredictable in this game, it's really good to achieve the many goals as possible. My new teamer is TS Warrior player. The TS is from Toto Salvio, a former Benfica football. Now he's in Boca Juniors in Argentina. He's really good, and I think it was a great opportunity for him to make football to go to the FIFA, to go to a video game, because he also loves to play FIFA. I have to thank him the opportunity to be part of this team because it's a huge project. My partner is also really good with his Rasta Artur. He went to the E-World Cup last year. I think this team is really good because it has two of the best players in the world, and besides it has Salvio, which is a really good footballer, and it helps us a lot in everything. It gives us support that we need, and I think that's a lot for me and for Rasta, and we are really thankful for what he's doing for the team.
Here we go, everyone. The back half of the quarterfinals are about to begin here in Bucharest, Romania for FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. It is all going down. Those are the two opponents that you're seeing right there. Pauletto, who's the only Brazilian left on the PS4 side, and MoAuba, the reigning E-World Cup champion. He's had a good tournament this time around. The first major of the season, not so much. There he is, giving us a nice friendly wave. That's the Mo we know and love. Welcome. I'm Jimmy Conrad, Rachel Stringer, and Richard Buckley.
I tell you what, Jimmy, it was a light substitution.
It was. It's good to see you.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, you were really animated after that last game,
I was,
and somewhat defending Tekkz in his style because you knew he was going to get a little bit of heat for that rainbow flick.
Yeah, I can already see the social media saying he's super lucky with the rebound, but no other pro player tries a rainbow flick there. You deserve to get a little bit of luck if you're going to do a skill move like that, and I think it was deserved. I think. Yeah, he did the rainbow flick. Not enough people use that sort of creativity in the game. So I think 2-0 going into it now. Tell you what, that game tomorrow, him versus MsDossary is going to be naughty.
Yeah, it is going to be naughty.
And it shows if he brings out the skills. I think he was saying a couple of weeks ago, I was like, oh, what's your favourite skill move tonight? He's like, I don't use them. So he obviously uses them when something special is needed.
Yeah. Right,
yes.
Right. That's part of his genius, right? Let's be honest. Now let's talk about PS4 side of things. We have the reigning E-World Cup champion. He's been on quite a run this tournament. Can he do it again against a very good opponent, Pauletto?
I mean, he's behind us now, so we always like to talk these players up because
just pretend he's not behind you
like
right now, staring at the back of your head.
No, but just repeating probably what I said earlier when I spoke to him beforehand. He was like, well, after the last time, didn't play so good, and I need to prove to my new team that they signed the right player. They signed a world champion. So, he's trying to live up to this. And I think he seems so much more chilled out. He went 3-0, and then, he lost the 2 in the Swiss.
He had 2 to lose.
But that doesn't matter. He's here now. He's sitting behind. And
now he's 1 game away from getting the Masters spot, right? So that you get that automatic qualification into the next major.
He knows how that feels.
How about Pauletto, though? Let's talk about him a little bit and what he brings, especially now he's carrying the torch, as it were, for being the only Brazilian left on the PS4.
100%. And I think you look at the Brazilian sort of contingents that have made up this event, everybody is still here. Everyone's backing him. To touch on MoAuba a little bit as well, I was speaking to him yesterday when he was 3-0, and I just went, what's different? And he said, I play better against the bigger named players. So when it's a Maestro, when it's a Stefano Pina, that sort of name value, he said he rises to it. So
or he goes down based on players he doesn't know. So playing to the level of his competition. It's interesting. He's going to have to get that out of his game, I think, if he wants to continue to be a world champion. And I know that he did mention that the other day, that he doesn't know a lot of the players here. And now there's 40 new players from Major 1 to Major 2. So I could understand how that gets a little bit hard to maybe scout some of these opponents.
Yeah, but that's what's exciting about it, isn't it? That, you've got so many new players, and we're even learning them and kind of getting excited about new people in the competition this year. And, there's loads of underdogs. We don't know many of them, and so it's exciting to see if somebody new can win this tournament. Pauletto, I mean, he's been around before, but the fact that we don't always hear about him. I think it did well in Atlanta last year, FIFA 19. It's great to see him back.
He's also sort of relishing the opportunity as well, because he was one of the players with the qualification that he only qualified because the person who beat him in the qualifiers made top 4. So he probably wasn't expecting to be at FUT Cup 2, and now he's got a chance to auto-qualify for Stage 3. That's a big, big opportunity on his shoulders right now. Representing XPQR as well. I know they've brought a lot of people out here. It's sort of a family sort of team. The owner's out here. He's brought his children with him. It's very much a family vibe, and I think that is it's sort of thing that a lot of people look past, having a good sort of group, a core group behind you to be able to pick you up when you win. and to make you feel better when you lose.
Okay, I know we're talking about these two players because they're right behind us, but in a few minutes, another two players are going to get up here. It's Tuga versus Dami. That's a big matchup as well. So both of those games are going to be happening at the same time. And as this one ends, we can flip-flop back and forth with the broadcast. Whatever's going really well, really most exciting, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Let's give me some predictions then of these two matches. We'll start with the MoAuba one first.
Oh gosh, I hate saying it when they're behind me.
No, it's the best.
I'm gonna go Pauletto just because he, like Rich was just
Mo,
saying
put
that.
on your headphones, your Turtle Beach headphones.
He just took them off to hear that prediction.
I'm not looking.
What? He's like, what am I hearing?
I can feel his eyeballs like burning in the back of my head right
Wow.
now. No, because there's so much like up for grabs and he hasn't maybe experienced as much of this, and he's literally grabbed this opportunity with both hands and he's not letting it go just yet.
He just gave you a little forget about it. I'm gonna go. I think Mo.
Okay.
Of course you do, because you don't want to.
I got you, Mo. I got you. Don't worry. I think I think it's gonna be Mo, and for the other game, I'm gonna go Tuga. I think Tuga will beat Dami.
Yeah,
I agree with you on the Tuga one. I'm gonna dodge the other one because Mo's staring at me right now. All right, let's bring in the casters. Dan and Mark, guys, how are you doing?
Doing good. I feel a little bit worried for Rachel.
Yeah, be
Mo's
careful.
Normally, all smiles, but apparently you said something to upset him there.
Well, when you don't predict him to win, I can see why you're going to get the evil eyes.
Yeah, that's true. I think I'm going to go with Mo to take this one, to be honest with you. I think he's finding form at the right time after a little bit of a disappointment in the first event that we had here in Bucharest. I think he's just going to go from strength to strength, and I'm backing Mo all the way.
All right, we'll see how it plays out. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And yep, it's time for our next game. Dan, what are your thoughts on this one?
I think that we are going to see a rematch, because it is a rematch. They played each other in the Swiss phase, and actually Pauletto won 6-2 in this previous matchup already. But
makes me sound stupid already, but fair enough.
Well, the thing is, when it's at the end of a Swiss day and MoAuba had already qualified through, you can always look at that and say, all right, was it more of an important game to either player, yada, yada, yada. It's a new game now. We're into the knockout stages, and we're going to see MoAuba at his best. He was able to get through his round of 16 game where he won 2-1 against Paps, and Paps was playing so well yesterday. So I think we're seeing a new MoAuba. I think after last event, there was a lot of questions asked about him. Previous world champion, why is he not getting as far in these tournaments? And he showed up this tournament. Let's see whether that can continue.
And interesting, his opponent, Pauletto here, took down Paps in his previous game in the round of 16 as well. I think he won that one 2-1, so exactly the same result for the same player that they've played against as an opponent. So you can see how tightly matched these players are. And another one of the Brazilian contingent who just seem to be swarming on these competitions at the moment and just impressing us every time we see them.
No, I just got that the wrong way around. MoAuba beat Gabry 3-2 and Pauletto, he beat Paps 2-1. So they didn't play the same person. That's just my mistake on my notes. But I think that Pauletto, I think Rachel was right. Like, he will really want to take this opportunity. He'll be looking at this bracket and saying, hey, this is maybe my chance to get to the World Cup. If you can get into that console final, maybe even a cross-console final, you are pretty much there already with the amount of points that you can secure. This is really his chance here. And this tournament has had 11 Brazilians. It's been all about South America so far. Let's see whether he can do it against the world champion.
And of course, a step closer to becoming one of those players who takes one of those master spots as well. And we heard from Tekkz saying he's just absolutely elated at the fact that he doesn't have to go through that brutal qualification process to get his way to that next stage of the FUT Champions Cup. So we're having a look here at the starting lineups as well. Just got a little flash of MoAuba's starting lineup there, and the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. No surprise to see him maybe starting off with the attacking formation.
Yeah, he's a very attacking player. He's actually got a negative record in terms of goals scored and goals against. 20 goals scored, 21 goals against, whereas Pauletto has got 28 goals for and only 17 against. So he is a player who has been fairly consistent in scoring goals in these games, and MoAuba has been conceding quite a lot. But MoAuba's also been playing against some very good players as well. He took down Yago, he lost to Crazy. So those are some players who have been really bagging those goals game in, game out.
And Crazy, one of the standout performers we've seen so far as well. What a performance he's had, not just here at the second stage of the FUT Champions Cup, but also in the first chance of the game! It's going to go to Pauletto. And if MoAuba thought he was going to have an easy ride here, well, that's just not the case.
And MoAuba will want an attacking game, that's for sure. We're certainly not going to see the same thing we just saw in the previous matchup between Tekkz and Lyrics. We have that battle in midfield and a very methodical, slow-paced battle. Instead, I think we're going to get both of these going toe-to-toe, really attacking one another. breaking each other down quickly, playing those through balls, dribbling past the fullbacks and then cutting inside. MoAuba, the world champion, already down and has to respond.
Well, I do love the fact that we get an early goal in these games. It really just opens things up. It forces one of the players to push their way forward, take a few more risks, and that man is MoAuba. We know he can score goals. Conceding goals has always been a little bit of an issue for him. And it was the one tournament he did manage to win last year, which where he defended well, but at the moment he's defending woefully. And Pauletto, it's just like a knife through hot butter.
Shout out to Richard Buckley for one of his famous phrases, as that is now a 2-0 lead in the early stages of this game, and yeah, MoAuba doesn't look great at the back. Paulo taking full advantage of these gaps. Messi just steaming through. The pace on him is incredible, really. If you can get an inch ahead of your man, usually you're going to be winning that, but he had so much room. And Paulo in dreamland right now. Just needs to stay calm. Don't allow the occasion to get to his head.
There's been so much space in behind MoAuba's defence. I know he likes to play a high pressing game. I know he likes to keep that defensive high line, but it's quite simply, Dan, been too easy for him to slice through the defensive line. 2 goals to the good now, 2 opportunities, and 2 fantastic finishes having worked into that position. And again, Pauletto's coming forward. Cristiano Ronaldo lays in Lionel Messi, and the only reason that it is not 3-0 to the Brazilian is thanks to the post.
And sometimes when you play in these later games on the Saturday, you think the players might not have as much energy as some of the players we saw in the early stages, but Paulo is coming at MoAuba with full force at the moment, and Mo really wants to slow this game down, but Mo isn't the type of player to slow a game down. He's the type of player who's usually knocking on the door and pummeling his opponent with attack after attack after attack.
Well, maybe it's going to be MoAuba here. He just managed to get half a yard inside his man there, but Johan Cruyff lost possession. And now Pauletto, who has to turn defence into attack so quickly and so viciously. A chance to slide forward once more. And for MoAuba, he's going to be feeling absolutely shell-shocked.
He wasn't happy. You saw on the player cam that he was a bit frustrated with the goals that he has conceded. Whether he feels like it was a bit of a maybe lack of concentration, or just a couple of mistakes from him. Or maybe it was just pure brilliance from Paulo. But Mo definitely needs to look at tightening up this defence.
Well, again, MoAuba's tried to win the ball. He's pulled his centre-back out. That was Laurent Blanc trying to win that ball in the midfield. And that left space in behind momentarily, and for Pauletto, he's going to be thinking, I don't mind seeing that. I don't mind that aggression in defence, because the way that I'm passing at the moment is brilliant to watch. Pauletto is putting on a show.
And about that Tuga Dami game, are we warming that one up just in case? Because the way this is going, it's looking like 4, 5, 6. Paulo doesn't look like he is stopping anytime soon, and Mo is straight into that tactics screen, because you got to change something. It was not working whatsoever.
Unbelievable start from the Brazilian. He could not have wished. He could not have dreamed of a better start. This is the current world champion he is playing against here, and he is making him look like one of your first games in Weekend League. It has just been sublime attacking play. But for all of the positives that I'm lauding towards the Brazilian right now, MoAuba's looked all over the place at the back.
I mean, I once played #Shuri in first game of Weekend League, but I guess I was that guy that he was ripping apart and tearing up. Really, MoAuba, what does he have in him? He's a world champion for a reason, but this isn't FIFA 19, it is FIFA 20 now. Just needs that one goal, I think, to give him that little bit of belief. Yashin pushes it to the side, and it's actually going to be pulled back for a free kick.
MoAuba looks like he might be thinking about going direct here, looking for that ball to dip under the bar. He looks a little bit disappointed, and that's why really simple for the defender to get back in the way. Zidane goes for goal! Just over the bar. But 30 minutes gone here, Dan. 3 goals for Pauletto. Every time he's gone forward, he's scored.
It was actually Hullet on the line as well who made the headed clearance. Paulo just bringing him back to ensure that there wasn't going to be anything available for him from the free kick.
I mean, look at the space here for R9. Just absolutely acres. Walks past one, he walks past two, and the only thing that was missing there was a finishing touch. It's too easy. It really is too easy for him.
He's just got so much time on the ball that he can afford to just patiently dribble around an opponent and wait for MoAuba to step in.
Well, finally, MoAuba's got inside the 18-yard box, stops up, it's Zambrotta, he goes across and Hullet does not lock on. And it's flashbacks to, I think it was the semi-final of the FIFA E-World Cup finals where we saw something similar involving MoAuba. That time he managed to turn it around. But having finally created a chance, that's where you start to think the world's against you.
I mean, it's hard enough to go 3 down, but when you pretty much are in a series where you should get a guaranteed goal. I mean, 2 players there could have easily tapped it in. Manan could have tapped that one in, but Hullet apparently couldn't. Mo just needs to stay focused.
Manan was a decent footballer
She
back
was
in her day.
amazing.
She was a very, very talented woman just behind those front two, but MoAuba there is going to be absolutely gutted that he hasn't managed to cut this lead down to just 2 goals, but that's a great ball now from MoAuba. Heel to heel, R9 just showed too much of it to Maldini.
Yeah, heel to heel, but it was shoulder to shoulder, and Maldini, it's one of the reasons why he's in that team, just has that strength to push even the best strikers off the ball. But every time Pauletto comes forward, MoAuba just looks a little bit lost with his defenders.
Again, pulling Blanc out of position, and look at the space here. R9's going to attack it, and you cannot allow that to happen. I just wonder, looking at the midfield 2 here of MoAuba, he's got Ruud Hullet in there, he's got Zinedine Zidane, not the most defensive-minded. Patrick Vieira, for example. And I always feel when you play a 2, you need one of those players to be a little bit more defensive-minded, because it's been too easy for Pauletto to get behind that defensive midfield line.
At the same time, now you're 3 goals down. You need as much help as you can going forward. It's almost like the damage is already done, and MoAuba is going to have to play a completely different way to what he thought he was going to have to from the start. However, and I always bring this up, and to be fair, we could actually bring this up with Fafilza now. We saw 3 goals in 15 minutes from Fafilza at this tournament.
We saw 3 goals in 15 minutes in this game.
And MoAuba was one of those players who scored 4 or 5 goals in about 10 minutes as well in game back in FIFA 19. It's very much doable, but have we really seen enough from MoAuba that suggests he can do that quickly? I mean, I think it should be 3-1. I'm going to be completely honest.
Yeah, I agree with
he
you.
had done enough, the players were there, and on another day, that's probably being tapped in by Hullet, but unfortunately for him, Hullet couldn't lock on. It's just one of those things. He has to accept that, he has to move on.
I think he has to move on for that first 45 minutes. I don't think anything went his way whatsoever. But the positive for MoAuba, you have to say he did get into promising attacking positions. He had found himself in areas to create chances. The concern really would have been if he's going in 3-0 at the break and hadn't had a touch of the ball or hadn't been able to get forward himself. But he's still shown signs that he can find the back of the net. But Pauletto, the worrying thing is, every time he's going forward, Dan, he's looked absolutely deadly.
And he's going to have far more space now as well, because Mo is going to be sending those players forward. Even though, yes, okay, he's got 45 minutes left in this leg, as well as another 90 minutes in leg number 2. 3 goals is not an easy deficit to overturn.
Space again here for Kylian Mbappe. You see Hullet's having to come across and
Hullet's everywhere.
Mark those full-back positions, which does leave a little bit more space in the middle of the pitch if you've got those 2 men up top, which Pauletto does.
And he's just being patient now. He's saying, look, Mo, you've got to come to me, bro. I can pass this around my back four. I can wait. You'll have to bring someone out of position, and as soon as you do, then I will launch my attack.
And this is the space I was talking about there. Lionel Messi just getting behind Zidane, behind Vieira. If he wanted to, he could have comfortably just changed direction. And now Cristiano Ronaldo in the 1v1 situation. Ball rolls round to Stegen, but the German just about gets enough on it to divert the ball away from danger.
You can see why Pauletto now has
exceeded 30 goals in this tournament with how he's playing. It's that first turn is so dangerous as soon as he does drive it into that striker. But then even if he doesn't beat the man, he turns back and then he goes for another little skill move around him. Sometimes doesn't even need that skill move, it's just that close dribbling. Just that one touch around the defender. Makes it look so easy for something that realistically is very difficult to do in FIFA 20.
Yeah, especially against a player of the caliber of MoAuba. Anything you can make look easy against the German is a whole pile of credit to you. And here comes the Brazilian again, and Lionel Messi will be thinking about having a go on that left foot. Instead goes into Cristiano Ronaldo, who takes it on his left foot. Just wide of the near post.
One of the downsides of Cristiano Ronaldo, that left foot isn't as good as some of the other players with that incredible 5-star weak foot. But Ronaldo has done the job, and he has been a real nuisance to MoAuba's defence. Maybe he's not one of the favourite players to be used at this tournament, but when he is used, boy does he put to good use.
Pauletto has a huge chance that if Laurent Blanc does not get a piece of that ball, and that's probably 4-0 to the Brazilian, and even with so long left in the game, that could have been game over. Ronaldo comes back and wins it back. MoAuba, he's being suffocated in this game.
It's those kind of balls that Mo's just not been able to find, though. Time and time again, Pauletto is cutting them out. He's moving his fullbacks into a position that makes those through balls near impossible. And instead of MoAuba just cutting it out.
Little mistake here, Semedo around the goalkeeper. 4-0 to Pauletto. He's in dreamland.
Not sure Mbappe can move like that in real life, but he can do whatever he wants when you're 4-0 up. And again, it was from MoAuba giving the ball away. Okay, it wasn't in a dangerous area, but you're still giving Pauletto possession back. And it was a sloppy ball that provided the chance, but Pauletto taking advantage of it, recognizing the situation, ball rolling around the keeper, not just quickly hammering the shoot button. And already, Mo is going full gung-ho.
He doesn't have a choice. Like, he literally has no choice at this point. He's 4-0 down. He needs to score 4 just to send this game to extra time. I mean, he's got another leg in front of him, but nothing has worked defensively here for MoAuba whatsoever. He's been torn apart all over the pitch every time that Pauletto's come forward. He's got to try and play the game in his opponent's half of the pitch now. He's got to just, I think the best form of defence for him is attack, because at the moment the defence is just non-existent.
It's all well and good having a leg in front of him, but at the moment he needs a leg to stand on. Really struggling, doesn't seem to have anything going forward. Every single pass is being cut out by Pauletto. Mo, who I would always consider one of the best attacking players in the game, hasn't shown that to us. And yeah, you could say he's deserved maybe 1 goal. Could that have given him the confidence to go on and score a couple of more? You can't really say, we can only speculate, but at the same time, I feel like the more MoAuba goes forward, the more chances Pauletto is going to have.
Great ball there, and look at Kylian Mbappe. He's the wrong side of Semedo. A good through ball here, and that could have been 5, but smart game situation recognition there from the Brazilian, taking his time. Not leaving himself vulnerable to a counter-attack. And valuing a clean sheet with a 4-goal lead. All credit to him. Zinedine Zidane. Goes all the way back to Carlos Alberto, but he'll receive it back from the Brazilian fullback. Slow build-up play again. Finally, MoAuba wins the ball back. And is there a chance here on the counter-attack? 10 minutes left in this game. Mo needs a goal. He needs a goal in this leg, in my opinion, but Alberto will cut that out comfortably.
I feel like Mo's looking at this as saying, look, it's just one of those games, things aren't going my way, my passes aren't getting through, my players didn't lock on. But realistically, Pauletto has absolutely dominated in this game. And we're going to need to see a completely different MoAuba in leg 2, or a completely different Pauletto full of mistakes, perhaps. But at the moment, he's playing like a top 4 player. He's playing like he deserves a spot.
in that Masters situation.
He's playing like he's going to be lifting a trophy. 4 to the good. A clean sheet against MoAuba is something to be happy about. 4 as well. Absolutely phenomenal stuff from the Brazilian. Another Brazilian who has achieved so much here at the start of competitive FIFA 20. MoAuba just can't get the ball off him at the moment.
And the only player that Pauletto has lost to so far this tournament is #Harry. And that was his opening game of Swiss rounds. And #Harry still in the tournament. There is potential that a PS4 Grand Final could be a rematch as well, if both players are able to get through the semi-final. But of course, the task still on hand for Pauletto to close this one out. He's beaten players like MoAuba already in Swiss. He's 4-0 up here. He beat Ooston 6-2 as well. Some of the most attacking players in the scene, he's just brushed aside.
And sometimes I say it a few times, but sometimes pictures do more than my words possibly could. And the look on MoAuba's face says everything you need to know about that performance in that first leg. Quite simply, not good enough. But that man on your screen, again, a little smile. He knows how good he was.
He just needs to kind of recognize the situation now and say, look, okay, I am so close already to getting into that top 4, to getting to that semi-final. I just have to play sensibly, play my game, try not to make too many mistakes, try not to overthink this situation. Because if he looks across him and says, look, that's the world champion, surely there's going to be something that he's going to do at this point. If he starts to worry and thinks, okay, he's got tricks up his sleeve. No, forget who you're playing. Just look at this and say, I'm 4-0 up going into leg number 2. There is no way I'm losing this.
Well, there's a little smile across the face of MoAuba there, just for a moment. Something we're so familiar with seeing when we do see MoAuba in tournament play, but that's what these guys are playing for. An opportunity to get their hands on that trophy, to call themselves a champion here in Bucharest. And for MoAuba, at the moment, that looks a long way away.
Will we see a different name on that FUT Champions Cup as well? MsDossary out, so we won't see his name repeating. Dami out, just down to Tekkz. If Tekkz were to fall, we would have a brand new name on that trophy for the first time since Dami lifted it in Bucharest, at the second time we were in Bucharest for a FUT Champions Cup last year as well. Maybe there's something about number 2 in Bucharest.
Well, for MoAuba, I mean, in my opinion, he has to approach this game as if it's 0-0.
Yeah.
As if it's the first leg and just kind of forget about what's happened, because the longer you dwell on that kind of performance, the more it's going to hurt. And you can see it here. He's going to be toying with, you know, does he start 3 at the back? Does he start with what he started with? There's just so many things that are going to be going through your mind in this situation, having put yourself in this situation. I think the best way for Mo to approach this second leg is to quite simply just play naturally, play on instinct, play attacking football.
I'm worried that playing naturally for MoAuba is just going to see him conceding more goals to Pauletto, though. He can come out, he has to go out attacking. He has to play probably 3-5-2 or whatever his most attacking formation is. He's 4 goals down. But even if he gets 1, even if he gets 2, what are the chances he gets those without Pauletto getting another one back?
That's the difficulty, isn't it? Because Pauletto just looks so good every time he was striding towards MoAuba's goal.
Well, and Pauletto has that fail-safe of, all right, well, if Mo gets 1 or 2, I just slow this
still going to win the game.
Down. I just slow it down, don't let him have chances, I restrict everything from him. And Mo will then get frustrated, and then probably there will be more mistakes. And then Pauletto will say, okay, well, now I can go up the other end and score if you do make some wayward passes.
Well, it looks like we are ready for our second leg. If you are just joining us, the man on the right-hand side of your screen there, the Brazilian SPQR Pauletto, has just smashed MoAuba in that first game. There's no other way to put it. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. He got absolutely smashed. 4-0. And pretty much put 1 foot into the PS4 semi-final, where he'll be waiting for the winner of either Tuga or Dami. The game that will be bringing you ASAP. You can see here at the start down, it does look like MoAuba. He's going to say, well, if I'm going to fall on the sword, it's going to be on my terms.
And if Pauletto does go through and faces the winner of Tuga or Dami, that's going to be an entirely different game for him. Where he's going to say, all right, well, I've just played a player who is known for attacking, maybe not the most defensive-minded, maybe not the best at the back, against Tuga or Dami, who both are very good defensively.
Well, here we go. This is certainly going to be entertaining. MoAuba has it all to do. 4 down. And a hot start from him here. Maybe it's just what he needs to give himself the belief that he could pull off the miracle here in Bucharest. He's done well to get into that final third almost immediately. Pele is going to be playing in central midfield, which has actually just dropped off that front line as well. It is going to be Hullet and Zidane, I believe, onto those down those 2 positions. But Pele has found Ruud Hullet. MoAuba, this is what you needed! Now it's just 3 goals. Perfect start from Mo.
Yeah, absolutely game on. I mean, we saw Pauletto grab a goal very similar time in the first leg, which then gave him the momentum and spurred him on to get the second and the third. That is going to give Mo so much hope. If he had gone 20, 30 minutes where he hadn't got a goal, he'd been kind of knocking on the door, maybe even hadn't been able to break down that defense, he would probably start to think, all right, this is over, I'm not coming back into this. But you know Mo, we know Mo, he believes. He always believes.
One thing for MoAuba now, though, is he can't concede, having worked hard to get that first goal, to give himself that little foot on the ladder to start this comeback. And he has won the ball back here. The thing is, with the formation he's playing as well, he's going to have bodies in midfield to challenge the possession play that you're going to see here from Pauletto, trying to see this game out. This could kind of work, the 3-5-2 for him here.
It's whether Pauletto can deal with the pressure, both in-game and out of game now at this point. Because that first goal will also plant that seed of doubt into Pauletto's head, saying, okay, a comeback is entirely possible if I'm not careful here.
Great tackle.
If he plays it overly careful, if he starts to make mistakes, that is going to invite MoAuba back into this game.
Great movement here from MoAuba. He's got runners through the middle as well, but the through ball not good enough to find the run of Zinedine Zidane, but he's certainly knocking on the door early on here, Dan.
Yeah, he already looks like a different player. He already looks more threatening, but this is the dangerous part of it. He's playing that 3-5-2. He is throwing bodies forward, which means Pauletto is going to have chances.
Lionel Messi picks the ball up here. Work through the midfield now, and that's a beautiful little touch and well defended there by MoAuba. It was kind of a guessing game in that situation. Would he go left? Would he go right? But his numbers came up in that particular situation, but now he's given the ball away again. And look at these white shirts streaming forward. Messi keeps a hold of the ball. Advantage will be taken. Smart play again there from Pauletto to recognise the game situation. He doesn't have to score here.
I think he saw that there was a couple of oncoming defenders and realised that free kick would be far more safe in terms of just keeping possession and trying to rework an attack here.
Taken short then. Darnine takes the ball outside of the box and now recycles to Zidane. Ronaldo across to Neymar. Shot not good enough to beat the goalkeeper.
Yeah, quite often those first-time shots do lack a little bit of power. But it's enough to keep possession, enough to get the corner. MoAuba just trying to defend the short one here. Does need to keep an eye on the edge of the box. You can see one of the players just hovering there, but Mo has defended it well, cut that passing lane. And Mo is definitely a player who knows what people are going to try from corners. He's always been that kind of set-piece specialist, but again, going forward, rushing the ball a little bit too much.
Just isn't getting these passes to link together, just cannot connect the dots. Messi now. And Pauletto, having done so much hard work in this first leg, works his way towards goal again. Ronaldo falls back here, but the linesman's flag will go up.
A lot of the times when Pauletto was getting in those kind of chances in the first leg, Mo was guessing wrong with his defender. He was kind of lunging in,
And maybe just thinking, all right, well, if I lunge in and I make this tackle, I'll be able to win the ball, I'll be able to get up the other side of the pitch. But he's being a little bit more patient defensively now, which is strange considering the fact he's behind and he should maybe be taking more risks, but it's working out for him. Paulo is struggling to get past some of these defenders because of that.
R9's found Hullet, and Hullet's found Eusebio. And MoAuba's found himself inside that 18-yard box, and Mbappe works hard for him to get the ball back. There is a player overlapping, but he goes for goal with the left foot of Zidane. Yashin turns it behind for a corner, but pressure here from MoAuba.
None of those passes were really on, so he had to go for the shot.
Maldini inside the box, across to Blanc. The two players you do not want in that situation. And now on the counter. Paulo Neto has found R9 as Messi runs through the middle. Great tackle from Blanc.
Your two centre-backs in the middle of the box, and then suddenly there's a counter-attack, and you start to think, well, are they going to be back quick enough? Thankfully, Blanc was. He's able to just stretch back enough to make it a difficult counter-attack for Paulo Neto.
Well, speaking of stretching, it's Neymar who's stretching his legs, and he's stretched the defence as well. Inside the box now, the Brazilian cuts it back to CR7. Space here for Hullet. Lots of space here for Messi! And Paulo Neto has restored a 4-goal advantage over the world champion.
Regains his lead, re-emphasises his dominance over MoAuba. And I wonder whether that is now going to be too big a mountain for MoAuba to climb. I was about to say before that attack from Paulo Neto that if Mo could get a second before half-time, then it was entirely possible. But 4 just seems so much with only 45 minutes to play.
I think we need to give a huge amount of credit here, not only to the fact that Paulo Neto has scored 5 goals against MoAuba, but the way he has defended as well to limit MoAuba to that one chance. In my opinion, this has probably been the most impressive performance we've seen in the tournament so far.
Definitely up there in terms of attacking and even defending. He's been in the right places at the right times, but maybe history repeating itself considering he beat Mo 6-2 in the Swiss phase as well. Mo's probably just thinking, oh, it's happening again. I thought it was just going to be one of those Swiss days, but even now with crunch time in the knockout stages.
Oh, Messi's completely through here.
Oh.
Ter Stegen makes the save though. That would have been it. That would have been game over.
Yeah, that was a little bit lackluster in the end, but maybe he thought the goalkeeper just wouldn't be in the right area. But Paulo Neto still nodding along, saying, keep this up. Don't allow Mo to get back into this game. Don't even give him a sniff of a chance.
And if you caught those player cams as that whistle went, you can tell the entire story of what we have seen. MoAuba's head drops to his knees. Paulo Neto nods and looks full of verve and full of gusto, ready to go into this second leg. But, I mean, normally I'm like, what does MoAuba do? But he's been doing. He's been playing the most attacking formation and the most attacking players he can get on the pitch from the word go in this second leg.
Yeah, he's just gone into his tactics screen now, and it's just everything ramped up. As many attacking players as possible. Really just hoping now for a bit of a miracle. An early goal, maybe, in the start of this second half, if he can win the ball back. Might be able to spur some sort of comeback. And even then, I do feel like we're reaching.
Well, the issue here is he has to score a goal pretty much every 10 minutes in game. And the fact that it's taken him 90 of the first leg and 45 of the second just to find one is a massive concern.
I'm being told that elsewhere, Tuga is currently 1-0 up against Dami as well. And they're currently amidst the first leg, so we will join that one once this game has reached its conclusion.
Paulo Neto has been finding space at will. Cristiano Ronaldo now. Couple of step overs and trying to take on his man. He just looks so full of confidence.
And how many times have we seen it in FIFA's history where a world champion will qualify for events after getting that world championship?
Maybe that's something for him.
Hold on.
The referee has given what I would describe as a very soft red card there. And sometimes it just takes something like that to lift your head up again. MoAuba will be playing against 10 men for the rest of this game.
I think he still should be fine. I don't think we'll maybe see as many opportunities from Pauletto because of this, but defensively he should still have enough men there to get the job done and keep MoAuba at bay. But as you said, at this point you just need anything. I said that MoAuba needed a miracle. Well, red card. It's certainly a start towards it anyway.
So a little bit of a gift for MoAuba. Can he take advantage of it? He's going to have to do something special. We've known that ever since this second leg kicked off. And here's Mbappe for the German. And just to keep possession, but just a little touch has allowed Carlos Alberto to come in. And we're talking about how time is a factor here for MoAuba every single second. And Pauletto has that ball in his possession. He's a step closer to victory.
And you need to do this as much as possible now as Pauletto, even though you're still up by 4. Now you're down to 10 men. You just have to be a little bit more careful with the ball. Switch to play whenever you're presented with the opportunity.
Or you can create a 3v3 situation. Here's Eusebio, turns onto that left foot. Turns back inside now to Ronaldo. Finds the ball back to Eusebio. And well, 10 men, 11 men. It does not matter. The number 11 Eusebio, you have to say now, has guaranteed the Brazilian safe passage into the semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, it's locked up. It's secured now. Mo's not going to get back into this one. He's only scored 5 goals in 2 of his games so far this tournament. The rest have just been kind of 2-goal games or 3 at most. He'd have to find 5 more goals and get his most goals scored in any game this tournament just to take it to extra time with only 30 minutes remaining. Mo has been better this tournament, especially from the last tournament where he looked a little bit slow off the mark. But it's all about Pauletto. He'll be getting himself through to that semi-final. He'll be securing his spot in the Masters, securing his spot in FUT Champions Cup Stage 3 next year. And maybe we are looking at a player that we will be seeing for quite some time this season. Someone who definitely is going to be featuring at playoffs with the amount of points he's going to be securing from these tournaments. Who knows, maybe even be looking at an World Cup possibility.
It's been a bit of a sorry end to the tournament for MoAuba. But again, he'll go away, he'll come back refocused. To qualify for the next tournament as well. But Brazil might have found themselves another hero here on FIFA 20. R9 Ronaldo's through the middle. Blanc manages to cut that out, but he's going to have to fight back again because Ronaldo's reactions are so good. He's going to get to the ball first. Here's Pauletto again coming forward. He's played this so well, Dan. I want to give credit as well to the fact that he's shown us different ways to play and how he's managed the game. He hasn't got carried away with the situation. He's always had one eye on what the score was, how long is left, how his opponent's playing. And defensively, he's just been sublime.
Yeah, it's just been his quick thinking as well in front of goal. And some of these through balls have just been incredible as he gets another chance here with Eusebio. And that's going to be a penalty just to rub a little bit of salt in the wounds. At this point, MoAuba knows it's over. Pauletto gets the chance to just add to his goal-scoring statistics. He had 28 goals before this. He's up to 34, can make it 35 if he scores with Cristiano Ronaldo, which he does. It's simple, it's down the middle, it's 7-1 against the world champion. And I'm sure MoAuba's sick of hearing it.
Well, 7-1. The last time we saw a scoreline like that was between Brazil and Germany. But of course, it was Germany who had the more goals going in their favour. This time, it's a little bit of payback for Brazil for that World Cup performance all those years ago.
And it's going to be yet another Brazilian showing up at a tournament, reaching a console semi-final. I mean, there were 11 Brazilians here, but South America really is showing up. Tournament in, tournament out.
And now it's just a case of seeing this game to its conclusion. We've known the result for some time now. You can see the expression on MoAuba's face. I think he just wants to get out of the building right now. Smiles, though, on the face of Paulo Neto. And why wouldn't there be? He has been absolutely incredible. And he's looking to entertain as well with Cristiano Ronaldo.
So he will join other semi-finalists and other Masters. Clash Crazy, #Harry on the PlayStation. And that'll be 3 of them so far. And of course, we will find out the conclusion of Tuga versus Dami after this. And on the Xbox, EnRaZic and Tekkz have already found themselves into a semi-final. And then following these PlayStation games, we still have to find out the victors of Diogo versus Vinny. And we have Gabo versus Gabriel also on that side of the bracket.
Just a reminder here that Paulo Neto is playing with 10 men as well. It looks like he's got 15.
I mean, he's going to be on cloud 9 right now. You've got yourself a master spot. You've just beaten the world champion in a dominant fashion where he looked almost flawless at times.
Oh. R9. Can't quite beat Blanc to the ball.
But can he do it against a defensive player? Because Mo isn't a defensive player. Mo knows he's not a defensive player. And Tuga and Dami very much are defensive players. Wonder whether they will be the kryptonite to Paulo Neto. Because he certainly looks like Superman after this game.
Well, that is going to be the final whistle. And that man on your screen, Paulo Neto. Not many people would have predicted that kind of performance and that kind of result. But he beats the current world champion and sends MoAuba home. Well, let's move over to our next game then. Tuga versus Dami, our other quarterfinal that's going on at the moment. 1-0 here to Tuga as we approach half-time in our second leg. And this is just how Tuga likes it.
Yeah, this is going to be a completely different game in terms of the amount of goals scored. It's going to be a very nutritional battle. And very much a methodical stance from both players who like to play very slow football, build up, and wait for that perfect opportunity to strike. Tuga, who really defined the defensive style in FIFA 19. And I remember right before the season started, I said I think that maybe Tuga will struggle in FIFA 20 because the early stages looked like it was going to be a game all for the attackers. Defending was going to be tough. But then people discovered drop back, they discovered the low depth, and Tuga has just slotted right back into that playstyle.
Well, half-time here between these two. And as you say, not many goals to report. But there is the one goal that separates the two of them. So Dami's a player who does have a lot of attacking flair in his locker if he needs to call upon it. But breaking down Tuga, we've seen we always talk about how he's one of the best defensive players that we have in FIFA 20. Dami was 61% of the possession there. Just not able to create too many opportunities to move forward. He's going to be playing Vieira in at centre-back as well. It seems to be becoming almost a staple, to see Patrick Vieira in there.
I'm just looking back at previous results from these two players. Tuga was able to take down Yago in the round of 16. Yago has looked so good this tournament, and another player who flows freely going forward. Dami took down JRA Lion as well. We saw that one. We saw how distraught JRA Lion was after that loss. These players really do feel every single victory and loss. A lot of emotions for them, but what does Dami have to offer? 45 minutes. against a player like Tuga, who really does know how to close out a game.
So Tuga with possession here as we kick off our second half of our other PlayStation 4 quarter-final. The winner of this will be playing the man that we've just seen taken down, MoAuba, in such devastating fashion. Pauletto, what a performance that was. He's going to come up against a very different task if he goes up against one of these opponents. As Tuga moves forward, Vieira makes the tackle. R9 though is battling away. Vieira now out of position, having found himself on the ground, but Patrick Vieira is just an absolute man-mounted in FIFA 20. And you can see, well, even with the likes of Zidane being added to the game, players are still finding a way to take advantage of those defensive exploits.
And even though we've joined this game late, you can already see by how quickly Dami wants to get up the other side of the pitch, how difficult he's been finding it to break Tuga down. If he waits and he's too patient with his build-up, he plays it around the back four, you know full well there is going to be a minimum of 9 men waiting there, just staring you down and saying, all right, good luck trying to get into the box. But situations like that, when you win the ball, he needs to take advantage of. You can see the amount of swarming shirts now from Dami, really amping up the pressure in this game.
Well, here comes the Roma man. He's found Johan Cruyff, who's managed to turn back inside. R9 just couldn't collect that after it had taken a little touch off of the centre-back. But going back to your point and the pressure and how hard you have to work to win the ball back against a player like Tuga. It takes so much concentration to do so. Sometimes when you win it back, that concentration breaks and you give it away almost immediately.
Yeah, you put all that effort in attempting to get the ball back, that then you don't necessarily have that focus for the attack, and then Tuga will take advantage of that by winning the ball back and then probably going down the other end and capitalising from your mistake. That's what he did so successfully during FIFA 19 anyway. Really did frustrate so many players.
Great ball over the top here from Tuga. Eusebio will beat Vieira to the ball when he turns inside him as well. Patrick Vieira's going to bite back at him into the tackle though. Not sure if that was a corner or a goal kick. Maybe that got that last touch on it, but now we're going to see the changes coming in from the Roma man. Has to chase the game, and that 4-3-3 is something that we did see him use a lot back last year on FIFA 19, especially at the start of the year. Very effective at moving the ball quickly between those front three.
Looks like he's teeing up a 3-5-2 as well, just so he does have that in the locker in case he wants to throw everything at Tuga. And I think, I said it before, even though you're only a goal down, time is running out. You haven't been able to score a goal so far in both legs. So you kind of have to go all-out attack now at this point. Vieira can slot in as a centre-back quite comfortably, as we've seen from several different players at this tournament. And then you get the fresh legs on of Mbappe and Eusebio. Really just to try and beat maybe some slightly fatigued defenders on the side of Tuga. One of the reasons why these icons are so good in game is because they do have that stamina. They have that ability to
go for the entire 90
just
minutes.
Go for 90 minutes.
Well, the one good thing that Dami's got his side here is the fact that he's managed to cue this pause up with enough time left in the game for these tactical changes to become effective. 63 minutes on the clock means that there's still around 25 minutes plus stoppage time for him to create chances, to have those players flowing forward and hopefully create that one chance that he needs to tie this game up. But it's kind of do or die time now. Tuga's such a difficult opponent to play against. The way that he plays the game makes you work so hard for not even an opportunity at goal down, but just space on the pitch. R9 will get a little bit fortunate. The ball ricochets back to him. Zidane now, Tuga. Marshalling those two central defensive midfielders. You can see Lionel Messi joining in as well. Here's Mbappe. Dami injecting a little bit of pace into the attack as he walks towards goal, but look how many bodies there are between the goalkeeper and the ball at the moment. Just a wall of players, so tough to break it down. As block comes across and cleans up here for Tuga.
Yeah, and these strikers like Ronaldo, R9 and Mbappe, Just a little bit too far up the pitch.
Eusebio almost got a strike away.
Dami has to be utilising that R1 button to bring players closer when he's in those areas. You can see he's desperately trying to get the ball to someone who can actually strike it, rather than dancing on the edge of the box with his central defensive midfielders, or even with Cruyff, because from that area, realistically, you're not going to be able to beat the goalkeeper, especially if your opponent is switched on. But there's 10 men behind the ball now for Tuga. It's very much his style of play, something he did even in FIFA 19. And why wouldn't he now at this point? He's got a goal advantage. He's been successful for this far in the tournament and in these two legs as well. It's up to Dami to really try and break the mold here.
So this might be the final throw of the dice here for the Roma man. 16 minutes left plus stoppage time. Changes here for Tuga as well. Maybe some more defensive-minded changes, you would imagine. Have that goal advantage to play with. But it still takes incredible powers of concentration here for Tuga to see this game out. He can't make a mistake.
But also the same could be said for Dami as well. Defensively, he has to stay switched on. When Tuga does have that ball, he can't allow for sloppiness at the back, because otherwise it will be game over and it will be 2-0.
Here's the fresh legs of Kylian Mbappe. Well, it gets a piece of it, but it's going to fall here to Cruyff. Eusebio! Dami's roll of the dice has worked. And with 11 minutes left in this game, the Roma man has found an equaliser.
And you can see just the pure relief on Dami's face as well. A scream of finally he's been able to break down Tuga. Finally he's been able to get that goal that he's been so desperately searching for, and now he can go back to his tactics screen. He can play more of a normal formation. He's not going to be playing that all-out attack style, the 3-5-2 we saw. And he says, all right, Tuga, well, you're going to have to score another one, buddy. I'm not allowing you to get through on just a 1-0 victory, like we saw so many times in the FIFA 19 season.
The only issue is here, if you look at the personnel that he's got on the pitch, you've got Vieira in at centre-back. At the moment, you've got Pele in at full-back. He's got the pace and he's got the physicality. Wouldn't be surprised to see maybe Mbappe move back into that position. Just a little bit of a bigger player model, maybe to just make some interceptions.
That's why Mbappe can do a job at full-back. I've seen some of these full-back items that people use, and the defending is very low. They still get the job done as long as they're quick enough.
You're thinking about Adama Traore there, right wing-back.
Very much thinking of Traore.
A friend of ours decided to use him at full-back, much to our enjoyment.
He's got a lot of pace, though. He's probably got worse defending than Mbappe.
Yes, I mean, yes, he does. So we'll have to see if Kylian Mbappe can do a job. Maybe Dami's using him in a more offensive manner. If you can get him on the overlap, if you can get him into some positions to cut the ball back or get a strike himself, he's obviously going to be dangerous. But that goal has reignited the hopes here of Roma Dami. And for Tuga now, he's got to change his game. He's got to re-engage with those offensive positions on the pitch and start moving that ball forward.
Can he get anything from the restart here? But Dami has got enough bodies in the way. Since we joined the game, Tuga hasn't really looked that dangerous going forward, so he will need to find a different gear, that's for sure.
Here's Pele. Tuga very methodical in the way that he moves towards goal. But it's only going to take one opportunity, one strike, and at this point in the game, it's probably going to be a strike which could decide who finds their way into the PlayStation 4 semi-finals. Zambrotta got enough on that to get it away, and now Tuga's under pressure on the counter-attack, because here comes Dami.
And I wonder whether Dami's going to be looking at that clock now and saying, okay, this could go to extra time. Or I can wait, I can have that last attack. I can get that risk-free attack. So even if I make that risky pass that leaves my defense slightly exposed, cannot be capitalized on by my opponent. And he's going to have one chance to try and send himself through to that semi-final before we get into extra time. But Pele doesn't win the header, and all of a sudden, Tuga will get given that opportunity.
Now instead of thinking about winning the game, you're thinking about throwing it away. Only a few moments left. And he's going to pump the ball forward and hope that it falls to him. But maybe there's going to be one more chance here for Tuga. But a loose pass means we are going to extra time. Goal in the last minute. Last 10 minutes, excuse me. Coming in from Dami. Means that this will go potentially the entire distance here. Not too many shots to report in that game, but there was one very, very important one.
Well, 0 shots for Tuga. Not even able to get one shot. Of course, that doesn't always say the entire story. There are certain situations where you'll be running down the wing and you'll play the ball back to a player who's destined to score, and then suddenly the keeper will swipe it away or a defender will get in the way. So it doesn't necessarily represent chances, but certainly I'm sure Tuga would have wanted a couple more shots on that statistic menu because it does look a bit bad. Dami will be more than happy. He's been able to get back into it. He's got 30 minutes of extra time now where he can try and take the victory, or you go to penalties. I'm sure he was probably thinking at 1-0 down as we got to the late stages of that second leg of, oh, well, you know what? I just haven't been able to break him down. Maybe I'm not going to get that chance. Maybe this is the end of my tournament run. The momentum should be with Dami at this point.
So extra time it is to decide who makes it through to our PlayStation 4 semi-final. And Mbappe with a direct ball. We question some of his defensive capabilities, having been forced into that position due to and that Dami was chasing the game. When he's on the ball, he will be a real threat going forward. Here comes the man from Poland. Oh, what a ball that is! And in extra time, this game has just been completely turned on its head.
Yeah, suddenly Tuga's going to need to find shots. He's going to need to be able to add to those statistics, because otherwise it's going to be Dami going straight into that semi-final. We need to see something else from Tuga now. Sure has been battling so hard through those first 2 legs, and I'm sure he's been so frustrated against the wall that Tuga had built at the back. But now Dami, for the first time in this series, has the lead. And it's his game to lose.
Incredible vision to drive that ball across the 6-yard box as well. I mean, the man was completely unmarked. It was a simple finish, but just how quick Dami managed to switch his brain into gear there and have the vision to find that pass. So impressive, especially having just found yourself in an extra time situation. But now, as you say, game completely changed now for Tuga. No shots on target so far in this second leg. You could see what his game plan was, taking that 1-goal lead into this second leg. But now he's going to be forced out of his shell. He has to find a way towards goal.
This is where I like seeing Tuga, though. Maybe not in extra time scenario, but I like to see him go a goal down because he does have that attacking ability. Even though we very much represent him as this defensive player and he holds on to leads, he gains those leads in the first place.
Yeah. Completely
he
agree
can
with
score those goals, and we have seen him come from behind in several different tournaments.
Can he do it again, though? That's the question now here for Champions Cup Stage 2 in Bucharest. We've seen some crazy comebacks already, but winning the ball back is the most important thing here for the Roma man. And Dami now turns back into trouble, and Tuga has the chance to remind us just how good he is going forward. Messi steps inside his man. Hullit's going to get it back and find Lionel Messi again. Loads of space here for Cristiano Ronaldo. Oh, and it's the post that denies him. But on the follow-up, it's Zidane, and Yashin pulls off a worldie.
So close from Tuga as he desperately tries to cross the ball in from the corner as well. Dami just needs to try and calm this down and try and slow this Tuga train that is starting to chug. Tuga, who said on broadcast that Cristiano Ronaldo was his idol, could only clatter the post. How different could this second half of extra time been if he had scored that?
Spacing behind here for R9. The defender has to come across, and Maldini does so. Tuga gets the ball back. Zidane drives into space. The Frenchman's going to continue his run as well, but Tuga's going to recycle back inside here. Zidane again showing power. And showing strength, but he couldn't find the pass.
That pass was a little bit sloppy. That through ball is tasty, but the keeper's going to get there to Stegen. But it does put it out for a throw, and Dami now has enough time just to close out this first half of extra time with possession at his players' feet.
There's stoppage time in the first half of extra time, and maybe there's a chance here to take a 2-goal advantage in, but it is going to be the referee pulling that one back for offside, and there won't be a chance really here for Tuga to move forward. So Tuga forced out of his shell now, and he has 15 minutes to save his tournament life.
Well, since he has been forced out of the shell, he's been able to actually get a couple of shots away. Starting to put some of those numbers on that statistics screen. But does he have another level? Is there someone that can step up? Because it wasn't Cristiano Ronaldo. It wasn't Zidane. It was actually Yashin on the side of Dami.
Yeah.
It really showed his worth and why a lot of people have been putting him in their team.
It's big saves in big moments. It's the same way we say big goals at big moments in games can change things, but a save like that from your goalkeeper is worth absolute gold dust. It's worth a semi-final place if this continues the way it is at the moment. And the one thing that Tuga has to keep in mind as well, the fact that defensively, with the personnel on the pitch that Dami has, is the fact that, you know, it's not the strongest. You know, he's going to have opportunities down that left-hand side with Kylian Mbappe being forced into that role. Lionel Messi's going to be doing his job to drop back, I'm imagining, and try and give him some help and double up where he can, but...
Well, I don't know whether it's intentional, but I've certainly noticed Dami has been trying to shift the play to the left-hand side of the pitch, maybe to discourage Tuga from pushing down that right-hand side of his.
What's the one thing that you want down at the start of the second half when you're playing against someone who's chasing the game, who has kickoff? Give the ball straight back to you.
Get the ball back, get possession. A chance just to play it back to the keeper, playing it around the defenders. You've just got to be very careful, really keeping your eye on the radar here. At the bottom of your screen. Cannot afford to give away any silly passes, as that one just goes out of play. The idea was right, but the execution just not quite there.
So here comes Tuga then. Players flowing forward for him. Neymar cannot find Hullet, but Hullet wins it back. Vieira tries to squeeze his way through towards goal. Dami will hold on. 7 minutes left. The man from Poland to see this game out, but here comes Tuga again. Messi slides it through. Yashin again! With a save of all saves. Pressure from Tuga though. Messi. Blanc forced back here to Maldini. He'll get it back. Tuga. This is the last roll of the dice for you. What a tackle that is from Hullet.
It just ends up in nothing. He was playing it between Blanc, Maldini and Vieira, and he just couldn't find the likes of any of his strikers. Couldn't find Zidane, who could maybe power through. Cristiano Ronaldo wasn't there, and now all Dami has to do is hold on to this ball. Don't make any silly passes, any silly decisions. Don't be baited into the through balls that Tuga's offering. Instead, just ensure you don't give the ball away, and you're in the semi-final.
Do what you have to do to get into the top 4 on your console. The ball goes out of play, and maybe there is one more roll of the dice here for Tuga. 30 seconds in game. It has to be direct. And the tackle from Zambrotta is enough for Dami to make it through. He was 10 minutes away from going out the tournament. And in extra time, he turned it around. And the Roma man stays alive.
More Global Series ranking points, more cash money, but most importantly, gets that Masters spot. Doesn't have to qualify for FUT Champions Cup 3 because he's already made it. He's invited back. A good effort from Tuga. He had the lead. He tried to hold on to the lead. He held on for so long, but eventually Dami broke through, and Dami will be your semi-finalist.
Fantastic stuff from the Roman man. You can see him there. He's all smiles at the moment. You can also see his big, deep breaths. You can see his coach, Salonius, as well, just talking through those final moments, saying, I couldn't watch. He was watching through his fingers. But for Tuga, unfortunately, it is the end of the road here in Bucharest for him. But again, so close to one of those master spots. I think that's what's going to hurt everyone who goes out in these quarterfinals, the most. The fact that you've got to go back through those qualification processes again to get back to one of these tournaments.
I think it always hurts at the tournaments, the quarterfinal to semi-final spot, but I think there was always that, okay, well, it doesn't really matter that much. Like maybe the cash difference isn't enough of a worry for me, or the global series points isn't enough of a worry for me. But now those qualifiers, they are everything for people. Having that weekend free is just incredible. You saw what it meant to Tekkz earlier. It was like, those qualifiers are so tough.
Yeah.
Like, you go through absolute hell. Like 300 odd people, some of the best FIFA players in the world, and you have to sit at home and try and break through all of these people's defense. It's just not fun.
Yeah, it's true. It's a real battle to find yourself at these tournaments, which is why everyone who makes it here is the top echelon of play. We'll take a look at some of the stats from that last game as well that we just saw, because obviously it was a very, very tight affair. Shots on goal, 5 and 3. Dami with the 2 ones that really did count. And as you can see, just such a tight game. Tackles, possession, pass completion, pretty much exactly the same.
But 3 shots on goal isn't really enough across 2 legs, if you're asking me, for Tuga. Okay, you could argue he didn't have to when he has that lead, but if he had tried to build on that lead, had gone for that second goal, taken a couple more risks, then maybe he would have found himself with a 2-goal advantage, and Dami wouldn't have been able to get back into the game. But, you know, that's the play style of Tuga, and I'm sure that he will be back again, and he will be showing us what he's made of in future cups.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got a few more tricks up his sleeve as we move through the season. And of course, that is going to set up a semi-final match now between the Brazilian Pauletto and Dami. And that is an exciting matchup. Maybe not 2 players we would have said would make it into the semi-final at the start of the tournament. And on the other side, of course, we have Crazy and #Harry. Maybe 2 players that we would have said wouldn't have got this far as well.
Yeah, this tournament was blown wide open when we saw, like, what, 3 of the Masters players that were invited get knockout in the Swiss stages. So everything is available for these players, and I think people have really taken the initiative and they've taken their chances.
Well, let's talk to the man. He's with Kyle Walker, who's just made it through to the semi-finals after that comeback. It is, of course, the Roma man, Dami.
Cheers, Dan and Mark. Yes, we saw the celebration. We saw how much it meant to you. This is for you. Tekkz was so excited before because it means he's not got to do the qualifiers for the next FUT Champions Cup. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. I don't need to play like 15 hours of qualifiers, and Europe is actually the toughest region as well. So it's always nice to get qualification for another one. And of course, it is my first top 4 in FUT Champions Cup ever. So I'm really, really happy, and you know, now I might as well take the whole thing, right?
Definitely, the FUT Champions Cup is right there. We'll get onto that in a minute, but we want to talk about how you got to this stage right here, because that wasn't easy. You didn't make it easy for you. At one point, people might have thought, this is it, you're done, but you brought it back.
So, yeah, he scored the first goal, and in FIFA 20, on this level, most of the games are decided by the first goal or first 2 goals. I managed to come back somehow, but then I don't know, man. I'm just so bad at keeping the ball. I feel like I need to improve it so much for next qualifiers or next tournaments. But yeah, I managed to do it, and right now I'm happy. But for the next day, I need to prepare better. Yeah.
Now you said you might as well take it all. You might as well take the FUT Champions Cup. How are you going to do that? Are you confident?
I am. Today I played 2 games and I came back twice from 1 goal deficit. So that's a good sign for tomorrow for sure. But as I said, I need to kind of learn in 1 day how to manage the ball better, keep the possession right, because as everyone saw, there is some mistakes there, yeah.
Right, well, I'll let you go and learn. I'll let you do all of that, all right, and it's back to you guys on the couch.
To Dami, I just can't believe it. I thought when the game was at 1-0 to Tuga, usually that's lockdown, lights out, game over, thanks for coming. But Dami did what he had to do, scored 2 really important goals, and as he said, top 4 finish for the first time in a FUT Champions Cup. So congratulations to him again. Going to bring in Richard and Rachel. So, 2 great games. We're going to get into the highlights of the first game that we saw, Pauletto versus MoAuba, because you correctly predicted that Paulo was going to win.
I don't think I expected him to win by such a great margin in the end, though. That was surprising, I think, even for Richard here, who's commentated many a game of these 2.
Yeah, I just think the emphaticness that he started sort of set him up so well. When you're going 2-0 up in the first 10 minutes, it puts your opponent in such a position on FIFA 20 where they just simply can't get back into the game. And we're going to hear a little bit from him later, but the mindset that put MoAuba under, you can see from minute 1, it was frustrated.
Which is crazy because 30 seconds before the game kicked off, he was all
laughing,
smiles.
smiling, he's interacting with us.
Yeah, we'll get another look at it here.
As I said before,
what composure. What composure from the kid.
Does that also back up the analogy that he was saying he plays better against the bigger players?
That's
the players who have got a bigger name, the players like Nicholas, Maestro, when he's beating those guys in Swiss, in knockout games. He beat MsDossary in the cross-console final at the grand final. There's no bigger game. When it's a bigger stage, when it's a bigger name, he seems to always rise to that occasion.
Yeah, but you can't go the season by just saying, I only want to play with big players. That's never going to happen in Swiss. You have to be consistent as well. And consistency is beating anyone that comes in your path. And if Mo can't do that, then he's got problems and needs to find a way to do that. But back to these highlights.
Yeah, I mean, that might have been my favorite goal from Paulo because you could sense that maybe MoAuba was getting back into the game. It was 4-1. That next goal was going to be super important to dictate how it was going to finish and for him to score that one to make it 5-1. That was done and dusted, and now he's just having some fun. Just letting MoAuba know that, you know what, you do need to respect me moving forward. I am a big opponent, and I'm going to be somebody that, look at that. I love it. I love the confidence. Nice quality penalty. Everybody goes up the gut more often than not. It's a nice move to go. But yeah, nice complete performance from a player that we should be keeping our eye on for sure.
And again, SPQR producing unbelievable talent here at FUT Majors, whether it's FIFA 19, now coming to FIFA 20, another player who has made a top 4 finish, and that Brazilian region, there might only be one of them in the final 8, but he's carrying that nation with all his might.
I love that he didn't want to just kind of squeak through as well. He was like, no, you know what? I'm going to go and dominate against the world champions. I'm really put my mark on this tournament. Whoever's going to come and take me on next, which now we know is Dami, is got to work hard for this. I'm going to get goals past them.
Well, now we have a special treat for everyone because at the breakdown board with Mike LaBelle, it's the winner of this game, Pauletto. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, Jimmy, and that's right. I'm joined by Pauletto. We got a breakdown, but first off, I've got to hand you this plaque. I got to give you this plaque. Taking down the world champ, congratulations, and more importantly, you are now an FGS Master, which means you're automatically qualified for Stage 3, which I'm sure is a big relief for you.
Yeah, it's a big relief for me. My objective was to get in the semifinals, so I will classify for the FCC 3.
Perfect. And we're going to look at something that I like to talk about quite often in FIFA. No matter what level, you're always trying to unlock the defense. And what I mean by unlocking the defense is you've got to pull players in your opponent's midfield out of position if you want to generate consistent attacks. And we talked about it a little bit before we went live here. What are some of your best methods here? I know that you were talking about being really patient in order to wait for your moment to kind of go forward and attack.
Yeah, I was leading 2 goals this moment, so I got a lot of patience and I was waiting to open his defense.
And right after you hit this drag back, we all knew that good things were going to happen. So basically you've isolated those midfielders. So they're no longer in the play and it leaves a direct line for you to make a pass into R9. And we all kind of know once you get the ball to R9 inside the box, good things are going to happen.
Yeah, he drew and go. It's
beautiful turn, top corner, best corner. You converted, and then the goals just kept flourishing. I could feel your confidence as the game went on, and the finger waves got bigger.
Yeah, I was getting confidence. The first game, 3-0 against the world champions, so and 4-0. So I was so confident to the second game, and I got the win.
Well, congratulations. Good luck in the rest of the tournament, and back to you guys at the couch.
Thank you, Mike. Congratulations again, Paulo. He's the Brazilian. Coming out of the PS4 division, there's 2 that are still vying for a spot in Xbox side of things, but just a fantastic performance overall. I can't say enough about what Paulo did.
Yeah, I want to know what maybe like his coach said to him as well, what the tactics going into it. Like, obviously he was just pushing and pressing from the onset, never really letting up, which I think is great. It really bodes well for the next round, so I can't wait to see what he does.
Again, showing how important getting the first goal is in a game. If he doesn't go 2-0 up in the first 10 minutes, we've got a completely different game. But you get that goal, you instantly put the pressure on your opponent, and when you've seen 2 completely different games where one super expansive and the second game between Dami and Tuga, it made him work for it. He made him come out and really try and break down Tuga. And I think you need to give both players who have gone through massive plaudits. One, destroying the world champion, and another, unlocking the somewhat sort of unbreakable door in Tuga.
Okay, we've played 6 quarterfinals so far. I'm going to read them out to you. You got to tell me which one is the biggest shock, okay? Biggest surprise. You guys can join in the chat as well. What's up, chat? Okay, Tekkz beating Lyrics. Yep. All right.
Shock, but not
EnRaZic beating MsDossary. Harry beating Gravesen. Crazy beating Maestro. Pauletto beating the reigning World Cup champion. I'm not trying to steer anybody away. MoAuba. And then Dami beating Tuga. Which one for you is like, wow, that is super impressive? I didn't give you the scoreline, so maybe that would have changed your mind because the scoreline was so big against MoAuba?
I was going to say EnRaZic probably beating MsDossary just because
MsDossary hadn't lost yet.
How confident he was with Livingston on his side. This morning he was just like back, and obviously he was going for his 3rd trophy in the 2nd major of the season. A lot to play for, and you know what kind of Tekkz does to MsDossary's mentality. It kind of urges him on. So I think he wanted a bit of what Tekkz had 2 weeks ago.
So the EnRaZic one, how about you?
I think Pauletto beating MoAuba in the way that he beat him.
Richard Buckley coming with the heat.
Just the way that he beat him.
But did you predict him to beat him? Oh no, you
didn't.
No,
I didn't.
Oh, I love it.
That's why it's even more
pat on the back right there.
I'm going to second Buckley.
A second Buckley? Okay, all right, I see you over there. Okay, well, I got some other heat for you guys. It's another Twitch drop. It's happening right now. Hopefully you linked your EA and Twitch account so you can be eligible to win a rare player pack. So a selection of you viewers are going to get some of these. Make sure you check your EA account to see if you were one of the lucky winners. However, if you did not get one, do not worry. We're going to have some more tomorrow. And also, in addition to being eligible for daily live viewership rewards, as you guys can see here, all live viewers with a linked account are guaranteed to receive a number of FIFA Global Series Club items, including new limited edition kits, tifos, stadium dressing, and much more. And finally, all of you live viewers with a linked account who participate in the Twitch extension in the trivia or pick'em features, either today or Sunday, will receive an untradeable gold players pack by Monday. Yes, that's a guarantee. Stamp it. I'm pretty excited about the Twitch drops. I get fired up about them.
You do.
Yeah, that some of the players as well, some of the icons are pretty decent. That kind of Alvaro, got my eyes on him. The account's linked.
Well, everyone loves Zambrotta as well.
Yeah.
So I'm sure people at home will be like looking at the teams going, everyone's using them, so we need to use them too.
Stoichkov as well,
he is pretty
unbelievable.
Solid. All right, everyone, so we're almost to the finish line of day 2, but we have 2 more quarterfinals left to go, and it's coming up right after this.
The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Guys go through a lot to deal with shave irritation, so we built the new Gillette Skin Guard with a specialized guard designed to reduce it. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
Welcome to the FUT 20 Champions Cup, stage 1 here from beautiful Bucharest. 3-day tournament, 64 players, FIFA 20 is among us.
Big chance here for Arnaldo, and he's taken it, he's slotted it away. Here's Vieira, here's Arnaldo!
Hey, we're ready for our cross-console finals.
Here's Arnaldo, beautiful from Tekkz! Fanatic Tekkz is your champion here in Bucharest.
I'm not afraid of anyone. I think the best player in the world is still Tekkz, but you know, if we have to play him, then we have to play him. The biggest surprise for me for Champions Cup Stage 1 was Spider Kong, who finished top 4. Best defensive player in the world, I'd say FIFA Østen from PS4, from Denmark. My most important tactic is putting my left centre mid, which is Zinedine Zidane, unbalanced, so he can support the attack and make those runs in the box. I'd recommend Patrick Vieira. At this tournament, I'm going to use him at centre-back, and he's normally a centre-mid, so yeah, he's very good. I prefer fast players like Adama Traore, who can run for days.
in my opinion, the most passionate player is West Ham Yago. I like that everyone says I'm the dark horse for the season because although it puts a bit of pressure on me, it also gives me a bit of confidence to perform well at the tournaments. I've qualified for both events out of 2 so far, so yeah, it's been a good start to the season.
Welcome back, everyone, to Bucharest, Romania. That is the trophy that we're playing for here. I say we, it's not me. It's the players, the very talented players that all qualified for FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. We're in Day 2. These are the last quarterfinals. We're now 2 quarterfinals away from Championship Sunday tomorrow in Day 3. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Rachel Stringer and Mike LaBelle, and those are our 2 opponents that are coming up first in this quarterfinal in the Xbox, and then there'll be another one that falls just right after it. That is Vinny and Diogo. It's going to be a tasty affair. Man, I can't get away from that. That's my best way to describe some of these because the action is so good. And even if the scores aren't too high, there's so much good FIFA being played, Mike.
Yeah, it's definitely high quality FIFA in terms of handling key situations and scenarios. You're not going to be at this point in the tournament and progressing where you're guaranteeing not just, like I said, I feel, sound like a broken record here, but the increase in money, the additional global series for ranking points, but also you're guaranteeing yourself a position, and I want to stress this because it's brand new and it's amazing, to the next event. You get an auto qualify to Stage 3, which gives you a chance to get...
You can see how much that matters to everybody, Rachel.
Yeah, that matters so much more than money, doesn't it? 7,500 is on the line here. That's what they could win if they go to the next round. But everyone wants those little trophies, and they're really cool as well. So it's about getting that in your hand, guaranteeing you next, having a really nice Christmas as well, because you have to sweat out the qualification.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what these guys want, and they're about to see if they can get it.
Yeah, off camera, Pauletto definitely kissed that trophy.
Did he?
Like, it was a very...
Well, it mattered to him, and it should, right? It's a big deal.
Well, you've flown halfway across the world in order to play in these tournaments, these events.
And so did his team. There's like 5 or 6 people from that.
And the goal is to come back not only with a trophy, but of course, maybe even a bigger trophy, but also to get yourself to the next event, to represent your nation properly. And he's the last South American left in this event.
Well, he's got the Libertadores as well, so he's got stress from that side. Maybe he can concentrate a little bit more on that now because he doesn't have to qualify outright for the next one because he's already got it.
Yeah, nice shout. I like that. Okay, so let's look forward to this game. We got Diogo versus Vinny. Now, Vinny has only 2 losses. He lost to Megabit and EnRaZic, but that was in the Swiss stages, okay? But in the knockout rounds, he came back and beat Megabit 5-1. So I think he learned a little something along the way, and I think that's key to having success, is having that adaptability. And then with Diogo, his only loss was to MsDossary. So these are 2 guys that are playing pretty well.
Yeah, but Dossari's now gone out. So kind of to EnRaZic, who we know is kind of stepped up again this competition. This is so tough to even call, but Diogo
it's wide open, right? We could argue it's wide open because we're not maybe as familiar. These aren't the names that we talk about a lot.
I was going to ask you a question, but Diogo last time, everyone was saying he was the one to watch. Got to round of 16, great, but everyone was like, he's going to go really far. Like, did you kind of expect him to go further last time than he did?
I'm on the bandwagon of believing in Diogo going far in tournaments. When you talk to all the pro players, if you've matched up against him, you probably conceded a lot of goals. One of the best attacking players. So you kind of feel the only guy that's going to stop Diogo is Diogo. So as long as he's mentally ready to be there, he should progress because he just has so many different creative methods to scoring goals. So it's just about closing out the game, holding possession properly. A lot of game management is really important when you get to the later rounds because it becomes so cagey.
Right. Well, I appreciate you guys' insight. Let's throw it over to the casters now. Brandon and Richard, how are you guys feeling about this? Last quarterfinals of the day.
Yeah, last game of the day. We're waiting to find out who will be kind of the last 2 players in Championship Sunday as well. And we've seen a number of surprises in this tournament, including obviously Pauletto winning that game against MoAuba. I don't think many of us expected that. But this is big for Diogo. Obviously crashed out in the round of 16 at the last FUT Champions Cup. So can he book himself into Championship Sunday? I think
all I'm going to say, guys, is I think one Brazilian is going to be another master in this one because there's 2 eligible in this.
I disagree.
Oh, of course you would, Richard. Just take it away. I can't deal with Richard right now.
Oh, thank you very much, Jimmy. And yeah, is that your prediction then? You think that Diogo against NSC Vinny? We've also got another matchup as well. We've got Gabriel from R10 up against, they call him the Hungarian Beast. It's MoAuba. I think he's had a fantastic run in the tournament. Again, players that have gone under the radar we don't often talk about. I'd probably say Diogo is one of them and MoAuba is another one. They both made the FUT Champions Cups, the first 2 of the year. they just haven't had maybe the biggest of runs in the tournament.
And we get to see everyone's journey here in the quarterfinals now. We're going to be watching in sort of full Diogo versus NSE Vinny. You can see him on your screen right there. Big victory in the round of 16, 5-1 versus Megabit. On the other side of that, Diogo, we actually saw his penalty shootout against Icaro, in which he did clutch up.
Yeah, he said he was not going to lose again in the round of 16, because if you do cast your mind back to FUT Champions Cup Stage 1, it was a loss in the round of 16 to Dylan Mike. Obviously, if you don't know Diogo, 17 years of age, still a very, very young player at the moment. And I think he's one of them that has got a really bright future when it comes to the world of competitive FIFA.
Lovely hair as well.
It's a little bit like yours.
It is, yeah, and I think that's why we both complement each other on our hairstyles. You can see the headset there that Vinny is using, the Turtle Beach Elite Pro 2 headset. On Turtle Beach, use the hashtag sound tactics. I heard Dan and Mark sort of talking about what they think it is. I'm going to say that them tactics are pretty sound because I'm from the north. Hashtag sound tactics.
They did specifically say, if you're from the north, you'll probably say it like that.
Yep, and just put a tweet on Twitter talking about the competition. What Turtle Beach think is the best tweet. You've got a little Elite Pro 2 headset coming your way.
Something I wanted to talk about, if you can just see the man next to Diogo there. It is a former E-World Cup champion, Francisco Cruz, the Portuguese international. 2011, he won the tournament, Richard. FIWC it was called by then. Do you know who he played against in Los Angeles? It was Janos.
Beat Janos in the final in 2011. And
I still remember to this day playing FIFA 12, and that man's face was in the front cover. That's how he used to do it back in the day. They would put the winners' faces in the cover. There you go.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, he's being coached by an E-World Cup champion next to him. Can he go that extra step further, though? This is what we're talking about for this matchup. It's a chance to re-qualify yourself for another FUT Champions Cup. Well, you already know the 4 players on PlayStation that have done that for FUT Champions Cup number 3. Clash Crazy, hashtag Harry, AS Roma, Dami, and of course SPQR, Paolo Nito. 4 names already in the hat for FUT Champions Cup Stage 3. We have found out 2 Xbox players in EnRaZic and Tekkz, but who will be the next 2 players as well? Of course, we will be following the other matchup, which is Molna Garbo against Gabriel PN from Team R10. So do not go anywhere. These are our last 2 matches from day 2 here in Bucharest of the FUT Champions Cup. And really, we should be in for one last surprise or 2.
You're catching up a little bit with Mr. Diogo before this game started, and he was telling us, expect an interesting game, expect an exciting game. Seems as though all these games right now are going down to penalties.
They have been. They've been going right to the wire. I think it helps as well that he is quite young, still as a FIFA player, so he's quite fearless in a number of ways.
As well, yeah. He's not faced a lot of sort of bad experiences while competing, and I think that helps you. If you look at somebody like, for example, New York City Chris, a lot of times when you're making Swiss round 5 or you're going out in sort of really high-end, high-octane matches, he was losing those matches, and for him, winning the E-Champions League was sort of the weight off the shoulders. Now I am one of the big players, now I am one of the major winners. I think Diogo, he's not had any of those bad experiences yet. Yeah, he's lost a couple of penalty shootouts, but he's pretty positive all round, you'd say, in the Diogo camp.
So the only negative he had would be that last-minute Calvin Lewis, winner that Tekkz scored in the E-Premier League. For sure, you'll be thinking, I remember that face from somewhere. Diogo did represent Fulham in the E-Premier League last year and made it to the console final on Xbox, in which he did lose to the hands of Tekkz. Obviously does represent Sporting Club de Portugal, alongside the likes of Bruno Rautor and Wendell Lira, has recently just signed for them. Gas winner.
You also saw the Portuguese fan support here in Tuga, in his mum as well at the event with him.
I'll tell you what, Messi trying to get this game underway. Just dropped the shoulder with that left foot finesse. Allison could just do enough to make the save, but back to your point, Richard. Yeah, you saw that kind of Portuguese community go insane. Is that going to fall to R9? Allison again. He's going to be offside. We're going to go back for a free kick for the goalkeeper.
When he won the penalty shootout, you saw the real engagement from all the Portuguese players here with him. It's really great to see. He's almost got two communities behind him, with the British players and also the Portuguese.
Well, his performance from stage 1 for Diogo, he got himself into the knockouts, as I said. Round of 16, he got knocked out. He actually sits joint 9th at the moment in the Global Series rankings. Of course, that's going to have a huge update next week when all the points get added. But he's on 330 points, so he's gone one step further already, Richard. So we'll be looking, if he can win this, to add 800 points onto that tally.
Yeah, the rankings at the minute, there's a lot of players tied on points. There's not really too much to look at apart from number 1, number 2, really. However, if he does win this game, as you said, 800 points will be upgraded onto his tally, and then you can really start looking playoff secured, potentially, already. People are talking about Clash Crazy, maybe sort of looking towards Grand Final, maybe looking towards definitely into that region where he is really starting to succeed right now.
I think I heard Dan say earlier as well, like the likes of, you know, if Paulo Nito went on a crazy run and ended up in a cross-console final, he might have done enough for the World Cup.
I think we're going to see this year, a lot more than last year, different names. It's going to be different faces. Because of the restrictions, people aren't going to be able to dominate as much as they did in previous years, especially last year. So now, that's why you're seeing completely different teams and different players competing at the events.
That one just goes for a goal kick for Diogo.
Important to point out as well that we are going to have staggered quarterfinals here. So we're currently watching NSE Vinny versus SCP Diogo. However, MoAuba versus Gabriel from R10 will be kicking off roughly about the 90th minute. So we're going to see the culmination of both games.
Exactly that. If you are following a certain pro, do not go anywhere. Gabriel up against MoAuba, the Hungarian FIFA player. We saw him back in FIFA 18, if memory serves me correct, not just at a FUT Champions Cup. He made both of them. He was also involved in the V4 Future Gaming Festival. But back-to-back qualifications was kind of the big talking point for him this year. NSC Vinny puts that one all the way over. Eusebio, a lovely touch, unfortunately slightly too heavy though off his chest, but looking at the run that Diogo has had, he went 4-1 in Swiss, Richard. Won 4 games back-to-back and then came to a little bit of a halt in round 5 in which he had to come up against MsDossary. That was for seeding. He lost 4-0 in that game.
On the other side of it, how has NSC Vinny been getting on in Swiss?
Yeah, he finished 3-2. Started the day off with a win against Icaro. Yesterday we're talking about here in the Swiss. Played against Megabit, lost that game. Ended up winning the penalty shootout against the Swede in Oli Itu. It's kind of a win-loss, win-loss, win-loss. Played against EnRaZic and then finished the day with a 2-1 win against Crafty, which ensured he got that 3 wins on the board and he would be into the knockout stages, which we saw the round of 16 games earlier today. He was able to take down Megabit and really get revenge.
In quite emphatic fashion as well, 5-1. He did beat Megabit as we're coming into half-time here. Nothing really to celebrate in this first half for either set of fans.
And there was a half-hearted chance for Diogo, but other than that, nothing too much to call home about as of yet. Half-time. This is the important bit when both players will just take a word from their coaches. Nothing really to cheer about as of yet, though. There was, what, 2 or 3 chances for Diogo. The ball was just ricocheting around the box. You can see that on your screen. 2 shots, 2 on target from him. Certainly does look like the stronger player out of the 2. And we were speaking to him earlier, as I said, before the game went. Said he's rocking a 4-4-2 at the moment. He's happy to back Zidane in there as well. There was kind of the joke that was running around in the last cup. He didn't have a coach, and it was something that he talked about and said, I came into this tournament with no coach, and to be honest, I thought to myself, why do I need a coach? You know, he looked at other people in tournaments and said, what's the thing about having a coach? Because some people bring their mates, some people actually bring out and out, you know, FIFA coaches. And he left that event saying
I need a coach.
he needed a coach because not someone that, you know, he's got an E-World Cup winner behind him, which is absolutely fantastic, but he's not really a player that needs someone to tell him exactly what to do. It's more just to reassure him and calm him down, because there's a few times when I was speaking to Francisco, he said it was just simple stuff, just calming him down in between games, that penalty shootout that he had to play in.
So you'd say probably more of the mental coach for Francisco, someone who's been a winner, who knows how to handle certain situations. And you mentioned his age, Diogo. He's not really had the experience of a number of other players. Someone like a Maestro needs more of the tactical coach to look at their opponents, because he's had the mental struggles, he's had the rages, and now he seems to have mellowed a lot.
Yeah, I spoke to Maestro as well today. He was like, you know what, I might have lost, but I lost to a very, very good player. He said Clash Crazy is a fantastic player. And that's what he said in the end. All, you know, the upright respect for him, which I thought was very professional from the Frenchman.
Saying all the right things.
It's Diogo a little bit too aggressive there. And Carlos Alberto, if you have just joined us, this is our first leg in our final few matches of day 2 here in Bucharest, Romania. We're just trying to find out who will be our last 2 names to go into the hat for Championship Sunday, in which we will be crowning potentially a new FUT Champions Cup winner. I mean, Tekkz could go and win it again. The story of Dossary has gone, unfortunately. They've been winning the second FUT Champions Cup of the year, but there is still a stat there for Dossary that he's won a major every single year since FIFA 17. This could be a chance for Diogo to now build something. Unfortunately, Messi in no man's land there with Ruud Gullit in the way.
I think Dossary will win a major throughout this year, but he's often been a slow starter, has MsDossary, and I think again, sort of proving that statement correct. We've had 2 events in the last 2 weeks.
I think the thing that...
It's not unbelievable either. Yeah, he went 5-0 in Swiss, but he didn't play against Tekkz. He had tough matchmaking, but also I think the name value brought him through a lot of those wins. And extra time, penalties in a couple of those games. The first game that we saw, penalty shootout. So it is very much, you'd sort of say that it could have gone a really different way in a number of those games.
And one thing I'd love to touch on as well, this came from Maestro himself. He said, I'm good at this FIFA 20, but I don't know my tactics yet.
I'm not great. I'm good. I'm not great at FIFA 20. And for someone to have the self-realization of that as well is a big thing, because some pro players maybe think they're better than what they are. Some think they're worse than what they and they're actually better than they think they are. And
I think
they sort of beat themselves down a little bit.
I think we are just so early into the year as well, Richard. Like, we haven't got a FUT Champions Cup in December. They've both been moved into November. So, realistically, the game comes out at the end of September. You've got
about 6 weeks until the first event.
Do you know what I mean? You've got that long, but you've only got about a month to kind of grind the game until you're looking at your first qualifiers kind of thing. So, it's really whoever can just adapt the quickest. And, you know, we've seen Tekkz adapt, Clash Crazy, some of the names, Maestro, you know, making back-to-back FUT Champions Cups.
But that's the thing with Nicholas as well, Nicholas 99 FC. He is one of those players that he plays the game at such a tactical level, very similar to Dossary, where it's going to take time. It's going to take maybe 3-4 months. Nicholas will win a major event this year. That's a spoiler, not a prediction.
You've given us a few of them. Dossary to win one.
Dossary and Nicholas will both win events this year.
I think the thing we have to remember as well is that we've got playoffs in June. It's a very long way away.
People are forgetting Nicholas won the playoffs.
He did. He looked incredible there. It was like he was
back to back
in Amsterdam. And of course, all the way out in Berlin. Still 0-0 in this game. 71 minutes played.
People have got very short-term memories, I feel like, in FIFA.
Of what people have achieved and what they've been able to do on the global stage.
Well, the players who don't have short-term memories are the pros who were involved in it. You were watching the interview earlier with Tekkz when he said, what you like against EnRaZic. Yeah, he beat me 7-1. He knows the scoreline, he knows the round, he knows the tournament.
He knows the goal scorers.
He could probably tell you how the goals went in as well.
Got to think as well, these guys
play
so many games of FIFA. Speaking of NSE though, Netshoes Esports, the organisation that looks after NSE Vinny, also Lucas Rep, tournament to not remember, unfortunately for the Brazilian who crashed out in the Swiss rounds after doing so well in FUT Champions Cup Stage 1.
He was one of the FIFA Masters, weren't he? A top 4 finish for Lucas Rep. However, all of the FIFA Masters really on the PlayStation have not been successful.
I think we've got to talk as well that there was 11 Brazilians coming into this tournament. It's been a very heavy South American tournament. At the moment, we've got one name through, one Brazilian through at the moment. There is the potential that we could have 2 more through.
Yeah, all the FIFA Masters on PlayStation not successful, apart from Crazy Clash Gamer. And he's the one standing strong.
He's the one that, to be honest, has backed it up again. There's not many players that have been able to come back to this FUT Champions Cup and back it up once again. He's been able to do so, and he's been so impressive as the Italian. He'll be back tomorrow for our Championship Sunday. 5 minutes left in this game. Pele into R9. Try and make something happen, but just look at the number of red shirts back, including R9 as well. He's kind of happy to get back and defend. Trying to break down those 2 banks of 4 is going to be so difficult, and you can see Diogo trying to speak to his coach there, probably saying, you know, what can I do? I can't break him down. Added time to come, and he will get the last chance of the match. Surely an achievement from him to get 1 step further in the tournament. It won't mean anything to him though, because it's all about that re-qualification, Richard. It's all about getting into the final 4, the top 4, re-qualifying for Champions Cup January, so you don't have to have that worry of qualification. It will be a chance for NSE Vinny now. Lovely little dink all the way nearly across to Pele. It was Pele on Pele there, defended. And referee, are we done? Was there going to be one more chance? Oh no, last chance of the game. Keeper's off his line. And cleared away into that full-time whistle.
I'll tell you what, the confidence to bring your keeper all the way out there with Ter Stegen in the last play of the game. It's
we've seen penalties gave, have we?
It's commendable right there for Diogo. As again, I feel like we get all these games that are 0-0 going into the second leg.
We do get a lot of first leg 0-0s, Richard, I'll be honest. We've had a few of them. I'm not sure what Diogo is saying to the Brazilian. Of course, Diogo fluent in Portuguese. See the native language for Brazil as well. I'm sure they'll be saying. Are we jumping straight back into the next game, or are we having a small break between them? There really wasn't many chances in that. We had 2 chances early on for Diogo. The ball was just pinging around the box, and you can see by the expression of Francisco that probably he's got nothing to really say about the game, because he played pretty well, didn't unfortunately score a goal. On the other side of that, for NSE Vinny, first event of the year, important to really, make a name for himself, which he has already. He got himself out of Swiss 3-2. He's already got points on the board. It's just if he can re-qualify himself again for FUT Champions Cup number 3.
As we are waiting here, I'd like to give a shout out to NSE Vinny's coach there. Very smart jumper shirt combination. Good stuff.
Would you rock that outfit maybe tomorrow? Are we going to get?
Well, if I get a jumper like that, it's a little bit hot in this studio where we're commentating from, but when I see a good jumper shirt combination,
you gonna just
I feel like
just give a little mention.
It needs to get the recognition it deserves, because not enough people do recognise that combo. Now we're coming into the winter times. It's cold in Bucharest. There were a frost on the ground this morning.
There was.
As I stepped out
think
the
there was
hotel.
a little bit of snow.
I mean, it could be.
Yeah, it was very chilly. Speaking of something that looked beautiful, did you just see that FUT Champions Cup there? There's only a select number of players' names on that. Maybe a new one to be added in Bucharest.
4 players' names on it.
Crazy to think.
Rocky, Tekkz, Asari and Dolomic.
Saudi Arabian, a German, a French player, and of course Tekkz, whose name's been on it the most. Still got a new champion potentially to be crowned tomorrow. So make sure you keep your day free, because we are going to have knockout football once again coming to you live from Bucharest tomorrow. Semi-finals from each console, a cross-console final as well to end the day. Someone will be lifting that trophy, and again a check worth $50,000. We are into this second leg now, 0-0, it's all to play for. And around about now, Richard, our other quarterfinal should be kicking off. Chance early on, fantastic save on the rebound. Eusebio will get there. And finally, we have a breakthrough. NSE Vinny scoring it with Eusebio.
Pretty harsh in the way that that's gone in, but Eusebio, like a fox in the box. Quickest to react to the ball up in the air and downwards header into the goal. Zambrotta can't do anything about that one. As NSE Vinny, 5 minutes into this second leg, breaks the deadlock, and after 0-0 in the first leg, it's a one and done. 90 minutes of FIFA to secure $7.5 grand and also re-qualification into FUT Champions Cup Stage 3.
I think as well, if anything, surely that has got to be a wake-up call for Diogo. NSE Vinny might not have created too many chances in that first leg, but all he needs is one chance, as we've just seen there.
Free kick.
A bit of a controversial one as well. Johan Cruyff is the victim there. Look at that ball. He's going to go all the way out to Vieira, maybe. He's just waiting on the edge of the box. Probably doesn't want to play that, though. Plays short instead to Zambrotta. Kind of fake shots it through his player's legs. Vieira. Back to Zambrotta. Pele back to goal. It's going to fall back to Pele again. It will be a routine day for Ter Stegen.
First 10 minutes, NSE Vinny getting a couple of shots on target here. We've seen more action in the first 10 minutes than we saw in the entire 90 in the first leg.
Really, that is true. Lovely ball over the top from Diogo. Pele, unfortunately, though, just flicking over his head and flicking it back into danger. As we were saying, Diogo, a fantastic first half in that first leg. Conceding just 4 minutes in, though, certainly going to hurt him. I think he did so well as well on the rebound, did NSE Vinny, to ensure that Eusebio was just charging it, as you said, Richard, a fox in the box, quite literally.
Just first to react, went to smelt blood in the water and rose up to fire Vinny into the lead. And right now, this is the position that he's in. He can afford to keep hold of the ball, to play the waiting game, to play the long game.
Pull it back to Pele, nearly onto the left foot of Johan Cruyff. We know, once again, another one of those players you could say in the five-star weak foot club. There's only so many in that.
Quite an exclusive club.
Yeah, certainly is. Speaking of someone, Zambrotta in possession. Skills out from Neymar, unfortunately not getting him too far though. You win this, you re-qualify for FUT Champions Cup 3. Pull it now into Messi. Surely a chance and surely a goal. Once again, that near post finish, working time and time again here at the FUT Champions Cup.
Probably one of the top 2 most effective ways of scoring, the highest percentage chances of going in right there at the near post. You get it inside, and no matter if it's Messi on the left, he'll use his left foot to power it into the near post, or if he's on his weaker side, he'll just use the outside of his boot and hit it high into the goal, as you see here. Played it into the opportunity and then just smashed at the near post. No chance for Vinny between the sticks. One apiece, and you talk about the exciting game that Diogo promised. This is what we see.
Yeah, maybe it's starting to come alive now. We're all square. 24 minutes on the clock. And our second to last quarter-final here from day 2 of the FUT Champions Cup Stage 2 here in Bucharest, Romania. His first 30 minutes have been a lot more exciting than we saw in the first leg. 90 minutes of a stalemate. And I think when you just put him in that best-of-1 mind frame, it does change you a little bit, because you know you're going to have to come out attack. You know you're simply going to have to come out and try and score a goal. If you don't do that, you're going to go to extra time and you're probably going to be, you know, trying your luck on a penalty shootout.
Pretty cheap corner there he's gave away, Diogo. If he's made to pay from this, it could be one of those where it stings a little bit more.
Pele now. Little disguised pass. Still in possession. Watch out for Cruyff as well on the edge of the box. And R9 as well. He'll be waiting patiently as well for that chance. They can go on either foot as well. Let's not forget that. Look at that run from Messi. He's driving forward. He's just onside. Able to link him with Pele. Look at R9 go.
He's off. Messi were offside. The second time he played it back, just wandered offside, did Leo Messi, and
those are the moments that I think Diogo needs a coach for. You can just see him there, just saying, probably, how's that offside? Oh, that's not great. Remember as well, there's only a select few of those youngsters in the world of competitive FIFA that have been able to make it onto this international stage. We've seen the likes of Dolomic, sort of likes of Kailan FIFA as well, all the way from South Africa. Tekkz. It really has been refreshing over what the last 12 months, 24 months. We've seen this new influx of talent in the FIFA scene.
Yeah, 100% agree with the statement there. Mark Marley as well. I think 19, just turned 19 very recently.
I'm sure many more out there will be watching him, wondering how I can get involved.
For Filter as well.
It certainly has been the tournament of many surprises. I think, you know, coming into it, no one would expect MoAuba to be 4-0 down in a first leg. He was, unfortunately, he crashed out the tournament.
We'll just say one of the most unpredictable tournaments we've had, and yet Tekkz and EnRaZic is in another semi-final, just to go to show the consistency that both of those two players have.
Silly free kick given away.
The extreme high levels of not only pressure they put on themselves, but the high levels of consistency and talent that they both possess.
I think the thing is as well, Richard, that's not just consistency this year. It was consistency last year and on FIFA 18.
FIFA 17,
Like,
EnRaZic.
do you know what I mean? Like, EnRaZic, he's just he makes it to the knockouts every single time. There's a select few players that can do that in every single tournament they play in Tekkz as well. Part of that conversation.
He just grasps FIFA very easily, I feel like, and he finds the best way to win and the most effective way to win very, very quickly, does Nicholas EnRaZic.
Able to adapt as well quite quickly. Scored a lot of goals as well. He's an attacking player. Added time of 3 minutes to score at 1-1. Both those goals coming in this first half. Might get one more chance though. Diogo, he's let the ball run past him. R9. Alisson was on the ground, but it was actually Maldini that saved the day. He wasn't there. That's going to the back of the net, and that's 2-1 to Diogo.
Could have bounced anyway. I couldn't see that rebound. How many times you see goalkeeper and defender getting each other's way and the ball just bouncing around the box. On that occasion, didn't go to plan for Diogo. See the stats there, 4 shots, 3 shots on target. Diogo with 2 apiece. Passing accuracy extremely high, as you expect to see at pro events, 94 and 93% respectively.
I think as well, what's just, so much more important, we've actually seen shots flying, because the first game we saw at half-time 2 shots, and those 2 shots were to Diogo. You'd have to say, from what we've seen so far, NSC Vinny has certainly looked the better player in these first 45 minutes, and Speaking of which, is he going to be making a change right now? We can see his bench in front of us. I mean, he's not even starting. He's not starting Messi or Ronaldo.
Yeah, very icon heavy front four, isn't it? With Neymar as well involved in there.
Well, he's back Cruyff from the word. Go. Many players will do that. Many will often bring him on. And the likes of Gorilla out there is a huge fan of Cruyff.
Pele, R9, Cruyff and Eusebio leading the line for Vinny. All the regular boys off the bench as well. This is CR7, Messi, Neymar, Mateus, all featured.
Well, then into this second half. Really is going to be a smash and grab. What you're going to be grabbing, though, is a re-qualification for the next FUT Champions Cup. A place in Championship Sunday, the 800 Global Series points and the prize money that comes with it. You know, a word on the Masters programme for this year. If you like the introduction of it.
I do. I really do, yeah. I think it rewards players who have played well and who have competed well at events, and arguably relieves one of the biggest pressures of being a pro player, which is qualifying. Going back to Brazil as well as a nation, it feels like the reason we're seeing so many new Brazilians competing is because of the limited amount of spots that South America gets. So you see Brazilians make events, make the top 4, opens up more spots for Brazilians.
Why, yeah.
Fiddle was so happy when Harry got that spot.
Because it opens up another fantastic chance for him.
For a North American player.
That means that Harry won't have to obviously re-qualify on the 14th and 15th of December. That is the next qualification weekend if you are FUT verified. And you want to try and make it to a FUT Champions Cup, that's the time to do it. Diogo in possession, he's waiting for a pause as well. Messi just trying to tee his run. Still can't play him through. Van Dijk's come all the way over there and won the ball.
No, we've got 30 minutes left on the clock. It's only Cruyff coming off. Looking towards Leo Messi to come on, and now you've seen the regular gold players coming onto the pitch. Inform Messi and also 92 Neymar Jr. Eusebio and R9 still on the pitch here for NSE Vinny. Garincha, the 92 Garincha could be a player as well. I've been really impressed by Garincha.
I think I saw him a lot more in FUT Champions Cup Stage 1, like making big match moments.
Before
Messi
had an inform.
Yeah,
it shows how temperamental these teams are at the minute.
And really the only change as well that we've seen, to be honest. Most teams, as you said, Richard, it's been 2 weeks, 14 days since we were last here in Bucharest. What really is going to change? We've had a team of the week or 2 in between. You would probably only be able to lose one of the team of the weeks though, because of the players, the date of the players that are available.
Yeah, I don't think the Inform Ronaldo is actually on the accounts. I'm not too sure because no one's used the Inform Ronaldo. Off the bench at least, it's still a 93 Ronaldo.
We are going to see that. We're going to see movement. I think the crazy thing is as well, we've got about a month-and-a-half gap between the next FUT Champions Cup, so there is going to be movement in teams. When Team of the Year comes out as well, it's going to really shake things up, and players are going to be probably having conversations between themselves in who works, who doesn't work, because we won't get to see anyone until we get to the event.
It's going to set tremors through the FIFA, you'd say, ecosystem, because there might be a few Team of the Years that are going to shake up teams, and with the restrictions, you have to then pick and choose who you want.
Messi, you see what you're trying to do, just line up that left foot shot. And in the end, just done enough. 22 minutes left. Still all square. Interesting choice of pass there from Diogo. A little toe punt out to the left-hand side, in which he'll just about recover possession. Neymar will be through as well on the left-hand side. You can see the space for him. He'll drive past Carlos Alberto. That's Maldini trying to chase him all the way to the back post. Eusebio, that's a very heavy pass. And it's too heavy for the Portuguese icon to latch onto it.
Now in the final 20 minutes, this is do or die time for either of those two players. I'm sure nobody wants a penalty shootout after what Diogo's gone through with the heartbreak and the jubilation of penalties in the last 2 FUT Champions Cups.
I'll tell you one thing there, Richard, even though Tuga might be at the tournament, I'm sure he'll be watching this somewhere and supporting his fellow countrymen. Just like Diogo did for him in his previous matchup against Dami, which was a really tight and contested matchup. Obviously, Dami re-qualifying himself for the next FUT Champions Cup and setting himself up for a semi-final against Paulo Nito from SBQR. R9. That locks into Sabio. It really could be a different story. Clearly not happy with something, Diogo.
Cue to pause. What, about 7-8 minutes before the last pause as well?
Or is it very particular in their
approach
pauses? Yeah, when they queue up. Clearly they're not feeling something in the team. Obviously we can't hear the whispers from the studio of what's not going well. It's going to run out of play, and that will be a chance to make the change. Obviously we can't see the POV of Diogo to see really what's not happy with him, but it will give a chance to NSC Vinny to make the change that he needs to make.
I'm intrigued to see if it's going to be 92 Garincha coming on to at that right cam position, or is it going to be Cristiano Ronaldo? He's moved Messi in field. He was playing Messi out wide. He's now moved Messi in at central cam. If we could jump over to Diogo's point of view to see what changes he is making, that would be extremely beneficial, because he was the one who actually did cue the pause.
Yeah, with just 10 minutes left as well. Maybe is it time for fresh legs for him, or does he just want to make a change with his tactics? If not, we will just have to wait and see the substitutions that maybe he brings on. I think, as you said, Richard, it's key what subs you are going to make if, you know, we can say if going to extra time, because there is 10 minutes left. There will be chances.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think the chances that are going to be created right now in the next 10 minutes, there might be one clear cut altogether, and that's involving both players. But there's going to be nothing really, I don't think, that's going to be separating these two. I potentially see extra time in the future for both of these two players.
Here we go then. There will be one more chance, if not more.
Just there, a little bit rushed for me. You've won the goal kick, you've won the knockdown, and then you see the attacking run, and you give the ball back to your opponent when you try and force a through ball.
Sabio going nowhere, really. It's all about getting your midfielders on the ball. So many players will do it. So beneficial as well, just keeping the ball between Vieira and Pullet just for a few seconds. You'll start to cue runs from your front three. Even your front four, of course. If you are playing a 4-2-3-1, there will be that cam in front, or three cams. And your out-and-out striker to try and create some sort of movement. Diogo will get a chance here. Eusebio, can the Portuguese icon himself produce the magic for him?
Just dragged back into a little bit of a cul-de-sac. He had nowhere to go, and the end of the road was closed off.
Possession will change hands. Vinny scored his opener in 4 minutes in this game, and us all off guard. He's going to get the bounce as well. It's going to fall to him. Vieira reads it well.
A minute left.
I think we'll have another extra time on our hands, Richard. Long ball forward. The bounce doesn't fall to Messi, and once again, it's like deja vu. We're back in extra time again. Are we going to have another penalty shootout? We'll have to wait and see.
Once again, we're in a Diogo game, and once again, we're heading towards penalties. As long as
he's probably thinking, I would love to just get it finished
the
in the two legs
change,
without jumping into 30 minutes of additional time, in which he's going to have to move into. I don't know how many games he's gone to extra time, but he's in the last two FUT Champions Cups, he's been there a lot, especially in knockout football. He's been to penalty shootouts, not once but twice, in which he won one. And of course, he's lost one in the past. See the changes that Vinny will be making now. Is it time for Cristiano Ronaldo? Or are you going to be someone that will, are you going to back R9 for that one big match moment, just because of the versatility that he can provide going forward, the stats that we know he can provide going forward?
The only problem with R9, the stamina is just a little bit of an issue with him. I think it could be, I want to say 81 stamina on his 94. rated icon.
He does look a little bit knackered right now. Taking place. There's your substitutions made. Extra time in front of us right now. As we said, we have another game underway. We believe so. Between MoAuba and Gabry LPN. See from Team R10, another Brazilian in action.
Yeah, that game currently underway, and
of course will be played over the two legs. There's a lovely through ball from MsDossary to find Neymar. Done very well to get him into that area. On the edge of the box because R9 will be waiting there. There's Hullet. Just rushed that pass. And like just stepped out on the ball. Someone else that's won the ball straight away as well. Carlos Alberto. Too predictable with the pass.
Currently 1-1 that game as it stands between MoAuba and Gabriel.
Yeah, what a run as well for MoAuba. From being knocked out in Swiss rounds in stage 1 to now getting himself into the knockout stages. He calls himself the Hungarian Beast. At the moment, he's been living up to that regarding his international presence. When it comes to the global series, again, it's that too heavy for Neymar. No, it's not. Look at the back post. Eusebio is there.
Zambrotta with some heroic defending right there to get back and not only get the right side of his man, but to just calmly take a touch and play that out from Diogo. Great composure.
Messi. How many step overs? He's making me dizzy. Vieira into R9. Scoop turn away, and scoop turn just wide of the right hand post.
We have just had a little update as well from the Gabriel versus MoAuba game, and it was 1-1 for quite a long time, and now in the second leg, Gabriel leading 4-2 versus MoAuba.
I'm looking to send a second Brazilian, Richard, into Championship Sunday. Of course, if he wins this, it will be 3 of them going through. Fantastic outing once again for South America, and I know there'll be Brazilians out there as well that didn't make it this far. We're thinking, okay, there's a chance for me now to re-qualify via the qualifiers, of course, taking place in December. That's half time in extra time, Richard. Obviously, chances split evenly in that game. There was a chance right at the end there for R9 on the edge of the box, just though a little bit too heavy.
And now Garincha making his impact on the pitch with 15 minutes left. A fresh Garincha coming on, I think it was. Unless he decided not to make the change. He did, at right cam. There you see him. Charging down the ball for MsDossary.
Can he beat the hero? For him. 15 minutes left. Surely not another penalty shootout. Diogo will be thinking in the back of his mind. He's thinking, I don't think my heart can take it. I've been there so many times.
When I was chatting to him earlier, he sort of had the ethos of just try and put it down the middle, because usually the opponent will dive and they'll not have the sort of bottle to stay down the middle.
Let's just hope that MsDossary's coach is not listening to us right now. I mean, how many times can you go down the middle? That's the question. R9.
I mean, you'll watch it, won't you, though? You'll see who you're playing, and you'll watch the game plan. You'll watch the penalties, just like any goalkeeper would study the penalty takers and the tendencies of going left or right.
R9 had a little sniff down the edge of the box, but it was quickly cancelled out. Sure, the pressure's building for Diogo as well. Chances.
I think we'll get a winning goal. I don't think we'll go to penalties.
Won't be coming fast. Zambrotta just hoofs that one into Rosette. Just throws it too quickly. I think Diogo's thinking, where's my option there? Once or twice we've seen that from him. He's quite careless in possession. He's giving it away. Look at the run as well. From Messi again, he's lifted it up and went for the lob through ball. You're right, Ter Stegen, just wait for that to come to you.
For a second, I thought Ter Stegen would be like, you know what, mate, nah, I don't fancy that one.
These passes, though, a little bit risky from Diogo. Give credit to him, though. And playing these balls. Building to the last attack. Surely not back-to-back penalty shootouts in knockout football for Diogo. He won the last one, though. But I don't think penalties are many people's forte, unless you hashtag Harry.
2 minutes left. Is he waiting for the final chance? Been holding possession for about 2-3 minutes.
Forward. Minutes gone already of that time. There we go. He's just lost possession as well. This could be a chance for Vinny late on. Lofted through ball. Neymar could be through. Could this be the chance? Neymar! Win a corner.
Corner.
And will this be thrown directly into the box, or is he going to play it short? He's looking to the edge of the box. Maldini is there. So is Cruyff. It's going to fall to Vieira. Will the referee blow for full time? He will blow for full time. And it will be a penalty shootout.
Let's go with Neymar with the skanky run up to goal first. He makes his way around the ball. None of the pros like that run up. Vinny steps up and calmly slots it into the bottom right corner to answer back. It's going to be the Portuguese man, Diogo, straight down the middle.
You can't go down the middle every single time. Garincha steps up. Saved. And Van Dijk second in line. Diogo steps up again. The penalties just aren't good enough.
He's looking at his coach. He doesn't know what to do. Vinny steps up, off the post, and pinpoint accuracy.
What a penalty.
Johan Cruyff must score penalty, and it's into the post. He greened it, and it's still off the post.
3 penalties missed. It's not looking good. Could be game over. Saved. Still hanging in it. Must score with R9. If he misses, it's game over. Somehow, Alisson has not done enough there. Hullet to step up, score, should be game over. It's still going on.
This game, you don't know which way it's going.
Has to score, he misses. And then SC Vinny will book a spot in Championship Sunday for tomorrow. And another Brazilian will make it back again for FUT Champions Cup number 3. Penalties just simply aren't people's forte when it comes to competitive FIFA. You said he liked going down the middle. Penalties haven't been kind to that man.
Yeah, it's a tough loss to take as well. I think over the course of the 2 games, it was just a little bit too defensive. Neither player really did enough to win the game, in my personal opinion. I think for it to come down to penalties, it's a cruel mistress. And in the end, the missed penalty.
Yeah.
It's fine the goalkeeper saving it, but the missed penalty was the one that really probably killed the motivation and killed the confidence of Diogo. Because when you miss a penalty, then you're very conservative in your next penalty. That's what happens. If you put a penalty wide, you're constantly thinking about it then. I was actually talking to Night Watch, and he was saying too many players look at the screen. You don't have to look at the screen. Look at your controller.
That's what Harry did every single penalty.
There's nothing on the screen that's going to help you. You don't have a marker on the screen anymore. The only thing that's going to help you is your placement on your controller. If need be, in your brain, have a little mark on the controller.
Well, if you have just joined us, we're jumping over to our last quarter-final now, in which we could be seeing another Brazilian player, Richard, making more history for South America. This could be game over. Monagavo has come out and really playing free at the back. Will Gabriel be able to capitalise on it though? Smart from him playing it back. He's seconds away now from earning himself 800 Global Series ranking points. A spot in the last 4 to be returning back to FUT Champions Cup number 3. And overall, it's been a fantastic outing for Ronaldinho with his esports team that he did create for the FIFA 20 season. Garincha back to Zidane. Just 2 minutes left of additional time. Pele to put the cherry on top of the cake. And it will be saved by Edwin van der Sar.
SPQR, NSC and R10 all having Brazilian presence in the final four as Gabriel wraps this game up 4-2. MoAuba crashes out in the quarterfinals, and another Brazilian makes their mark here in Bucharest.
And that will be the end of the road for MoAuba. They waited a long time to play that game, obviously, after winning their round of 16 matchup. But, you know, I said coming into this tournament, 11 Brazilians qualified. Richard, how many of them would really make it through to Championship Sunday? There's 3 of them through. That's not bad margins. When we look at German players normally, and we look at 16 of them, 15 of them qualifying for FUT Champions Cups normally back-to-back, we only normally see 1, if that,
yeah,
you know, going through.
Yeah, you 1 or 2, usually. 1 on PlayStation, 1 on Xbox. Usually it's Megabit, Dull and Mike. MoAuba you'd potentially look at. Sakul. You had Hasu last season as well, who made strides on the PlayStation. But now we've got the Championship Sunday sort of wrapped up and we know who's going to be competing. We've got some unbelievable games to look forward to. We've got EnRaZic versus Tekkz on one side of the bracket, and then the other side of the bracket, you've got an all-Brazilian clash. We're going to have a Brazilian player in the console final on the Xbox. That's confirmed. It's going to be NSE Vinny versus R10 Gabriel.
Of course, on the other side of that, Richard, we're going to have hashtag Harry still in the competition against Clash Crazy. Him and Tekkz, the only players to be consistent over both events and to make it into Championship Sunday. And as you said, Brazilian players. Paulo Nito will be in his semi-final tomorrow up against Roma Dami. The Polish players done fantastic there. But let's have a look at some stats from that match. We were able to commentate on. We brought you over coverage of the last 2 quarterfinals. We jumped into this one quite late, so we didn't know exactly what was going on. But as you said, Richard, it was 1-1 in the first leg. The second leg, everything changed round, and Gabriel kind of just ran away with the result in the end.
Dominated the ball possession, did Gabriel, 58% to MoAuba's 42. You see shots on goal. He only had 2 more shots, but did he make them count? 4-2 the scoreline there. On the individual stats, you can see for Gabriel.
Again,
he went
Richard,
4-1 in Swiss.
Just Brazilian players just going about their business quietly, aren't they? 332
passes made in the matchup as well, and looks like he's been good value for money. Does Gabriel, making it through to Championship Sunday. You're talking about the PlayStation. Can we give a little bit of credit to Clash Crazy?
I think he deserves it.
He's unbeaten.
You said it perfectly, Richard. There was not much. There's been 2 weeks before, you know, we come into this tournament. There shouldn't really be anything that changes. We've seen Messi, the informed version, come into a team and change one of the attacking options. But other than that, Zambrotta's there, Carlos Alberto's there. The game's still in the same update. There might be a handful of new players coming, but Clash Crazy
picked up exactly where he left off.
Flawless. 5-0 yesterday in Swiss. Continued his run, obviously winning against Amadou, obviously the USA player. Went through Maestro as well.
Big result
and
for him.
He's in another FUT Champions Cup Stage 3 he is already qualified for. And he's setting up a fantastic matchup against hashtag Harry, of course, in our Championship Sunday tomorrow. So fantastic as well for the Italian FIFA scene as well. Again, there's not many kind of... They either have 1 or 2 players that go and do well. Principe, Dagnall.
Yeah, Principe, didn't you? Last year you had Dagnall. FIFA 18, sort of Danuso was one of the standout players from that Italian region, but they're a very passionate region at Italy in terms of FIFA esports, and to have a player that they can really get behind. There's about 10 Clash members here. They've brought the entire office.
They've had a few holidays. So wherever FUT Champs Cup number 3 is going to be, I bet they'll all be going there as well. So, and I think it does help when you bring your team out there, and it just picks you up as a player, and they're having a great time as well. But that is going to wrap up, obviously, commentary from myself, Richard, Dan and Mark from day 2 of the FUT Champions Cup. We are going to send it over to Carl, who's joined by one of the winners that will be in Championship Sunday.
Thank you, Brandon and Richard. Excellent as always. Yes, we are here. This is for you. I've got to say, what a performance that was just there. How are you feeling right now? Can you describe it?
Ele perguntou que grande performance. Como que tu pode descrever isso e como que tu está te sentindo?
Bom, estou me sentindo muito orgulhoso. Todo o meu treinamento, consegui apresentar bom futebol aqui. Foi tão difícil chegar até aqui e não tenho palavras para descrever isso aqui.
He said he's very proud because he trained a lot to be here. It was so tough to achieve the tournament, and he is very proud, and he has no words to say how happy he is now.
Well, you might be happy now, but how happy would you be to have the FUT Champions Cup in your hands?
Ele perguntou se tu tá feliz agora, imagina com essa taça na mão.
Bom, quem sabe, né? Amanhã a gente vem com tudo aí.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Tomorrow we go with full intensity tomorrow to achieve the title.
Well, it is Championship Sunday tomorrow. How are you going to prepare this evening? You going to go back, do some FUT Champs?
Agora de noite vai voltar e vai fazer o quê para se preparar para as finais amanhã?
Descansar.
He will rest and be prepared tomorrow.
Well, it is fully deserved. Well done right there. Good luck. Enjoy. Make sure you get that rest. Back to you guys on the couch.
All right, thank you, Kyle and Gabriel. Congratulations. I'm here with another Brazilian who's doing the business. Vinny, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to get into the highlights of your game really quick. You can talk through some of these highlights because it was a tough one against Diogo.
Eles estão para mostrar uns destaques do seu jogo, você pode ir descrevendo se você quiser.
Ah, sim. Então, comigo tem que ser sempre sofrido, né? Esses lances assim mais disputados assim, então é complicado, tem que ser na raça mesmo.
It says it's got to be really racy and it's always complicated in the sense that there's loads of emotion going on. So it's always a lot of suspense until things actually unfold and develop.
Yeah, how was he feeling, or how were you feeling when you had the lead?
Quando você estava liderando.
Então, assim, na verdade eu fico mais tranquilo, né? Começar na frente com esse jogo, nesse FIFA, assim, fica mais fácil, assim, a controlar a partida. Então eu tava bem tranquilo, aí acabei tomando gol já de surpresa, então acaba já atrapalhando, né, a questão do jogo.
He was at ease, but then of course he got a little bit too at ease, and then of course he received the goal, and things got more, more active.
And tell us about penalty kicks, because Jimmy and I were in the back and we were going crazy.
Screaming. Those are the best penalties I've ever seen.
We were yelling at each other, no, I put it on!
I can't believe it. Yeah, incredible.
Tell us what's happening for you internally, because like everything comes down to this. The next round, moving on, qualifying to the next event, more prize money, you name it. I know you have to keep your cool here, but it has to feel something like while the penalties are going on.
O sentimento, né, dos pênaltis, é isso? Então, o sentimento, assim, o pênalti eu treino bastante, né, em casa, só que acaba, às vezes você bate de um lado, vai em outro, então você tem que ter às vezes ter um pouco mais de sorte também, às vezes você vê que a bola bate na trave e entra, então o pênalti ainda preciso treinar um pouco mais, ainda não peguei muito a manha, mas é isso aí, tem que treinar desse jeito.
He says it does a lot of training, a lot of practicing for penalties, but it's always a little bit of luck of draw too, so it's this mix of emotion and training. He says he wants to train even more, practice even more for the penalties, but it's really a compound of things, and of course the heart was racing.
Yeah, of course. I don't know how it couldn't have. Well, I'm going to hand you this trophy now. You've earned this.
Thank you.
This is for you. You're now a master. You've qualified for FCC 3, so now you don't have to grind at all. How does that feel?
Meu sentimento assim é que eu sinto muito orgulho porque a gente treina bastante lá no Brasil. E acaba sendo um dos, como que eu posso falar, das melhores formas de receber esse treino, assim, como que eu posso falar, esse momento, é isso.
He's really happy, really proud, because he does so much training in Brazil, so he feels this is the acknowledgement of all the training he does.
And there's some competitors that really play for their opposition, and there's other ones that always play their game. I guess my question kind of to you is, which one are you?
Ele está falando que tem uns que jogam de acordo com o jogo do outro e tem alguns que jogam o jeito deles e pronto. Qual que você é?
Na verdade,
adaptado ou mais do seu jeito?
Na verdade, eu jogo mais do meu jeito, mesmo a questão de posse de bola, então eu procuro treinar da minha forma, eu procuro assistir bastante os jogos do pessoal que está indo bem, né, e aí acaba pegando alguma jogada ou outra, né.
He likes to do things his way and, keep up with his training and try and implement his strategy, but of course always observing.
Of course. Now, before we let you go, of the 8 players that are left, 3 of them are Brazilian. What does that mean to you as a Brazilian yourself?
Tem muitos brasileiros, né?
Ah, sim. Então, os brasileiros, eles assim, têm bastante dificuldade para poder classificar. São muitos brasileiros bons, assim, na questão do qualificatório. Então, acaba sendo bem difícil na América do Sul se classificar. Então, acaba, como que eu posso falar? Sendo bem, assim, a forma que você classifica, você tem que comemorar demais, né, na sua casa, assim. Então, eu acho que você precisa de muita intensidade, o qualificatório demora demais para terminar, então você tem que ter bastante garra, assim, e descansar o seu corpo também para poder jogar.
So, loads of competition in South America and Brazil, many competitors, so it's kind of a tight and tough funnel.
Right.
So when you actually go through it, something to celebrate, he's really happy. There are so many Brazilians doing well.
I think we're seeing a transition right now, and I was talking
Feels
to you,
like it.
where
Feels like
I would argue from top to bottom that Brazil is the strongest nation in FIFA 20.
Ele está falando que o Brasil é a nação mais forte no FIFA 20.
Ah, com certeza, né? Então os brasileiros vêm treinando muito bem, assim, para poder chegar aqui. E aqui é só um orgulho receber também isso daqui, já classificar para o outro torneio. Assim, é uma coisa que vai me facilitar mais aí para chegar em mais torneios. E o meu objetivo principal é chegar no Mundial Final. Eu venho há 3 anos já tentando, em 2017 em Los Angeles, 2018 eu classifiquei para todos e acabei não indo em Amsterdã. E também no 19 eu fui para 3 e fiquei nos playoffs por um jogo também contra o Ebinho, né? Então, né, nesse FIFA aqui eu prometo aí para todo mundo que torce para mim que eu vou conseguir classificar para o Mundial, que eu estou treinando bastante.
So yeah, he's doing loads of homework, everyone is. And he's been for 3 years now really trying hard. So this year he really wants to pull through and actually get into the finals and to the World Championship.
Okay, we appreciate your time. Congratulations. Don't go anywhere. We're going to get to the updated bracket for you guys right now, starting with PS4. And this is what it looks like. We got 4 players left. Harry is taking on Crazy. Crazy is undefeated, the only undefeated player left in the whole competition. And we're going to jump over to Xbox, excuse me, we're going to keep it here on PS4. And then we have Pauletto taking on Dami, who came back. Well, I think he only had 2 chances on goal, and he scored both of them against Tuga, which was a really impressive performance. That will be an interesting one as well. And now here is Xbox. We have EnRaZic taking on Fnatic's Tekkz. And then we have Vinny, who we just saw playing. He's on the couch with us right now. He's going to be taking on his Brazilian compatriot, Gabriel. So how does that feel for you to play against one of your Brazilian friends?
Sim, meu sentimento é assim, eu treino bastante com ele em casa, então acabo já conhecendo um pouco do jogo dele, até porque a gente está sempre se enfrentando nos qualificatórios, né? Então, assim, é um orgulho muito grande também ver os brasileiros chegando nessa fase aqui do campeonato, então acho que é impressionante, assim, os brasileiros merecem estar aqui.
He said the Brazilians do deserve being here. They do a lot of training together, actually, he and Gabriel at home. So they kind of know each other's style, which is very interesting as well. Yeah, it's very defined. But he's really very happy that they are here because they're doing loads of homework. They're training really hard at home.
Who wins more?
Quem ganha mais, a seu Gabriel?
Good question.
Não, vou ser sincero, eu tô treinando mais com o Gabriel, tô ganhando mais dele, mas é sempre bem competitivo, bem difícil treinar com ele.
He says he's usually very well balanced, but he's been training a little more, so he's been winning a little more.
That was a long answer to a yes, no.
That makes sense, that makes sense. All right, now let's take a look at the top 5 goals from day 2. Check this out.
Os top 5 gols de hoje.
Well, here is Maestro in that final third. Looking for the space in behind. You can see the little run there from R9, but instead goes to Pele on the left foot! And that's a little bit of a gift there from Crazy. Moved that goalkeeper too early.
R9's going to peel off. Can he get around Van Dijk? Done so well there to get into this dangerous area. Messi back to goal, and it's in finally.
That is absolutely fantastic play.
Well, MsDossary has found R9 Ronaldo in space! And he just does not miss from those situations.
There a mistake in one of these two's locker. It is yet to be seen. He went down early. R9's going to score. It really is crazy, Richard, to look at the competition level. That tackle from Blanc being too early give R9 the chance to just get in the right area. Oh, that's beautiful from Mbappe. Oh, it's going to be an open goal for him as well.
Every time I see the top 5 goals, I always wish that I could score just one of them. Maybe just even get close to scoring one of them. Even if I miss, just to pull off some of the things that they're trying to pull off. Incredible.
Tutorials, you can watch my tips.
I do watch your tutorials.
Oh, they're not working.
They're clearly not working. All right, let's talk a little bit, now that he's not on the couch, with Vinny. Great performance. Obviously, he survived penalty kicks. It's a coin flip, I think, when you get down to that. But he had the nerves of steel, as it were, to figure out a way to get through it. And now he's taking on his compatriot. 3 out of 8. 3 Brazilians are in the final 8.
And 2 weeks ago, also 3 out of the 8. And I think it was 4 out of the previous 8 because Yago was obviously from Argentina. But 6 out of 16.
It's impressive.
I'm telling you, we're seeing a shift. We've always known that South American players can really put up. And they always go to events. They travel well. And there's always new names. They interchange in terms of who's making a run and so forth and so on. But this year in particular, strongest nation argue against that. I'm not talking about individuals here. I'm saying top to bottom. When you see a Brazilian in your Swiss group, when you see a Brazilian going through any of the brackets, that's not a good matchup for you.
Yeah, you want to avoid them at all costs at this point. All right, we saw the top 5 goals of the day. Now let's get to the Gillette Precision Play of the day. And it's a good one. I think you're going to like it. And here it is. Here we go. Stammy versus J.R. Lion. It's the Gillette Precision Play of the day. Mike, break this down for us.
Yeah, whenever I'm looking at precision play of the day, of course you have to be precise, but I love the moments, and this was crucial. Beautiful. It gives it
I
back
thought he
to
could maybe
R9.
turn there, but he took one extra pass, and it was beautiful.
And
I love
Dami
it.
ends up being top 4, which is crucial here that he was able to get past J.R. Lion, and he had another close match against Tuga.
Can you show?
Yeah, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. You want it? I'm going.
I like the
Let
verbal.
me
I'm
take
kind of a
you to the
visual. I'm a
breakdown
visual
board. I
learner,
got you.
Mike.
Yes,
I'm a visual learner,
absolutely.
and I need you to just press
So,
a lot of buttons
of course,
up here.
we have the precision play of the day, and I'm going to do something I don't do that often. We're going to show a remix, and full speed right there, and then you see the drag back. Now, let me just, we're going to bring that back.
I thought he could have shot there, by the way.
So by using the fake pass, he makes it where a J.R. Lion's a bit unsettled. He baits him into being a little more aggressive, which is what you're going to see right here. And when you're in a position like this, oh man, it's a reach and I teach scenario. You're going to see the drag back. Virgil van Dijk usually makes the tackle, usually makes the interception, but not today. And as you saw before, Ronaldo gives it to Eusebio, and Eusebio is going to make that pass right back to Ronaldo. If you see him inside the box, you have to feed your striker, especially when he sets up the play. Reward the man.
Feed the bear. Now, I
Feed
need the bear to come back here. Come on, bear. Come back over here and talk with us a little bit more. So the semifinals are set. Thank you for that breakdown, by the way.
No problem.
Very nice. Who are you liking now? If I had to put you on the spot now.
We're going console to console, I think is fair, right?
Sure.
Let's do that. So on the Xbox, you can't.
Given what you saw today.
Yeah, on the Xbox, regardless of what Fnatic Tekkz says, he's won the previous event. How can you go against him? Like, you just shouldn't. It wouldn't be in your best interest. I will say this, though.
EnRaZic beat him earlier, though.
I think if there's any player that does make him a little bit more nervous, or maybe a little, I don't know, unsettled would be the word, or concerned, or we can insert something to describe how he's feeling, EnRaZic would be the guy. And EnRaZic's one of the most consistent professional FIFA players in the last 3 or 4 years. And we don't always give him the love that he really deserves.
But just to reiterate, Tekkz lost in Bucharest last year to EnRaZic 7-1. That's got to be in his head a little bit.
A lot of back post crosses in that game. I remember watching that one back. I was surprised. It was probably the only loss that Fnatic Tekkz took where he actually got outplayed top to bottom, and it was just a good tactical approach from EnRaZic.
All right, that's Xbox side. How about PS4?
On the PlayStation, man, you're really putting me. I kind of want to go with one of the Brazilians because they're guaranteed to get into the final.
Yeah, that's true.
I felt like Vinny sounded really confident about beating his opposition. They trained together. They spent a lot of time back and forth, practice partners. I think he's going to get by him. I'm going to go with Vinny here. I like this vibe on the couch.
Okay, not maybe #Harry?
I wanted to mix it up for once.
Okay, that's fine. I just didn't know if you want to.
If it goes to penalty kicks, Harry will win the whole event. So Harry, just keep forcing penalty kicks. You're good to go.
So right now you have Vinny and Tekkz. Then who wins in that cross console fight? I'm taking this to the next level.
And you know what the worst part of this is, if you're watching right now, is that Jimmy's not going to give me any of his opinions. He's going to throw this and be like, hey, it was a great day.
I have plenty of time tomorrow to give opinions. I want to put you on the spot right now.
I'm thinking
I'm driving this bus.
Whoever wins between Tekkz and EnRaZic is going to win the event.
Whoa. That was a bold call I was not expecting. Okay, and then who's been your most surprising performer so far through the 2 days? Just based on
I think
form,
Pauletto.
but also in how they're playing.
Pauletto. I would not have put him as somebody that I thought could make it to the top 4, especially considering there's so many talented players and on the PlayStation end, and you just see matchup on matchup on matchup of all these guys that have been there before. And you think, all right, at some point, he's not going to be able to get by one of these guys unless he really and truly belongs and should be there, and he earned it. He beat MoAuba to claim that top 4 placement, and congratulations to him, and he's been my surprise choice without a doubt.
Okay, let's do the flip side then. Who has been your biggest disappointment?
Stefano Pina.
Wow. Still, not even, there's no day 2 disappointments, just day 1.
You asked me, I gave you an answer.
You gave me an answer. Sorry, I should have clarified that I was looking for day 2.
I'm used to seeing Stefano Pina being Stefano Pina, where he's very consistent. He always gets out of the Swiss stage. He makes a run deeper in tournaments, and things weren't clicking for Stefano, especially the small details. He was himself, but he just didn't convert the key opportunities where you have to be clinical, or you need a big step, or you need to double team, or see out a game properly. And I think they're just lacking those little bit of details that really matter at this competitive level.
All right, everyone, that is it. We're done. Day 2 is officially over. No, it is officially over. And what a day it was. But day 3 I expect to be even better because it's Championship Sunday. So come back and join us. We're going to start at 5:30 a.m. Eastern, 10:30 a.m. UK time, and 12:30 p.m. here in Bucharest. So we'll see you then. Later.
Of the game and the first goal as well. Fantastic finish from Neymar and Gravesen getting things moving within the first half. Lyrics will move on once again to the next stage of the tournament. MoAuba moves through to the quarterfinals into R9, and unfortunately it looks like it will be the end of the road for the Australian.
Ronaldo's managed to find the ball into Ruud Gullit, and he's found the ball back to Ronaldo. Nothing fortunate about that one for Crazy.
Lies on Zidane. Zidane steps up, and Zidane will score.
Hashtag Harry into the semi-finals.
Nicholas Razek will move into the Xbox semi-finals.
Is yet to be seen. He went down early. Oh no, he's going to score.
Space here for Gullit. Lots of space here for Messi! And Pauletto has restored a 4-goal advantage over the world champion. The man from Poland. Oh, what a ball!